Yeah, but don't you think that you being so adversarial is the reason why that is the case?
No, I think the reason
People like
why is
consider it
because I
bigger.
think conservatives have had a vested effort in driving up the temperature of political discourse in the United States for the past 8 years.
I don't really see much of that. Which conservatives are you speaking of? Can you give me examples?
Yeah, I would refer to Donald Trump, who one of the most popular aspects of him as a speaker is the fact that he gives mean nicknames to his political opponents.
Okay, that's in your mind a conservative, right? Like the absolute conservative.
Considering he is
Anyone
the
else?
leader of the Republican Party, I don't need to cite anyone else. I'm going to cite the leader of the Republican
Who one of
Party,
the
for
most
the past
popular
8 years,
aspects of
that has the allegiance of every single lawmaker
But
and basically the majority.
conservatives implies a multiple, a very large multiple, as a matter of fact, given that's such a generalized term. So, what are the multiples? What other examples are there? Except for, of course, say Donald Trump, who you are now imagining as a figure.
If Donald Trump is the leader of the party and he has the support of the party, then I would say all of the people that support him are supporting the speech. Donald Trump's rhetoric is basically the largest reason why people support him. So it is an implicit or an explicit endorsement of the way that he communicates.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that every single conservative is in support of him, nor that every single conservative, by that measure, would be attacking you, or that they are somehow. I would even go against that, say that conservatives would actually bring down the temperature of politics because they would just want peace.
Conservatives don't want peace, or if they do, the definition of peace that we're using here is quite different. But when you say that they might not support that aspect of him, when you vote for a person, you vote for the package and all of the things that flow from that individual. We can try to guess why people support Donald Trump, but it's certainly not because he's a student of history. It's not because of his policy package. It's not because of prior political positions. It's because they like the way that he communicates. It's probably the most popular aspect of Donald Trump. So I reject the idea that, well, just because they support him doesn't mean they, enjoy the name calling or anything else like that. I think that that's one of the main reasons why people support him.
No, I'm getting triggered.
So just for the rhetoric, essentially. But that would be very. I mean, I don't know about that. Do you think that someone like, say, Elon Musk, for instance, would be supporting this dude specifically for his rhetoric?
I think Elon Musk would support somebody like Donald Trump because Elon Musk doesn't have any knowledge or information about the political system in the United States. He's largely uneducated about political affairs, both domestic in the U.S. and internationally. And because Trump seems like an epic guy that owns the libs, and I think Elon Musk has been attacked a lot of the times unfairly from people on the left. So as a reaction to that, he supports Donald Trump.
How would you know that he's unknowledgeable given the fact that he's basically, a government contractor, in a sense? I don't think he gets more knowledgeable than that. You'd have to understand something about politics, and you have to understand something that is of worth to the government. By that extent, also understand the government in order to actually provide something of worth to it, right?
No. If you're a government contractor, all it means is that you offer some good or service that the government wants to buy. Doesn't necessarily mean you understand
Yes, but
anything
you'd have
about
to understand that government.
You just have to
Right.
understand.
So
You just have to
political
understand
thing
how to
almost.
produce a good or service that the government might want to consume. Just because you know how to build rockets and the government might want to have an interest in rockets doesn't mean you know anything about politics or domestic affairs.
Well, you'd have to in order to secure a deal, no?
At what stage in securing a deal with the government do you think
Also,
you have to know anything about politics?
Why was Obama there at the launch site? I think maybe there was something that's very political about that too. Obama was literally there.
I have zero interest in talking about Obama right now.
Yeah, but that is an example of something that's political, and something where I'd say he was very knowledgeable of something that's political because he had such a important political figure so close to what he was doing.
Having
right?
a political figure close to you doesn't mean that you have an understanding of politics. To recenter, you don't need an understanding of politics to sell services to the government. All you have to do is produce a particular good or service that the government wants to buy. Nothing more, nothing less.
Have you ever provided any goods to the government? In that regard?
Sold goods or services to the government? No, I don't think so. I mean, I've been friends with people that are contractors for like city services and stuff, but to the federal government, I've known people that have worked for contractors like Raytheon and Lockheed Martin, but I mean, I don't think that they cut the deals themselves.
Yeah, but it is to a certain extent a deeply political thing because you are directly affected by the whims of the government.
In that case, every single thing in life is deeply political. I mean...
Well, yeah, of course it is, and that's why we're having this conversation. And that's also why you're just kind of always going back to politics.
Okay. So, I mean, if you want to say that, well, in that case, if you want to say that everything is political, then that's fine, but then the word becomes meaningless, and then I would just find another word to describe
it's a spectrum.
a lack
spectrum,
of...
essentially.
Sure. when it comes to understanding government policy, I don't think that you need to necessarily have an understanding of that to sell a good or service to the government. You might have to have or something that would help might be particular knowledge around future domestic or foreign plans about a good or service you provide. Maybe having some insight there might help, but that doesn't necessarily clue you into domestic politics or foreign affairs at large. It would just be to the particular thing that you sell to the government.
Perhaps. But then again, I don't think he's really supporting him for the rhetoric. It seems to be that I think it's by and large the policies that he wants to implement, which could be very beneficial to his companies, even perhaps, right? Because if you look at for instance, one of those things would be tighter border control as opposed to what's existing currently.
I don't think that Elon I don't think that his company has a large investment in tighter border control. I'm not really sure how that would impact
benefit
him.
Perhaps because the country itself needs to exist and needs to be in a stable position if his mission is to be successful.
I don't think that if he's looking for stability, then supporting Donald Trump would be literally the last thing that he would want to do. Number one. And then number two, if we were looking for stability at the border, I think Elon would have had something to say. And maybe he did. Maybe if I go through his Twitter, am I going to find references to him being upset that Donald Trump prevented the Congress from securing the border with Senator Langford's border bill that would have tightened up a lot of the asylum-seeking stuff that was going on the border, provided more funding to clear out some of the people that are waiting to hear their cases in the U.S.? Did Elon say anything about that when Donald Trump prevented that piece of legislation?
You'd have to look for that, but no.
Okay, the answer is no.
The only grievances with border that he's had recently that he has voiced would be exactly what you'd find if you watched the live stream that he did when he was at the border, basically highlighting what the crisis is down there, which didn't exist before.
What does he think the crisis is?
That the border is not secure.
Okay, that's not the crisis. So if he thinks that, this is even a stronger point.
There's a crisis of people coming over it, and they're just coming in spades, and that's causing a lot of problems, I'd imagine.
No.
For good and all that, we'll talk about that in a moment.
Right,
but just conceptually, card design wise, it's super important that they're not just single purpose. You can only summon them all to your opponent, and if you don't have the cards to flip them up, then it's completely sucks, right?
Do that, and you draw a card, while your opponent sends one from their hand to the graveyard, and then you get that flipped Archfiend on your side of the field, where you now have 2 level 1 monsters available to do whatever you wish. Your opponent has also activated a monster effect during your main phase, albeit against their will. So you could even follow up with Triple Tactics Talent to dispose of another card from their hand and plan out the rest of your turn.
This archetype is making great use of talents, right? Because you're giving your opponent monsters that activate. It doesn't make great use of thrust, I think, simply because the monsters, after they activate, they go over to your side of the field, so your opponent won't have a monster on the board necessarily, unless you can give them another Mimighoul, right? Before flipping it up, right? You can give them, let's say you give them 2 Mimighouls, you flip one of them face up, and then you can activate Thrust. That works, but that's more effort, right? You need more cards to do that.
There are 3 Mimighoul flip monsters in the Infinite Forbidden, and they each have their own unique ways of causing trouble for your opponent, while either progressing or protecting.
All right, so these are the 3 flip. You can give them Mimighouls. There's let's say your main deck monster that I don't think. Give them 2 Mimighouls, you flip one of them face up, and then you can activate Thrust. That works, but that's more effort, right? You need more cards to do that.
There are 3 Mimighoul flip monsters in the Infinite Forbidden, and they each have their own unique ways of causing trouble for your opponent, while either progressing or protecting.
All right, so these are the 3 flip. You can give them Mimighouls. There's let's say your main deck monster that I don't think. Give them 2 Mimighouls, you flip one of them face up, and then you can activate Thrust. That works, but that's more effort, right? You need more cards to do that.
There are 3 Mimighoul flip monsters in the Infinite Forbidden, and they each have their own unique ways of causing trouble for your opponent, while either progressing or protecting.
Am I just constantly looping everything? It should be quiet. Oh, I am actually totally fucking looping the shit out of it. This is my voice. I'm trying to see if my voice sounds good on stream or if some other shit is way too fucking loud.
All right, so these are the 3 flip. You can give them Mimighouls. There's
Infinite Forbidden, and they each have their own unique ways of causing trouble for your opponent, while either progressing or protecting.
Am I just constantly looping everything? It should be quiet. Oh, I am actually totally fucking looping the shit out of it. This is my voice. I'm trying to see if my voice sounds good on stream or if some other shit is way too fucking loud.
all right, so
The answer to some other shit is way too fucking loud. I don't. Can I just turn the video down? I don't know if the YouTube video is just blasting the fuck.
Has a flip effect, but so they all have the same style, they all have the same setup, they can all special summon themselves to the opponent's field and face down. Dragon destroys all face-up monsters you control, so all face-up monsters your opponent controls, and if it's normal summoned, it adds or normal or special, it adds a Mimighoul spell trap from your deck to your hand, so this is really good, right? Searcher on summon and field wipe on the board. Cerberus is, I think, the wackiest one of them, because it says banish the top 3 cards of your deck, then special summon one of your banished monsters to your opponent's field and defense position. This one is, I think, the most awkward one, because it's not guaranteed to provide value for you. Like Archfiend always is a huge swing, because your opponent draw one, the opponent discards one. That's
as well.
really good.
That's why
Destroying all
they tried to
face-up
they tried to pass reform in order to curb the people coming in through asylum seeking. That the Democrats supported that in Congress. It was the Republicans that shot it down. Why would they support it if they like the process and they want people to come in illegally like this? Or not illegally, I guess, but through the asylum process.
By the way, you may want to restart the space because the problem is there is no comment section on the space right now. So like when you start the space, are you doing this from your computer or from your main device?
Well, it was from my computer, but my computer crashed, so now I'm just on my phone. I can restart the space if you want, though.
Okay. Yeah. So what you do is basically restart your space from the phone, but make sure not to invite anyone via DM. Just like start the space and just like wait on it for 30 seconds as everything clears up. Then you basically click skip, or else the space crashes and you don't get the comment section popping up. Because it actually needs to send out a post.
Wait, what? Why? Wait, what would this change, or what's the issue right now?
Now, the issue is that there is no comment section under the space. If you were to go here, there is no comment section. There's actually not even, I don't think there is the actual space itself on your timeline. Is there? Actually, yeah, there is, but there's no comment section linked to this.
Oh, wait, do we need the comment section, or I guess we can. Okay, wait. So
Yeah, if you wanted to have a communication with that. Yeah, so basically so after you close the space here, you basically restart it. And as you're starting it, you just basically wait for 30 seconds. And then you just click skip on the DM invite thing, because that pops up as soon as you basically start the space. And then you can just like
public log
approve whoever comes in.
Oh,
in this case,
actually, yeah.
Okay, is there? Can I do that on my desktop? Is it going to be the same on my PC or no?
You could do it on your desktop, but it's easier to do it on your phone.
I just do this, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I just always schedule it on the phone as well, because sometimes the desktop it doesn't work correctly, because as soon as the Spaces interface is actually launched, the browser app sometimes crashes.
This.
Okay, well.
We must stay vigilant. Special summon this. I'm gonna special summon this. I can activate the ability. I'll be able to special summon you by using. I'm gonna have to use half the shit on my. Yeah. What is, I don't even know for this button. I want it on. I don't know how to toggle. Am I like spacebar my toggle? This is a toggle on console. Or position. Manual. Activation. Button to switch activation code. Oh, auto just turns that away. We go switch plus hold. I go hold 1. Oh. I hold it. Oh, there. But that's just off. I don't want to hold it off. Whatever. Okay, first card, their side of the field. Yeah. Locked. Lol. One might say. Lamau even. Oh, that's your normal summon. Do I just do this and immediately banish it? Yeah. Just so it doesn't have the option to, what do I want to do here? Yeah. Okay. Now you're fucked. Okay, now you're fucked. I don't even know. I think now you're fucked. Yes. End phase. Brendan's Valor Trap to hand. Add. Brendan lost, so you can't interrupt anything. Brendan lost on the field, sure. Add back to hand. Just because.
Okay, real quick, can you hear me?
Push the graveyard. I don't need that. I've got Brandon lost already. But I send to the graveyard. Yes, I guess.
Okay,
Yeah, I
hello,
think
hello?
it's still
Okay.
And
What on the, I don't see any part on any of these settings for like allowing comments. I don't see that anywhere.
No, that happens automatically, but I don't know why it's not happening for you. That's wild.
Huh. Well, you know,
This
Elon
normally doesn't.
or somebody at X demonetized my account earlier, so maybe I lost some features. Who knows?
No, you don't lose a feature like that. That seems to. Okay, how about this? What if I were to host a space? Would you be fine with that?
If you'd like to, sure. I'd like to be co-host because in a lot of these spaces,
Yeah,
people
of course,
just
100%.
aggressively mute somebody. Yeah, if you want to go
No,
for it, host
no,
it and then invite me. Okay.
Okay, perfect.
what can I do with this? Special summon this? I mean, I could just end the game, I think, right? But I'll just activate it. Bring out you. Just to have an extra. Just because I never summoned this creature. Nice. Kill me. Another one down. Actually, let's check if I can. Just me streaming. Authentication. Bing, 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 bing. Oh, damn. Can I listen to Destiny on Kick, just in case if some retard fuck.
Am I, when he hosts, am I supposed to like see an invite somewhere or?
Guy right here is a Secret Service agent, I imagine. He looks the part. He is coming over, and it looks like he's getting out of where a shot's about to come from. And he tells these
The
people,
comment
hey,
section
you
is
might
there,
move over this
and
way.
it is being completely bombarded now.
And he's
Yes.
staying kind of crouched down, like he's expecting a shot to happen.
Yeah, from early comments, I was seeing like people asking me what if I'm conservative. No, I'm not. I have no political affiliation whatsoever. I'm kind of like an observer in a sense. And ironically, for an observer, you kind of have this issue of the observer effect, wherein you wishing to make a certain observation, also seeking that observation, causes an interference. So that's what you're seeing here, because obviously if you wanted to just be an observer, it's probably not one of the best ways to do it, given that you actually have an impact. But that is besides the point.
Okay. I'm a listener. I don't know what to do. Am I supposed to ask to speak? Hold on. Oh, there it is. Oh my god, I have to reinstall NDI on this computer? Okay, well, you're not getting any monitor over here now.
There he is. Yeah.
Oh god, this hand sucks.
Okay, hello, hello?
Hello.
Deployment.
Okay.
I don't even know who.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, as you can see, you see that little blue, purplish thing there at the bottom right. That's what people enthusiastically always call the purple pill. So whenever somebody comments or wants to comment on the space, then they basically click on that, they write something, and then it shows up as a comment section. In the future, this will be, revamped a little bit as well to have additional features, but not now.
Okay. I'm on the desktop version, so I don't think I see that particular thing, but I'll take your word for it.
Oh,
Okay, cool.
oh, but I have to.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Okay.
No, I've heard this
just-
white. So
okay, so
keep speaking about other operating systems.
Okay, so real quick. So you mentioned being a neutral observer. Okay, here's a problem that I have with a lot of people that call themselves neutral observers. Feels like people that consider themselves neutral observers give so much credence and charitability to the right, and they give absolutely none of that to the left. And I think a good example is the conversation we just had about immigration. I don't think any mainstream Democrat, I don't think any lawmaker is saying like, we need
this,
open
and I
borders.
discard this
We
from
like
my
the
hand.
border situation
Or
right
should I do
now.
this?
If that was true, I don't think
Vanish,
Congress would have had the
that,
support to
discard.
pass legislation to dramatically curb a lot of the asylum seeking that was happening at the border.
That's not true. I've heard many people state that we need open borders so we can get more talent in, essentially, right? Because we need more workers. I think someone has actually used that as a legitimate talking point. I can't recall who exactly, but that had occurred.
It would be
Okay.
another one of these.
So generally in conversation, well, hold on. So the old me, I would have said I don't like to push resources, but if you're going to make a statement that strong, I would have to know who's like a lawmaker or Democrat leader that said we need open borders.
I'd have to find it. I just saw a clip of this guy. Really, nothing more than that. Again, I tend to be not focused on politics practically at all. My main focus is essentially just technology. But, given the opportunity, yeah.
Okay, I don't think any Democrat has called for open borders. If they did, can you explain why would they have the support in Congress to pass legislation to reduce immigration?
When was this exactly?
A few months ago, when the Lankford bill essentially was before Congress, and Donald Trump said, "Don't pass this." And then people like Ted Cruz went on TV and they're like, "Oh yeah, like it doesn't go far enough. We're not going to pass this." And Donald Trump said not
Interesting.
to.
I wonder what else is contained
Yeah, true, actually.
within that, because oftentimes when laws are made, they're packaging something else within it. So perhaps there may have been some element to that was not satisfactory. I wouldn't know.
Well, let's say that was the case. Then why wouldn't they try to rework it and pass it slightly modified? Like it's not like
don't know
Republicans
if they
said
did.
that. Okay, well they didn't. They just got shot down. Like I said, like in Congress they were ready to pass this bill, and then Donald Trump came out and said, "Hey, we don't want this passed because we need to keep this open for the election because I'm the only one that can fix."
I shouldn't have put
the border,
I had to put the other
basically.
Blazing Cartesia
And perhaps that is an argument. I wouldn't know.
in the graveyard.
You think a legitimate argument is the ex-president should be forcing the country into a worse position to give him a better negotiating
How would it
position?
be a worse position? I mean, how would you know it's a worse position? I wouldn't know what it is.
Well, I think right now we're in a worse position because the asylum seeking at the border is out of control.
I had to put the other Blazing
It
Cartesia.
is true. But why would it force you into a worse position
Well,
if you
because
wanted to
we-
deal with a certain
to
problem?
shuffle it.
We could have passed legislation to help cut that significantly, and Donald Trump stopped it to keep it open for the election.
Okay, perhaps that is an argument. Hang on, what is this? Dear God. Hang on, I'm trying to keep up with the comments as we're speaking as well. Yes, I do have a YouTube channel. Yeah, it's basically the same user name handle. Yeah, just like on X. Okay, sorry.
Fuck. I had the.
Damn.
Let's see what he plays. If he's doing some random crap. Just getting out of my my hand. I don't want to do this. Well,
Okay, so the question, I kind of wanted to bring it back to the initial communication that we've had,
Yeah.
where I just wanted to understand why exactly you're violent, right? Because, I mean, let's say, for instance, you wanted to make the way that we are communicating, for instance, I think that is very productive, right? I'm pretty sure that you could have a similar type of conversation with anyone else on X without actually raging out. Is it, and what you would say is, oh yes, because everyone rages out at me. Could it perhaps be that if you never basically give them a chance to be nice, that they will always have a negative opinion towards you and thereby always be somewhat negative in this sense?
So I would fight back against that. And I think that something that is poisoning our political discourse right now is the idea that as long as people aren't calling each other names, it's a productive conversation. I think that people in the center and conservatives have deluded themselves into thinking that anything that remains below a certain decibel level is somehow productive. But it's not. I think that the ideas and opinions that you just recently had about the border stuff were absolutely and completely and totally incorrect. The U.S. Border Patrol Union hates Biden. They endorsed that immigration plan that Donald Trump shot down. Donald Trump made our country measurably worse. All of us are worse off for it. The people that end up illegally immigrating, the people at the border that are trying to protect our state, U.S. citizens that are deprived of social spending and welfare, and the general security of the country has all decreased, all because Donald Trump shot down legislation that would have improved the security at our border. But a lot of people in the middle, I guess like you as a neutral observer, look at the left and blame them for immigration, even though in this particular circumstance for the past several months, it is wholeheartedly, squarely, and solely to put at the feet of Donald Trump. So having that little conversation that we did before I just did that and saying that, well, that was a productive conversation. No, it wasn't. You didn't change your mind at all. You're not going to change your mind based on anything I say, and nobody listening is going to
Oh,
change
no,
their
I
mind.
don't
If
make any condemnation of anything. No, I don't make any condemnation of anything. I'm just basically trying to get a kind of a result out of you. I'm just basically prompting you. That's what I'm doing.
That's
because I always
fine.
hear the same types of arguments. I just want to hear something different. That is the entire purpose of this conversation.
Okay, what do you want to
Hang
hear?
on, can you give me a second?
Sure thing, go for it.
Typhon? Hello? What's happening here? Oh.
15 minutes. I can feel the crash coming on. It's coming.
Okay, Mark, can you still hear me? Sorry, I had a call coming.
Hi, yeah, what's up?
Okay, yeah. Again, I kind of want to go away from the politics end of things because that's not what I wanted to discuss.
Okay.
Look, we can have a conversation at length about politics, but again, I like to stay out of that. Remember, my primary focus was that of technology. And speaking of technology, now, of course, you say that you want to keep... What is your goal, actually? Do you want to keep the temperature, and I believe that with temperature we mean the emotion of political discourse at a low. Is that correct? Like, you kind of want to keep the temperature low.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Okay, but don't you think that being very angry on X.com, basically calling people all kinds of names, kind of goes against that?
I don't think it makes much of a difference.
Oh, yes, I do want to activate that.
You are a very big person in a space. You are causing a lot of impact with everything that you do. It definitely does make a difference. I mean, basically, I cannot name one big account that doesn't know of your existence thanks to these very controversial, thanks to this very controversial style of speaking.
Negate it.
Right? So you definitely have an impact. You definitely are making a difference.
Have you ever been in a canoe before, or any kind of boat that you have to row?
I cannot hear you for some reason.
Have you ever been in any kind of a boat that you have to row, like a canoe?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that when we talk about maintaining our political system, or when we talk about maintaining a certain political temperature, I think that it's like going forward in a boat, that you have to row from both sides. If only one side rows, it doesn't matter how gently they do it, it doesn't matter how aggressively they do it, you are always going to veer off course. When you look at the political temperature that exists in a country, it's a function of how everybody is coming together and doing discourse. And I would argue that conservatives, especially through supporting people like Donald Trump, especially because they're supporting him for his rhetoric, which is absolutely fiery and is absolutely known for being as divisive as possible, it's what he does, I think that Republicans have made it impossible to have the temperature be low on any political conversation that happens in the United States. And when one side's not rowing, looking at the person on the other side and going, why don't you row more gently, doesn't get you any closer to moving in a straight line.
Well, that's a very strange argument to make. Hang on a second. Hold up. Give me a sec. Sorry, I'm having a few technical difficulties. Can you repeat the last thing that you said?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I think that when one side has driven up the climate of this country so high, it doesn't really matter what the other side does, your temperature is stuck there. The other side has dictated the minimum level of political discourse, and that minimum level is going to be supporting a guy who tried to insurrect the government and who's known for giving funny nicknames to his political opponents to demean and disgrace them.
Yeah, but everyone is doing this. By your argument, then everyone is also doing this, because it doesn't matter what side you're on, that is happening by default. Basically, I don't know what you're trying to do here, nail down which side is most responsible for this.
Just to be clear, do you think that Biden's rhetoric is as inflammatory as Donald Trump's rhetoric?
Inflammatory, I'd say no. And there isn't really, like, if you want to define rhetoric, that's a bit of a slippery slope to go down. You know, has he said certain
just
things that I
fucking
think could be
attack.
problematic? Yes. Perhaps there have been certain mistakes while he was speaking that could be problematic. Yes. Is Donald Trump doing name calling? Yes. Is that okay? No. But I think both sides have issues. That's my point. Now you can argue which one is worse than the other.
Okay, you said that your background is in tech, right?
Somewhat technological, yes. I tend to focus on tech. My background is, like, you can define that as whatever.
Okay, let's say theoretically you were trying to run a major social media platform, okay? And you had two huge problems. One is you've got a lot of engineers that are arguing in favor of refactoring huge parts of the code base because they think that it's too old or it's accumulated too much tech debt or whatever. Okay, that's one side, all right? And there's a huge argument over what should it look like going forward from a software development side. And then on the other side, you're trying to run the entire company off of a Raspberry Pi. If somebody were to look at these issues and say, okay, well, we've got a big problem here, would you turn to that person and go, yeah, but I mean, like, both problems are, you know, really huge. Both problems are contributing to this company not working.
At this point, you're trying to ask me whether or not you're trying to identify which problem here is really the Achilles heel. So what's the Achilles heel? I don't understand.
I'm trying
Because
to...
if you're describing this thing to me, it doesn't make any sense.
Sorry. I have a habit, because I'm used to back and forth conversations on Discord. So if I'm starting to talk, I'm not trying to cut you off. So sorry if that's happening.
No. All good.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say is that if you look at Biden and you look at Trump and you go, well, both sides have problems with their rhetoric. While it might be true, I'm sure with any politician, that we could pick out things where it's like, well, should you say that? Maybe we should say something, you know, different. Or maybe this might be problematic. I don't think that it's on the same scale. I think that Donald Trump has made a name for himself with his divisive and fiery rhetoric. I don't think it has ever been said ever in the history of US politics that Joe Biden's rhetoric is too fiery and inflammatory. I think that Donald Trump is known for this, and moving away from just his speech patterns and the way that he conducts himself, we can look at like his results in Congress, and we can see that Biden has brought together people in a historic manner in a historically divided Congress for bipartisan legislation. Donald Trump was unable to do that.
Perhaps. Okay, so now we're talking about the rhetoric thing.
Oh, I don't think I want to put them. Well, yeah, I theoretically can. As long as he puts something here, then hoping he's this. And I'm gonna activate this instead.
About the rhetoric thing, I think.
Well, did I really target at the wrong time? Yeah.
Oh, I think he's rugged. And his stream crashed as well. I just got text saying that his stream crashed. Oh dear. Oh, this is wild. PC problems. Yeah, it could be.
I have 10 seconds?
XQC. Your mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Nice. It's great.
Yeah.
It's great to be finally kind of like
Yeah.
talking in a sense. Yeah, I've watched a lot of your stuff back in the day.
Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, he's just blue screened, so I just wanted to Yeah, just confirm it. But yeah, it was too late when I got there.
That's
All
funny.
good. I'm not gonna interfere.
No, no, all cool, all cool. Yeah, I noticed that as well. I keep getting all the comments that are coming in. But how are you doing, man? You want to have a conversation about anything in the meantime?
Oh, fantastic. Yeah. You know what? Not really. I'm more of an observer, you know? I think
You also.
you said it earlier. When you want to be an observer, you know, you have to be like a non-participant. That's what I am. I'm just listening.
True. You react to a lot of things as well, I think.
Oh, yeah, me too.
So
Miss
that's
Blue.
really
And
the
I
best way
also
to do it.
shouldn't
I
have
react in a
thrown,
sense as well, but
thank
I
you
kind of
very much.
deviate more towards the negative side of the observer effect, wherein you actually do cause a bit of impact, which is kind of funny because that adds to the observation itself as well, right? Because it's kind of something that you want. Say, for instance, bend certain situations a certain way so you get more information out, information that hasn't existed before. So yeah, it's kind of how I see my own kind of like place within observation.
Yeah, I try to react in like you know, I try to have fun with it, but at the same time try to react in a like a responsible manner. If that makes sense. Not to blow things out of proportion or be stupid. But
Yeah, of course.
sometimes I fall short, but I mean everybody does, so I think it's fine.
Yeah. I mean, you're a little bit wild in between, which I think is sometimes important when it comes to content generation. Like, I do understand that. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, you're of course nothing like all the other YouTubers who like basically have caused massive amounts of, dare I say, harm through pranks and whatnot. You know, basically like creating lots of drama without any reason. And also some reaction YouTubers
do
just steal content. That's annoying.
Yeah, I mean, I just do it for fun, and I try not to like I don't have any goals or agenda. You know, I'm not trying to push anything, so that's why I try to I find my reacts to be kind of like not harmful. If that makes sense.
Oh yeah, dude, same, exactly. Like I really agree with that. It's kind of a nice place to be in because you don't really have to hyperfixate on one thing and then kind of like, you know, push that and then have that be evolved into something that then becomes like a lever in the system, which massively changes things in this way. Because I think that's kind of a problem, and it's not something that everyone should do. Like, for instance, if you are going to do something like that, you know, you may as well just like have something like a rocket company if you wanted to take that as example that I'm very familiar with. So yeah, but if you don't want to create massive amounts of change, then yeah. I mean, of course, you know, say for instance what I'm doing here, and I've been on X for quite a while. Back then it was Twitter when I first came on. It's 2021. I've only actually done Spaces since 2023, I think. Yeah, I started in 2023, moving into 24.
What the fuck?
And so basically I went from 0 to wherever I am now. And basically all these spaces are just about trying to cover AI content and sometimes also bring people on who are qualified in those areas. Say, for instance, I know some people who are quite qualified, and we then discuss certain research papers, whether or not it's realistic, how it makes sense. We then kind of try to find it, bring it down to reality. Because the issue that I see quite often that is happening is many people are having discussions about AI, but they're way too fantastical about it, right? So there's no actual accuracy. You know, everybody's going to say, hey, this machine's going to come alive, but they don't understand how the machine works in the first place, yet they still say it's going to come alive because that's something that sells, right? It gets clicks. And this is really a problem. So if you looked at it, say, for instance, from a more scientifically accurate perspective, then it not only just becomes more peaceful, but also can sometimes be very entertaining as well, because it is almost philosophical in nature to understand what that functions like, because then it also kind of changes how you think. And that's kind of why I chose to cover AI.
Yeah, I understand it, but do you not think that it's kind of like a normal human response to almost want it to come alive, and which kind of impacts the whether or not you're going to say that it comes alive or not, regardless of like your expertise on the topic or not?
Oh yeah, definitely, absolutely. We tend to have this problem where it's like it's kind of a reminiscent of the Hegel slave master dialectic, wherein you actually want to seek an understanding of what's within by seeking that in some entity that is without, right? We'll say, for instance, oppressing that entity. Right, because that's kind of how that works. And so that's kind of what we're doing with the machine. We're taking concepts that we understand with biology, and we then basically force that upon a machine, and then kind of make it real in a sense, to help us understand ourselves. Like we look, for instance, to these types of machines with enormous capability as if they were some sort of god, because we've always sought kind of the ultimate creator, because we're kind of slaves to our own volition.
Okay, interesting. So what else are you doing here?
Just that, basically, cover AI. Sometimes just have fun, troll people. That I do quite frequently. This is whenever I talk about Tesla content, which is, you know, of course, you know, you're aware of Tesla and how that works and whatnot. There's a lot of misinformation around it, and that's primarily what I cover, right? So say, for instance, somebody's making up some nonsense. I just put them in their place. Like there's this group out there, and this group continually, that their entire purpose is to discredit Tesla somehow with nonsense they make up that is somewhat, it sounds probable, but really is not, right? And so it's funny to troll those people, because if you can actually get down to the bare issue of things, they always like to say it is an issue with a company, but then they always go back to it's an issue with Elon Musk, right? And so when you start to discuss how exactly they have an issue with that person, you start to find all kinds of weird flaws. And this is something that you can easily troll on. And it has to happen, because if you're going to make up endless amounts of bullshit and you think there's no consequence to that, look again.
Congratulations, you added Red Eyes Fusion.
I understand. Okay.
What do I do? Fusion using monsters in your hand or field as material, including dragon monsters. You can also banish monsters from your graveyard material if you use fallen elbows.
Yes, sometimes whenever you speak, we're on a topic,
Oh, dude,
and then sometimes I'm trying to you do 3 topics, or like 3 like questions or answers, right? And I kind of forget what was the first or second topic, and the third one doesn't really have a rebuttal, so it kind of ends right there, you know?
Yeah. Basically, what you're describing is like kind of a context overload almost. Because whenever there's like a point that's forgotten, then it's just context overload. Yeah, I'm very context heavy. Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. It's just, sometimes it's kind of easier when I talk to somebody like that to have take notes. But
yeah, I
makes
tend
you
to
look
drift
stupid when you
off a
take
little
notes.
bit, because everything is kind of connected. Like basically, if you look at the universe and the way it operates, it's like a gigantic math equation, where you just basically use math as sort of an allegory and know how to understand it as kind of a language, because that's what language I kind of think functions as like as well. So yeah, everything is kind of connected. So you always end up fighting something that's adjacent to a current thing that you speak of. Almost like a fractal, if you really thought about it this way. Which again is demonstrated with how I've communicated just now. So it's funny.
Yeah. There was poll being ran, a lot of polls, and it's kind of hard to figure out if people were trolling or not, right? They were asking if you were Elon Musk or not, right? And I kept thinking, at this point, does it really matter or not? At this point, I feel like it doesn't, because the same people are going to be here regardless.
Yeah, no.
And you're doing enough of a good job that we won't be able to tell, so it doesn't even matter anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. I don't understand how this works out. It just tends to be something that's coincidental. You know, a lot of things are weird about this world, and things tend to be. It's almost like with time. If you look at any event in time, things tend to echo in a sense. We like to say that history repeats itself. I just say that it echoes, and it makes more sense that way, because every single time there is an echo, there's something different about that. You know, there's something different about hearing this one thing that's already echoed before again, right? It changes, or it's frizzled out a little bit. You know, think about it that way. And so I would say that I'm just kind of like an echo in the simulation, if that makes sense. I'm not the guy, but I'm close enough in some aspects, almost like an echo. If you were to say, scream into a valley, and your scream returns, that doesn't mean that is, you know, someone else screaming back at you. It is just kind of an echo of that scream. And you can tell that there's a difference, right?
Yeah, for sure. Also, by the time you say it again, or it echoes, I mean, the context kind of changed, and people changed, and things kind of moved. So it's going to be a different experience regardless.
Exactly. Yeah, same thing with time, because like, for instance, I think a lot of people often refer to the Roman Empire, where they talk about today's society, as in like saying that there is kind of a fall of society, and that it takes on a parallel of what has happened with the Roman Empire, right? So we say it's Rome all over again. Well, yeah, isn't that an echo? Because technically it is Rome all over again, but it's different this time. It's with memes and Wi-Fi.
Yeah, that's not the comparison I would have made, but Roman Empire, memes, and yep, gotcha. Makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, that itself is also come from a meme.
Well, oh yeah, that comes from a meme, gotcha. So where's Destiny at?
I have
no
no
call
clue.
him?
Yeah, I see there's no one there. Oh, lol.
Oh no, he's coming back. He says keep talking to him. I'm coming back.
Sure.
Chinning PC. I think he's going
Yeah.
downstairs to the studio.
Yeah, I feel like this conversation is perhaps a little bit more entertaining, because I basically don't focus on anything political whatsoever. But if you ask me something that's like philosophical, or perhaps even when it comes to something that's, I think to an extent diplomatic, I'd be able to give you better answers, because I just don't give a shit about politics. And if you see me, say, put posts that are somewhat political in nature on the timeline, that's just basically me documenting something that had occurred. Right? Say, for instance, breaking news, a certain law has passed, breaking news, this has happened. You know, that's nothing to do with me. That's just a thing that exists, right?
Okay, then how about something that's not to do with you? That's not political, but it can be. What about the interactions on X? Ever since the takeover on X, I feel, or Twitter at the time, I feel like my engagement with the platform has diminished a little bit in quality, but actually increased in density somehow. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I'd say that's correct. There's a bit of a shift here. The tactics that have initially worked, they don't work anymore. But it's still very similar, I think, to Instagram and the way that it functions. When you want to talk about the algorithm, right? So things are heavily motivated, I think, by events of high impact, but then also its consistency. Say, for instance, when I make a certain post that is, say, a breaking news post, right? And within that, it's something that a lot of people have interest in, then it basically attracts a lot of density. However, I also post other things that are kind of unrelated to this, perhaps quotes and whatnot, that get less engagement, sure, but they still get reliable amounts of engagement, if that makes sense. So if you're like being consistent and you have like some sort of a niche that you've created for yourself, then keep being in that niche and just try to put that out as consistently as possible. Like, say, for instance, I think for most people, they actually post too little. That's one problem. And they interact too little as well.
Yeah. Yeah, because then they know that they want to post things that are going to do good on the algorithm, and they want to have success with it. So they only post things that are going to get those clicks and are going to do good, and post less of things that will get less, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So it tends to be very bottom heavy in that case. Then.
Yeah, I mean, look at the
Top heavy. Sorry.
I mean, look at this, for instance, you, in this case, you're a streamer, you have a very loyal fan base. Honestly, for you, if you were to say, put out, say, an average of at least 10 posts a day, you just think of whatever, just have a clip or something that you want people to react to. You just basically put that out there with something that you genuinely feel like is something that you would click on. You know what I mean? Something that you'd be interested in. It's kind of like a vibe check. Don't post something for the engagement. Post it for the sake of saying, yes, that needs to be out there. I think this is really important. Something like that, right? Because if you post something for the engagement, it's destined to fail every single time. Unless, of course, you do engagement farming, but that engagement is functionally worthless.
It is worthless. Yeah, I speak about that pretty often too. Sometimes something I say a lot is you can make a big stream for 100K people, right? And nobody cares about it. And you can make a stream with 10,000 viewers or whatever that everybody cares about. And I feel like the level of impact is a lot bigger with the 10K stream than a 100K stream, right? Depending on what you do, if that makes sense.
I mean, look at this, for instance, right here. We have an instance right now where there's a huge space. Now, my spaces are basically, hang on, how big? What is the size right now? Oh, it's at 9K. Okay, yeah. So basically, my spaces on average are like a 90th of whatever this is right now, sometimes, right? So it's like, it's a very small amount by comparison. But that doesn't discourage me in a sense. So like, for instance, you'll have glory moments where a post gets millions of impressions, right? But really what you should really kind of be focusing on is posting things that are of interest to the audience that you've accumulated, right? This is also why sometimes when people say, oh, you have to do reply guys strat to get reach, sure, it kind of works technically, but people will follow you for your posts and not for your replies. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. I think that's in terms of like streamers, like
You're
what I do, what Destiny
misunderstanding
does,
me, okay?
right? I think it's what makes the people continue to do good, and something that the big streamers all understand is that yeah, you'll have the big ones and the heavy hitters, but it's the foundation that kind of keeps you going and kind of gives you like a lower fan base. Also, I think Destiny's here. You could probably give him a speaker now again. I think he's right there.
Yeah. By the way, your last post was was on the 2nd of July. You know, look at what day it is now. It's like the 15th. So you've had like 13 days of inactivity on the account. Just be active like every single day. And if you were to post like 5 to 10 things every single day, your reach is going to go up because people have to actually interact with your stuff. And if they don't interact with your stuff, given that there's no stuff to interact with, then they're not necessarily going to interact with the next thing you put out. You know what I mean? It's not like with YouTube. Over here, it's like completely different. It's the opposite of that. Wherein you have to have consistent activity, which is kind of almost like YouTube Shorts in a sense. And then you have big bangers in between, which are like your video essays that you put out every 2 months, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I kind of got cooked here, man. You got me on the ropes now. See, in a way, I feel like I'm engagement farming if I'm only in doing engagement to make sure that my next post has good engagement or that people actually interact with or whatever, right? Yeah. I've always had it more like kind of like natural or kind of grassroots interaction. If I feel like posting something, I do it, and I hope that people click our neck with it, and even though it'll do not as good as in the algorithm, it is what it is, you know.
Yeah, of course. I mean, everybody wants their content to be interacted with, and of course, you then post a certain way. That is, of course, true. And I think that that's not even a problem, really. It's just what are you targeting with priority? If you target with priority value to your community, then yes, you will get interaction from that community because you yourself understand what they would want to interact with, right? And that's something that you need to consistently post at a relatively high frequency. Like you can choose whatever high frequency looks like to you. In my case, my high frequency is anywhere between 5 to 10 posts a day, and that's quite a lot. You know, that's quite a lot, especially for an account that's small. That's this small. But for some account like you, for instance, which is a lot bigger, if you were to put out like say, even only 3 posts a day, whatever it be, that's also enough. But you could also dial up those numbers just a little bit to something like 5 or 10, because then that's an optimal thing to do, right? You think about it in terms of hours, like post one thing every hour or every 2 hours, right? And then you kind of measure how much content you can fit within that, and then everything starts to make sense. And have that in your mental space. It's almost like a grid that you have open, and whatever content you think fits through that just falls into it.
I don't think there's no like lighting I can grab
Oh,
here.
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
My shit is
Yeah,
fucked. I have no lighting here.
Yeah, I mean, I'll post more often. Thank you for.
Also, I mean, look,
you're doing God's work for real Elon.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I love the platform. I love X. I really hope it succeeds. And besides, you know, another thing that's interesting is, say, for instance, I'm
The
not
volume is really low.
of course, right?
Oh,
but
shit.
you know, there's monetization, and if you don't post anything, there's no.
This computer
ads
is
that
not
be
set
shown
up
under your
for
stuff, because
streaming
there's
this.
No stuff to kind of like, you know, there's no interaction, right? So post more frequently. It's good stuff, you know, and don't be offensive. Try basically look at what Destiny's doing, but do the opposite of that. Like, be very nice.
Oh, damn. Come on, man. You're going to call out this like that when he's not there?
I am here. Let me
I
in.
said this to his face. I don't say anything behind anyone's back that I wouldn't say to their face.
Fair enough. What was this applying to that? Because I kind of called him out too. I mean, not to his face. I mean, behind his back, of course. About
Yeah.
like the violence stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
I feel like regardless of the politics, I feel like it's not because somebody shows up somewhere that he deserves whatever consequence happens to him, right? I don't believe that you attending a Trump rally or any rally for that matter, you don't deserve said context. That's my thought. That's my take.
Oh yeah, I highly agree as well. Yeah. Because I mean, that's just unfair. You really shouldn't be wishing harm on people in general. I mean, perhaps you know, if everybody has a small, because it's just natural. War is natural, so everybody has this natural tendency to want conflict or to engage with something that's conflict based, right? But there has to be a limitation. You know, are you going to attack a dead person? Because that's what that effectively is. You know, that's just weird. Even when I see people engage with that person's account today, and I see there's like his posts and his replies and they circulate again, it feels odd because you look at that and you say, it's almost like that person is still speaking. What is essentially a dead body? That's wild.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a dead body, just like Destiny's account right now, because he can't speak, is the kind of a dead body almost. But you can revive him if you want. Talk.
I don't see the request for some reason.
Is this?
How many requests are there actually?
Is this better? Well, I don't know if this is gonna be blown the fuck out now, so it's up to you guys to say if this is working or not.
Yeah, I can't see any requests other than. Oof. Yeah, maybe if I get on.
It's fine.
phone.
Okay. All right. This is about as much as I can up the volume without it going crazy. So.
It's good to have multiple devices
In my dark black
in case
room
one of them
with no lighting.
fails.
Oh yeah.
Because disconnect to frequent with whatever you do, especially when you do spaces, things just happen because it doesn't look well optimized, but it doesn't matter. There's still ways around it. Okay. So I've connected on the other device, and it's worse now. I can see even less. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's good.
Oh, you might have to restart it then.
Whoops. I'm going to clear that. Unless I set up on the desktop. Hold up. Wakey, eggs and bacon. Okay. Oh shit, Diablo is still on. That's not good for my CPU.
He plays into it. Either is Elon or it's a guy that's trying to be like that memes about not being him and then tries to be him for the meme.
Damn. This is gonna take up so much processing power. Because I'm like running Chrome with a Periscope instance that has this many connections to it. That's wild. We have
Maybe you can make me co-host if you can still do that, and I can just get him as speaker, and then I'll downgrade myself to listener.
yeah, sure. You don't need to downgrade yourself. You can stay on the space. You can even comment if you like. There you go.
Oh, okay. Join as co-host. I gotcha.
Yes.
And then
Yeah. Welcome to Mission Control.
did I?
I saw a flicker of his existence.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, he's a speaker now.
Okay. Hey, mic check. How's your computer?
Goodbye.
It's fucking horrible, but I moved to a different computer, different room, so fuck it.
Doesn't he?
Can you hear me? Hello?
I can't hear him for some reason.
Oh fuck, it
Not
needs
sure if
to
he's speaking.
Yeah, we can. I'll text him. He says 1 second microphone. He probably has
Okay.
to accept microphone on the browser, right? Like the little pop-up thing.
Ah.
Does this work? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Wait, yeah? Did he just say yes to me or? No, he just said yeah.
There's so many requests. It's like, wow.
Man,
That's wild.
I have no clue what.
A request. You know when you see it
Oh,
at the
my
bottom
son,
there?
my wiener.
You see a little thing
Hello?
that says
Testing 1
requested?
2. Test.
Yeah.
1 2 1 2. Okay, let's check here.
That is wild.
I'm gonna kill myself.
Yes. You ever done spaces before?
Nope. Nah.
You should do it.
I don't-
Testing 1 2.
Yeah, but I
let's
don't-
see. Test.
Maybe. If there's something like going on or whatever.
bad.
Otherwise, I'm just always live. You know, it's just in
Yeah,
my
yeah,
industry,
yeah.
not a lot of things happen on the fly that like need sort of talking
Testing
about,
1
you know?
2.
I think it would be a really good way to interact with some of your fans. for
Testing,
instance.
1
I think at
2.
some point you may even
Test.
get subscriptions
And
enabled
work
on your account, and then perhaps you could have like subscribers only content. They could subscribe to that,
No.
and then you could like have those people request and do a subscribers only space. Those are quite cool as well.
I'm gonna double die. Where? It doesn't end!
Interesting. Yeah,
shit.
you do that sometimes. Subscriber only.
like a zone. I
I
don't know
try
what
to do like no paywalling ever.
Drank the whole
Wait, they should
Right.
be working.
Interesting. Okay,
yeah,
then you can also
yeah.
do without that.
Well,
It just
yeah.
depends on like who you want to
Test,
let
test,
up.
test. 1 2.
Because I think
Testing,
space
1
is
2.
a really good way to interact with your audience. Like say for instance me, I can't just like reply guide. It's a huge waste of time and cognitive energy for me personally. But to do it via spaces, just like let people up occasionally, is very nice. And it's all and there's also a lot of control with it.
Hello.
right?
Test.
You just have to be
Yes.
careful with who you let up. There are a lot of trolls
Yes,
out there.
my mic
And
is-
account
Yeah.
size itself does not determine whether or not they're a troll. It just has to have. It just
Unmute.
has to be people that you know.
Mute. Hello.
If you do spaces,
Yeah.
or don't do that at all.
So my philosophy on all that is that there's no like extra value in a subscribe.
Okay, I'm gonna try rejoining. Maybe this will work.
I feel like that would have done some
I went to a
sick
microphone
damage.
test website,
is
and my
that? No!
mic is
That was
working
getting
on the
mocked.
browser. So
And how they're gonna interact. Compare someone who is not subscribed. The only difference, John, when you have subscribers, right? You have like a subscriber only chat.
No.
You can moderate it easier, and there's kind of a risk for them not to get banned because
You're
they're
re-aggroed on
subscribed
me.
for like a lot of months, and they don't want to lose that. Does that make sense? So you kind of have a quality like that. The invitation.
Yes.
okay, does this work?
Yeah, I think
Hello.
for clips would be
Testing.
good.
Holy
Yes,
shit.
it works.
Fucking Jesus.
Alright, I'm out.
Fuck.
Goodbye.
I love you. Thank you, X.
Oh shit. I
Okay,
fucked up. I didn't
my
realize
bad.
it was
All
rolling
right.
What just happened to you? What happened there?
I updated 2 vital pieces of software this morning, my operating system and my OBS, and something is causing Windows to blue screen. I don't know why, so now I moved downstairs to my studio, but my studio is not set up to do audio like this, so I had to reconfigure all of my audio devices, and here we are. But I believe everything should be working.
Wild.
This computer won't blue screen. Okay,
Welcome back.
welcome back. All right, where were we?
Yeah, I kind of just want to get again. You know, I kind of want to keep away from the politics as much as possible. I don't want to do anything with that. Specifically, what I want to talk about again, because I'm harkening back to that, is the nature of the way that you speak, right? That's it, right?
Okay.
So your explanation for why you speak in, say, a violent manner, and I think we can describe this as a violent thing. You say you're doing this because you don't think you have much of an impact, and the other side is doing this as well.
Well, to be clear, I never said I don't have much of an impact. I said that I don't think we can have much of an impact on lowering the temperature. I think that for the temperature to come down, both sides have to be invested in lowering the temperature, and conservatives have shown for the past 8 years that they have absolutely no desire to lower the temperature. That's what I said, or meant at least.
Which conservatives specifically?
Donald Trump, the leader of the Republican Party.
So that guy and whoever you think supports him are like all in the same bucket, want to drive the temperature up. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But then don't you think that engaging, so if, of course, you want to, like say, being or having good decorum on a platform actually has a positive effect, but you think that there's so much of a negative effect being caused at the moment that you yourself could not possibly make it any worse. Is that correct? Because that's kind of what that logic sounds like.
A little bit. I think you can probably always make things a little worse. I just don't think you can make things that much better. When you say good decorum, one of the issues we run into, I think I was talking about this before my 4th or 5th computer crash. The issue that I have with good decorum or good conversation is right now it seems like the marker for a centrist or for a neutral observer to say that a good conversation has happened here is just for nobody to shout at each other. But I think the issue that I'm running into is there are two things to look at when somebody speaks. There's the manner in which they speak, and there's the content that they speak. And I feel like we have completely disregarded all content, and we're just looking for people to speak calmly at each other, even if they're saying horrifying things. I think that conservatives have been in the business of saying horrifying things for the past 8 years, oftentimes with inflammatory rhetoric, but not always. But when they don't speak with inflammatory rhetoric and their tone is nice, they're still saying horrifying things. So I don't appreciate it when conservatives are saying, well, we need to bring down the rhetoric. I don't like that joke that you made, when they have been in the business of amplifying and causing the temperature of the conversations to increase so much over the past 8 years.
Specifically, you mean anyone who supports Trump? Because there are different conservatives across the board. There are people even who don't support him, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. As a shorthand, when I say conservative right now in this context, I just mean conservative, Republican, or Trump supporter. Understanding there are some conservatives that don't support Trump, although the vast majority do, but not all. There are never Trumpers. There are conservatives that don't support Donald Trump. That is the case. But the majority of the party, you would agree right now, is absolutely lockstep behind Donald Trump, right?
I think so, perhaps.
When
yeah.
you say I think so and perhaps, how could it be any other way when every single lawmaker is lockstep behind Trump, when people that don't like Trump get excised from the political party, and when he enjoys broader support than almost any politician has historically in the Republican Party? What do you mean you think so? It's absolutely the case.
And has J.D. Vance been excised? He has very interesting opinions of Trump.
Because he fell in line.
Are you sure?
Considering that he just got chosen as the vice presidential pick, and considering J.D. Vance is on record saying that he would have helped Donald Trump coup the government in 2020, yes, I am sure.
Did he say those words specifically, or did he say something that, like, what?
He said that he would have, where Pence failed, he said that he would have succeeded in listening to Donald Trump and rejecting the electorate vote in favor of the one that would make Trump the president, because he felt like that was an appropriate political process if they didn't feel like the results were legitimate.
Okay, yeah. But that doesn't seem like advocating for a coup.
That is a coup.
That's an if then else.
Yeah, like if you do this, then you have couped the government, correct?
Okay, cool.
Well, I don't think it's cool.
Again, it's
funny.
We're talking about.
I don't like the nice. Or I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go do your thing. Sorry.
It's like we talk about a specific thing that is rules of engagement, and then we immediately go back to politics. It's kind of funny. I mean, I don't blame you for this. I understand that, but I don't want to talk about politics. I want to talk about rules of engagement. Again, specifically, I see there is reasoning that you want to be violent, but why not choose to be an example and not be violent, right? Because of course, you'd say here, you're having a conversation on X, for instance, and you're talking to a guy who's effectively dead. You're like basically playing with this guy's dead body, because that's what you're doing, right? You're just like quote posting his thing, and you're saying terrible things about him. Now, I'm not defending this guy, what he does or where he was at. I'm just saying that you just have some respect for the dead, right? And you don't have any respect for the dead in this regard, because you're basically interacting with what is essentially a dead person, right? This is really, really, really weird. Whatever you want to do with that, that's up to you. But that's what that is,
I mean,
right?
who better
Don't
to
you
make
think that
fun
the
of than somebody
content of
who-
what you could say about this guy, like, dude, if you have bad content with and what you have to say about this guy, doesn't that kind of go against what it is that you want? I mean, what exactly do you want? Do you want to actually have a discussion in which good content is within that discussion, even though it be peaceful, or are you just going to basically use harmful content and still have the discussion?
So this is my view. Inflammatory rhetoric accomplishes some good things and some bad things, and calm rhetoric accomplishes some good things and some bad things, right? So the reason why people are inflammatory is because it riles up your side. It makes people more emotionally invested. It produces a stronger feeling about a given thing. But typically we don't like inflammatory rhetoric because it usually involves dehumanizing, demonizing, attacking some particular person. It increases the likelihood for everybody to engage in inflammatory acts, and inflammatory acts can put you on an escalatory pathway towards bad actions, right? Which is even more scary. But the issue is as Democrats have been as milquetoast and calm, relatively speaking, when you look at Biden as possible, none of the positives that are supposed to come from calm rhetoric have been realized, and instead it's only been the negatives. Biden has spoken over and over again about how he's not just a president for the U.S., or he's not just a president for one party, he's a president for the entire United States. He's brought together people to support bipartisan legislation, and at almost every opportunity, like that famous speech where he's in front of that red background, he said, listen, not all Republicans are MAGA Republicans. This isn't the entire Republican Party. Despite all of these qualifiers, despite his bipartisan support, at least in Congress, and despite him trying to be a president for all Americans, everybody on the conservative side still gives him all the negatives of the inflammatory rhetoric. So if you don't have anything to gain by engaging in a particular style of discourse, and instead you're just accruing negatives, and if you believe that the other side that is engaging in inflammatory rhetoric is allowed to recoup all the positives of that inflammatory rhetoric, why would you continue to engage in a way that's only hurting your cause, that you're not gaining any benefit from, socially or otherwise?
So if I were to kind of look at this and take that as an argument, does that mean that you want, say, Biden, for instance, to be a bit more inflammatory to kind of reap the rewards of being inflammatory against someone like Trump? Is that what you're kind of
correct
getting towards?
So
here?
to be more precise,
oh my God.
On the last
more violence.
No, I didn't say violent. There's plenty of steps before violence when it comes to inflammatory rhetoric. So, for instance, in the last debate, I think that Biden should be making fun of Donald Trump more for being a convicted felon, for the fact that it looks like his wife is going to leave him, for the fact that, he had sex with a porn star. Like, these are things that are personal attacks that Donald Trump does all the time that rile your base up and people like them. Even if it's kind of a shitty thing to do, I would say, as a whole, it's shitty. Donald Trump shouldn't get to enjoy all of the advantages of that while being immune from those types of attacks. For instance, I think a lot of Democrats were pulling ads because of the recent assassination attempt. Republicans wouldn't have done that for Biden. I don't think Democrats should be pulling ads for it. But yeah, I believe that he should be engaging more in the rhetoric that Donald Trump is, because he's not getting any credit for not doing that. So why not?
Do you think he's actually capable of that?
Yeah, it's much easier to stand up on stage and lie and do slogans than it is to try to rattle off 400 different stats and numbers that nobody cares about.
I mean, he kind of has done that, if you want to take that position.
No, not really. He generally sticks up and he tries to be like a pretty nice dude.
Generally.
He tries to, generally. Do I need to define the word?
Yeah. True. No, therein lies the problem.
Yeah. What do you mean the problem? No. Well, if you're going to make the argument that every now and then he slips up or every now and then he says something problematic, again, I reject that. Donald Trump does it as a matter of habit, and Biden might do it as an exception. It's not comparable.
Okay. Yeah, so but then what do you say? All right, this is really, it's kind of, hang on, what's this? Now I'm trying to check some of the responses as well, just to make sure everything is nice and balanced. This is funny. I've been posting about day 30. No, I am not Elon Musk's alt account. No, absolutely not. No. So one of the OSINT guys was saying, hey, guess who's on with Elon Musk's alt account? No, absolutely not. I don't want that distinction. I mean, look, everyone's going to make that distinction, but I don't want that to be a thing that guides your judgment. I'm not Elon Musk. Anyways, we're going to continue. Okay, so how exactly... Okay, so you're looking at Biden as the de facto good guy here. Let's just establish that. How exactly, what kind of jokes specifically do you want to use against Donald Trump? If you could speak to Donald Trump right now, what jokes would those be?
I think he should be making a lot more personal attacks relating to his character and relating to the record of his character.
Yeah, but how is that of any benefit? I mean, how exactly? Okay, so cool. We have now personal attacks. Don't you think that makes you look weaker?
If it made you look weaker, then Donald Trump would be irrelevant on the
Yeah,
political
what the
scale.
fuck? What do you mean? It just make you look weaker. What does Donald Trump do?
Yeah, but that's not the only thing that he does, right? He kind of like throws that in occasionally.
I would disagree. I think that's about the only thing that Donald Trump does. I don't think that there's any substance on any of his policy platform that people like him for. I don't think people can adequately describe his position on foreign or domestic affairs. He's been an epic failure in every domestic project he's tried to, herald in. So, no, I think that people literally just like him because he's funny and because he insults other people.
Okay, interesting. And how exactly do you picture that going? How exactly do you picture that working out for someone, say, like Biden, who in this case has various many difficulties, of course, for instance, that he cannot distinguish whether or not his vice president is Kamala Harris or Donald J. Trump?
I'd rather have somebody that has occasional slip-ups in speech where they confuse one vice president for another, rather than somebody who has to choose an entirely new vice president because his last one wouldn't go along with his coup attempt.
Oh, no, that's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying. What I was saying is, how exactly would he be capable of those things, say, for instance, inflammatory rhetoric, if that is one of the things that happens? Wouldn't it basically open up Pandora's box to a bunch of, say, more harmful slip-ups, if in case those slip-ups are within the context of something that's supposed to be inflammatory?
No, I think that rhetoric is much more simple to deploy. I think it's if you can rattle off stats and do whatever else and read a teleprompter, you can say simple slogans and insults. Trump has built his entire, election campaign around just simple slogans. I think if Biden can do anybody can do simple slogans, including Biden.
Then why was Trump so effective in the debate, especially in cultivating approval within that last debate, as opposed to Biden, who arguably made also maybe a few inflammatory statements or even mischaracterizations towards Trump?
I think that in the last debate, I think that Biden had a bad debate strategy. I think Biden's strategy was to rattle off a ton of numbers and try to harken back to his record, and Donald Trump was just kind of sloganeering. Donald Trump was effective because he just says things that sound good and he doesn't really speak with much substance, but that's what conservatives have come to expect. And Biden did poor because he flubbed a ton of his speech and he looked like an incompetent bumbling idiot because he was trying to rattle off like tons of numbers and stats and figures from his administration, which he shouldn't have been. He should have done more comments like the morals of an alley cat or whatever. He should have been more comments like that, calling him a convicted felon and stuff like that. That's what Donald Trump ran on. Lock her up. If you were under investigation by the FBI, you shouldn't even be able to run for president, right? These were the things that Donald Trump focused on.
Well, I mean, the problem is if you are referring to him as using alley cat tactics, don't you think that's just going to make him look cooler?
For Donald Trump?
Yes.
No, I think that
because you're basically taking this guy who is somewhat of an underdog already in a sense, right? He's very relatable, I think, to such people. If you took that and you now made this comparison, you basically made him more of a villain. Don't you think that would make him more relatable as well?
Beat the shit out of this guy.
No. One, Donald Trump shouldn't be relatable. I think it's only because Democrats haven't engaged with him on that level. There's nothing relatable about Donald Trump. This is a billionaire real estate mogul from New York City who has a foreign wife. What is this, his third marriage? Like, nothing is relatable about Donald Trump. But Democrats never hit him on any of those points. They just try to stick to policy, but I don't think that a lot of people care about policy right now, as evidenced by the fact that Donald Trump really never even talks about his policy platform. I think they just recently published one and nobody even cares about it. So, no, I think that they should focus more, It makes them less relatable, I think, to focus on those things.
Interesting. Well, I mean, look, here's the thing. When you are seeing a villain in a movie that is cast in a very specific way, don't you think that villain sometimes performs better in terms of audience reception than the actual hero of the story?
I think sometimes they can be, but right now trying to be even-handed with Trump and trying to criticize, the Democrat side from the Democrats themselves it hasn't worked. This doesn't seem to be working in any way, size, shape, or form. We just recently had an insane, not to get too political, but there was recently a pretty wild immunity grant to the president that just came out from the Supreme Court, and liberals have spent far more time, probably 10 times as much time, talking about Biden's senility than they did about that Supreme Court decision. That's wild to me, and I think it shows a misfocus on the media of trying to hold themselves accountable too much when the right doesn't desire to hold themselves accountable at all.
So you're basically saying they should make up more nonsense.
I didn't say anything about making anything up. I'm just saying that you have to understand the
rules.
Well, I mean,
you're talking about accountability.
By those rules.
Yeah, sure, but you're talking about accountability, right? So there's a shift in the game where dirty tactics are being deployed. And you're saying that some dirty tactics ought to be used if it helps your cause. Well, then one of those dirty tactics would in this case also be lying in order to confuse your enemy. Would you actually say that that's okay?
I consider lying, I think, would be immoral. I don't think making fun of somebody for things that are true is necessarily immoral. It's just maybe like not the best thing to do sometimes. But if those are the rules of the game that are being played, then those are the rules that you have to adhere to. You know, you might think it honorable to fight with only sword and shield, but if you step into an arena where everybody has an AK-47, you know, you can fight as honorably as you want. You're probably going to get killed pretty quickly. So I think that you have to take up, you know, whatever the tools are being used in a particular environment you're in, and you've got to function in that environment with those tools, rather than trying to hold yourself to some standard that nobody cares about and that you're not getting any credit for, that's hurting your campaign ability. To be fair, I would never say somebody should lie. That's a tool I think that should still be reserved for the conservatives and for Trump.
Okay, cool. Yeah. About the lies. Yeah, cool. So more personal insults, less decorum.
Yeah, until I see maybe at some point, maybe if the Democrats do it, maybe the Republicans at some point were like, wait a second, hold on, maybe this isn't good. Maybe this isn't a good direction to go in. But if you have an environment set up where one side is allowed to act, you know, aggressively the entire time and the other side isn't, then why would anybody on the side that's acting aggressively call for decorum? There's no reason to, right? You're getting away with all of it. Nobody's holding you accountable for anything, and the other side's not even responding, right? In evolutionary biology, you've got these tit-for-tat systems that show species that when you engage in a certain type of antisocial behavior, there's often a punishment for it, a tat for your tit. And if there is no tat, then those types of organisms will run rampant, and they will take over whatever social system they're in because they can attack with impunity. So I think conservatives need to understand that, well, hold on, if we're going to set the bar at this level and we're going to engage in this type of rhetoric, maybe it is going to come back and hurt us a little bit too, which tragically, you know, if one would say is, I think what happened at that event when that guy got shot, that the Republicans have been in charge of turning the rhetoric up over and over again, denying the election results, saying that Democrats are trying to steal the country, saying they're trying to, you know, steal.
Yeah, we've heard all these talking points.
I understand. Well, they're not
we
just
know,
talking points. They're not just talking points. They're true. And when you engage in that type of behavior,
talking points.
That's fine. But when that behavior happens, it's not surprising when people get violent. Yeah.
I often platform and communicate with many people who are on the left, right? Say, for instance, when the border crisis started ramping up and there were spaces about said border crisis, everybody else was like basically grabbing their Republican best friend. I just basically brought the most left-wing guys I could find because that was in short supply. And I said, hey, let's have a conversation with these guys to actually understand what their takes are. So I kind of feel somewhat like talking points because I've heard them so much. So they are kind of like talking points in a sense. But something I wanted to ask you, so given that you are saying you want to go a bit more, you know, so, I mean, I would term this violent because this kind of is, because if you're being inflammatory, that is by definition, I think, violent. I think there's also a certain degree of being inflammatory where it turns into hate speech, which I think is absolutely deplorable. There is a person whose name is Chase Geyser, who you recently blocked, who challenged you to a lawful duel under the Texas Penal Code 2206. And what's your response to that?
I don't have any desire to duel anybody to the death right now, so I think I didn't respond to him.
Well, I mean, I guess, you know, you want to take up a certain type of, you know, stance that equals the other side. This duel doesn't have to be to the death.
Well, I don't understand what accepting or rejecting a duel has anything to do with any of the things that I'm saying right now.
Well, you are saying that we ought to basically emulate the tactics of the other side, thereby being deflammatory in order to win, right? To win more ground.
I don't think that the other side is winning more ground by challenging people to duels. I don't think that's an issue that we're having right now.
Well, those are essentially duels, right? Because if you are going to be inflammatory, you're essentially engaging with a type of duel, an open duel that can be taken by another side or not. It could be taken by anyone. You know, if I were to say, for instance, attack you or any personal element about you, then is that not necessarily a duel in a sense? Because you will have an incentive to kind of defend yourself, react to it in some way. And so you've basically, therefore, engaged in a duel. So I see it as basically the same thing.
Well, if it's basically the same thing, then I already have accepted and I'm dueling right now. I continue to speak. That's the manner in which I fight with people, and I do it with my voice, and I will continue to do it with my voice.
Cool. But why did you block the other side then?
Because he was challenging me to a pistol shoot-off.
Doesn't have to be. We can also set different rules of engagement. But still, if he wants to
What were the
communicate
other-
with you, you
wait.
can give a reason that you don't want to do this. But why is your response a block?
Because I have
Given that you want to hear out the other side.
Yeah, because he wasn't challenging me to any type. If he wanted to challenge me to a debate, then I would accept. But I'm
Hello?
not going to accept a boxing match or a shoot off or a pistol duel or anything else because that's not what I'm in the business of doing.
Yeah, but still, why block? You could just say that to him. Why block?
Because I have thousands of people that are tweeting at me constantly, and if
Yeah,
somebody says something
it's
of no
troll.
value, I would rather just block them. It's quicker. I don't have the time to respond to every single deranged thing that shows up in my replies.
You could also mute certain words. Doesn't mean that you have to block the person. If you're dissatisfied with certain
What's the
things that you're
difference
saying, say for
between,
instance,
God, I
if I
hate
were
this
to call
fucking
you a very
weird-
specific word
this
that's
weird, stupid
constantly
bullshit where
used,
some
or
people
say
think that
I'm using a
difference
particular
between
talking
blocking and
point,
muting.
it's almost like a
So
copy
annoying.
paste. You can choose to mute that exact talking point, and you would basically still see everything else. So why aren't you doing that
When
as
you mute
opposed to just
somebody,
blocking?
do they show up underneath your replies?
Not muting the person, I mean muting the words / talking points.
If I mute
'cause
the
you can
word
actually
or
do that.
talking point, do they show up under my replies?
I don't think they do. I'm not entirely sure. I don't
mean
think you would see those.
I mean for other people.
For other people, I think so, yes. But if other people engage with
Then I don't-
those
then I don't wish to have
comments,
them.
and if
I'm
they
not-
talk about it in the same way,
Yeah, I'd rather
then
just
they
bl-
wouldn't see it still.
No, I'd rather just block them. I have no desire to engage with that. I don't think they offer anything of value underneath my own tweets, so I'd rather just block those people and move on. Everybody has the ability to block on this platform. If you want to, then simply block and move on.
Well, I mean, it's not a duel to the death, though.
Okay,
Under
whether-
penal code, it's not a duel to the death.
Okay. Does he? If he
I
wants
mean,
to
if
have
you
a-
want to talk to him, I could get him up right now.
if you want to, if he wants to come and have a debate, or yeah, sure, bring him up if you want.
Cool, I guess. Let me ask him.
Okay, I fucked up.
It's probably going to take a while.
Oh, good. I'm so glad nothing hit.
Yeah, no problem.
If it takes a while to respond, it probably means that he's communicating.
does not take
Saying, hey, can we get
yeah,
this set up?
yeah.
Because it could be funny. Yeah.
Well, he has a massive health pool.
Well, yeah.
That's going to chill on itself for a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah, just ask him. So we'll keep this on the down low. If you could debate anyone else, who would it be? Because I kind of feel like we could also open up the space a little bit. Because I kind of feel like we've kind of reached a stalemate in a sense. I kind of think that I have an answer entirely for why exactly you would engage in, what could be defined as hate speech. Like, why do that?
Well,
What's the use of
I mean,
this?
the reason is it's like it would be like us debating, or me debating you over, do you think that solid or liquid rocket fuel is a better propellant, but saying I don't want to talk about physics. I can't really talk to you about the nature of inflammatory rhetoric if we're not able to dive into the political issues that are underlying all of the rhetoric itself. So it's hard.
Yeah, we can definitely talk about rocket fuel in the sense, right? Your kind of rocket fuel is solid here, but it also is the wrong type of rocket fuel for the rocket that you want to run. It's actually an inferior version of that same rocket fuel that I'm using right now, which is actually also liquid.
Yeah, but I disagree that it's inferior. I think it's cheaper.
Hold up. Well, cheap doesn't often equal results that are beneficial.
No,
That's
but being
another
able to
thing,
do
right?
more
The rocket
tests,
fuel is
being
not
able to
the
do more tests because I have cheaper rocket fuel that allows me to test something more and more is superior to using a liquid fueled rocket that I might have more control or efficiency over, but I have less ability to test it. So
Not really, because if you're continually running the same experiment as to there's a reason why there's better rocket fuel, because you need better rocket fuel in order for the rockets to actually perform it the way that they should perform, right? So you actually want to test these rockets in a way that it makes sense. I'm pretty sure you can put the rest together.
I'm sure.
right?
I'm sure that
Those
it would make sense. To be clear, obviously liquid would be superior, but in order to really dive into that, I think we would probably have to have some knowledge, a little bit of prerequisite knowledge of some kind of physics involved. Otherwise, it'd be really hard to have that conversation. Same thing with when we talk about rhetoric. Rhetoric is not something that comes after politics or before politics. It runs parallel to it. It's part of it. The way that we express our political beliefs is done through the rhetoric that we deploy to convey our political beliefs, and to try to divorce the rhetoric from the underlying beliefs themselves is incredibly challenging. It's hard to make an argument for anything, or you could make an argument for anything if you're not talking about the underlying political issues.
Yeah, but still, it is not hate speech is not a means by which one can duel, right?
Hate speech is
Oh,
not
you
a
unblocked
what?
him. Very nice.
Oh,
Cool,
I
nice.
unblocked him a while ago. Yeah. Hate speech is not a what? Did you say?
Sweet. Hate speech is not a good way of communicating anything, right? I know that you're saying, oh, we want to discuss a political issue of sorts. It is it's basically like saying, hey, we have a launch vehicle to launch a certain thing in space. It could be literally anything, right? Because we're using the metaphor for rockets, I think, as everyone understands this. You can have a rocket, you can launch anything. You can launch bombs or you can launch a satellite, right? This is your choice. You've chosen to launch bombs, which I don't think is actually very conducive to any progress whatsoever. It just basically progresses things towards more of a violent path, right? Something that one should also prevent. Now, if you could look at, say, for instance, certain treaties about how to operate in space, you could look at those as rules of engagement on the platform, because there are rules of engagement, which is also kind of the enforcement of which has led to your demonetization, right? Because you basically engaged with something that could be identified as hate speech.
Well, to be clear,
But
I
why
think
do
I
it
was
then? But why do
demonetized
it still?
because I was because I engaged in a speech that Elon Musk didn't like because it betrayed his political.
It is not up to
ideology.
Elon. It is not up to Elon.
Sure, but
There's
I think he's the
stringent
one
rules.
that,
It's almost like
I think he's the one that highlighted it. I've engaged with much worse commentary towards, say, Palestinians, but it seems like nobody cared about that, and I wasn't demonetized for that. And I've seen other people engage in incredibly abhorrent rhetoric.
dude, it's just much more. I think it's just much more public now. That's why it's been brought to massive attention. It causes a lot of damage,
I
right?
think my Palestinian, anti-Palestinian tweets were pretty public, but regardless, I'm just saying that
I guess.
when you say that hate speech is not a way to communicate anything, I mean, some people would disagree. It depends
It's
on
not a good way to communicate, anyways.
It-
Yeah, you can
it-
communicate whatever you want via hate speech. You can launch bombs into space, but it's not a thing that you should be doing.
You keep saying
right?
this, but it really
Why?
depends. Even what you say there, you shouldn't launch bombs into space. To continue the analogy, should you not? You know, one of the big issues that people are having in space right now for low Earth orbit stuff is the amount of space debris there. So maybe launching bombs at debris is a superior way of dealing with it than just deorbiting stuff.
Absolutely not.
Or than,
Actually makes it worse.
Sure, maybe
Deorbiting
not.
stuff is actually sending up
May-
another vehicle and then somehow deorbiting it manually,
That's-
right? If you were to
that's-
actually blow stuff up, then you'd have small little fragments that travel around at the speeds which are like basically faster than a bullet, where even
Sure,
a very
potentially.
small
I mean,
small
it
object can have a very large impact,
I
very
understand.
destructive,
Depends
and
on
it's
how-
unpredictable.
That's
max
fine.
chaos.
Depends on how the explosion is done. Depends on the size of the thing you're trying to deorbit. It depends on how you're
Absolutely not.
exploding
No,
thing.
no.
Okay, potentially. But when you talk about hate speech,
That's even worse because there's still
whether-
fragments
Sure,
everywhere.
okay, I'm sure. Okay, when you talk about hate speech as a way to not communicate anything, there are lots of people that would disagree with you because they would disagree based on how you would define hate speech itself. That thing is highly contentious for a lot of people, and so some people would take an issue with the statement itself because somebody like Jordan Peterson would say, well, I should be able to call somebody the pronouns that I identify them as, and other people say, well, that's hate speech. So in that case, like, who's right and who's wrong? The person telling Jordan Peterson, don't communicate this because you're using hate speech, or Jordan Peterson saying, well, even if this is hate speech, I think it communicates an important idea.
Well, but then perhaps maybe you should use a different vehicle to communicate the same idea, essentially, right? Because if now, okay, so cool, yeah, we're going to have that conversation. But who defines hate speech and how is hate speech defined? I think if you're basically going to hate on a person who's dead, and you're doing this in a very specific way, which I think we can basically kind of look at, I'm not going to voice it because I think the way, like, I'm not going to voice it because that itself just is going to make me feel dirty. I don't like that. It's a moral problem. I have no idea how exactly you can actually bring yourself to type these things out and hit send. It's just wild. I sometimes think that I post psychopathic stuff sometimes because it kind of challenges reality, but nothing comes close to this because it doesn't really challenge reality. It just kind of makes things worse in every way. It's like a blight almost, right? You don't have to do this. You did it anyway.
You don't have to do anything. Nobody has to post anything at all. There's no obligation to do anything whatsoever. So
Yeah, exactly.
in
You
terms
simply
of what
ought
you
not
have to. Sure. I mean, you could argue you simply ought not to engage with social media at all. It probably makes everybody's lives a little bit worse off depending upon what particular metrics we're using.
No. There's rules of
Absolutely.
engagement, right? There's
there-
rules of
but
engagement.
yeah,
Am I
sure,
going to bring?
but
Am I going to bring an SMG to a chess game? Probably not.
Sure, but would you bring
You
an
just brought an
SMG?
SMG to the
Would you
chess
bring
game.
No, there is no chess game being played right now. There is an SMG game
There
being
is.
played right now. I find it hard to believe that the side that encouraged and giggled along with Donald Trump making fun of captured prisoners of war and saying, I prefer the guys who weren't captured, that side has all of a sudden discovered morality and doesn't like it when people are inflammatory towards other people, be them dead or not. I just don't believe that. I think that if conservatives truly didn't like that type of inflammatory rhetoric, I think they would have policed the rhetoric on their side a little bit better rather than encouraging it nonstop.
Well, then you can also make that same exact argument and say that they're engaging with a very specific type of inflammatory speech, even though it be rhetoric in the sense, because the other side has always historically done that. That could also be an argument.
Okay, then
And
in
also,
that case, then we'll continue to do it over and over and over again, I guess, until we race to the bottom and destroy ourselves. But right now, the conservatives have shown absolutely no inclination towards pumping the brakes on any of it, and liberals pumping the brakes on it in the past doesn't seem to have helped at all. You have the most, again, milquetoast speaker in the universe is Joe Biden, who we both agree can barely string together a sentence, and we're matching his rhetoric with one of the most inflammatory presidents in recent history. So it seems like liberals trying to turn the temperature down isn't really helping much.
Okay, we could kind of agree on some aspects of that. Okay, now, of course, we're still not really truly addressing the platform thing. We're kind of just edging towards that. I'm like this little thing, you know. You ever played this weird game where you'd like basically spin this little thing in like a bowl, And we're just kind of getting towards the center of the ball, which is the subject, and then we just bounce back off of it. That's kind of what it feels like. But it's still an interesting game, and it's still entertaining, and children are still going to sit there for hours doing it. And that's exactly what we're doing right now.
What is the thing that you think we're not making progress towards? Or what is the, like, if you could express the singular idea that
You're just
think,
saying really terrible things about a dead person, for instance.
Yeah, I think it's funny.
Why? Why would that be funny? Why would horrifying stuff be funny? And why do you think that's good?
Why? Well, why do I think it's good? Why would horrifying stuff be funny? I mean, people joke about horrifying things all the time, do they not?
It depends. Depends on the context. If it's like a horror movie and you're doing something that you have a simulated horror, which is not a real thing, we can all agree that that's not a real thing, then that's just basically making fun of a dumbass movie, right? But if you're actually talking about something that's very real, do I think that we should be making fun of people who are prisoners of war? Absolutely not. I don't think it's a good thing at all. It's very bad form. War is not good. War is very ugly. And I think that people who are in war can largely agree that this kind of practice is very, very bad, given that they're actually there fighting, right? This is also why I don't think that basically rhetoric like here on X, for instance, certain people are doing spaces and they're constantly drumming stuff up. It doesn't even matter what side it's on. It's just terrible. It's bad. It fucks things up. It makes the war worse because it actually brings then the same sense of war into people's lives that have actually nothing to do with the war, then has responses from them, and then basically you have an entirely new war that's waged in kind of like a cyberspace. I don't think that's a good thing. I think that's terrible.
Okay. If we agree that these are bad things, then all sides have to play by those rules. You're in a very simple game theory environment where if one side is allowed to act with impunity and the other side isn't, then one side is going to continue to act with impunity. And right now, for some reason, liberals are held to an insane speech standard where you're not allowed to make fun of conservatives, even if they're, saying stupid shit and reaping the consequences for said stupid shit that they're saying. Whereas on the other side, it seems like liberals have to suffer an infinite amount of cultural pushback or self-censorship or whatever. I
think there's some liberals who, I think there are some liberals who are not too extreme. I'm going to talk about people who are extremely far left. Of course, there are a lot of people on the left who I agree with. Many of them are my friends. Many of them I would even trust with my life if it came down to it, right? Just to kind of put that into perspective, right? The very far left engage with exactly what you've just described, and actually I think are causing the most noise.
Okay. I mean, none of them are drowning out the voice of Donald Trump. How do you deal with that? You have to see the other side policing itself. There is no virtue right now. There is nothing to be gained by policing your own side's speech when the other side won't do it. And inflammatory rhetoric, as I
established earlier... Is the center left going to say something to the far left and say stop this shit?
The far left, yes. The center left has rejected the far left over and over and over and over again. What are you talking about?
Give me an example.
Give you an example. I mean, how about when Bernie Sanders was wholly rejected by the Democrat Party and a moderate one? How about when Bernie Sanders or any far left people didn't really get prominent places in Biden's administration, but rather they went to more moderate Democrats? How about when the For Justice Dems have had to moderate their position so much so that they've been disowned by the entire radical left on Twitter in order to be effective members of Congress? Now, can you give me a single example of any prominent Republican pushing back against any of Donald Trump's extreme rhetoric? Just one? Somebody that hasn't been completely
excised. No, because I don't primarily focus on politics, which is why I'm asking you for examples on the left.
Okay.
Because I just don't know. I simply do not know.
Well, that was my example. I mean, if you look at Congress right now, there are no far left people. There are no socialists or communists like there. And the four Justice Dems, of which AOC is the most popular, has moderated a ton. So much so that if you go online, these people have now been disavowed by the far left. Even Bernie Sanders has been disavowed by the far left for calling out anti-Semitism.
Interesting. Wait, that's a weird parallel to draw that I kind of don't want to put any attention on because of what you just said about anti-Semitism. I think that's a very risky thing to make a parallel of.
Well, I can't get demonetized anymore on Twitter, so I'm sorry, on X.
Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, it's not necessarily a good pursuit now, is it?
What's not?
Okay, so what is your position exactly? Where are you positioned at in the Overton window?
I mean, it depends on the particular policies that we're talking. I would be anywhere from center left to far left. It depends on if we're talking social issues or if we're talking economics.
Okay, Okay, so where exactly would you then place the interaction with a dead person? Where exactly would you place that? In which category? Because you just named certain categories, and these categories are then also positions on an alignment chart. So which category does that fall under to?
The wall there.
I don't know if
social issues.
Edgy humor goes into a political binary from left to right.
That's not humor. That's disturbing.
Well, I mean, jokes about the Holocaust can be disturbing, but they can also still be funny. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. Like, humor can be disturbing. Like that's
No,
no, you don't
I
think
don't think any of them are funny.
Really? Oh, okay. I think a lot of them are funny. I think that maybe you just don't appreciate any kind of dark humor.
I do appreciate dark humor, but I don't like to joke about war crimes.
What do you
I
think?
think those are some of the funniest jokes, but all right.
Oh my god, that's kind of a.
This guy's
I
so
don't know. I kind of feel like that's potentially the issue here, and I think we're getting very close to that now.
So you think there are some things that should never be joked about?
I think there's some things that one should look at historically and say, like, if, for instance, if I were to take, in Germany, for instance, the swastika is, you're not supposed to use that for anything. Think about it that way. If you now make a joke about it and you put it everywhere, that's a problem, right?
I'm not
Something
Germany.
like that, perhaps.
So just to be clear, and I'm not trying to attack any.
We're using an
Europeans.
example.
No, I understand, but as an example, I would disagree with that. I'm an American. I enjoy our First Amendment protections for free speech. I would disagree with any law that tries to make drawing a swastika or making a Hitler
what
salute
happened
illegal.
to him?
I think that in the United States, we should enjoy the freedom to
Bro,
express those
okay?
things.
Oh, he's just up here.
So, if I were to put this more directly,
Oh my God.
if there was a KKK group and they were expressing themselves, you'd be fine with that.
Oh my God! Did he just?
When you say be fine
Expressing
with that,
themselves specifically, say, let's imagine.
well, hold on, wait.
Because,
Just real
you know,
quick, you got to
you-
define. When you say
After
be
attacking,
fine
I
with
think that's
that,
what
what do you mean? Like, I wouldn't be fine with that. I think there would be abhorrent beliefs. But do I think that, like, the police should crack down on it? No. Do I think they should be banned from social media platforms? Generally, no. It depends on the type of behavior you engage in. If it's, like, targeted harassment or doxing or something else, and maybe not. Or maybe you should be. But, I mean, yeah, it depends on what you mean when you say be fine with it.
Oh.
Okay.
Fuck! The one
Yeah,
thing I was trying to
something
avoid.
along those lines. So you'd basically tolerate
I've
it
killed
to a certain
myself like
extent.
3
Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, yeah, and for the way that the United States works, there's some level of discourse, there's some groups of beliefs that you would find abhorrent that you would necessarily have to be able to function with, because that's kind of how the United States works. We have a diversity of opinion here.
Okay. So within that, by basically within that same sphere, you think it's then also okay to joke about a person who's dead?
Yeah, of course.
What if I were to make fun? Okay, so what if I were to make fun of you after you've passed? I'd make a lot of jokes about you,
Why
turn
would
it
you
into
care
a
he's
massive
dead?
trend. How would you feel about
100%
that?
answer. Pre-watched
Well,
it.
I'd be dead, so... You don't think that when I travel, you don't think I joke about that myself constantly? I just took a trip to Israel, and I know that there are a ton of people that were rooting for me to be killed by either side. If I got killed by an IDF soldier, yeah, every lefty on the internet would be blowing up and making fun of me. If I got killed by a Palestinian, every right-leaning person would make fun of me. Yeah, I mean, it's what happens, of course.
Okay. Why do you think that is? Because, like, well, what exactly is your position? Like, okay, let's take a little further. What is your actual goal? Like, with all of this of what you're doing? You're, like, streaming every single day, I think. You're causing lots of drama. What's your actual goal? Like,
Fuck
where
with
do you
my
see
wiener.
this going in, say, 10 years?
I
What's
don't
the
know where
impact
I
that you want to
I mean, who knows? 10 years is a long time. By then, maybe AI will have destroyed us all. In terms of what my goal is to
I
just
doubt it.
communicate a political message that I think is true and righteous to as many people as possible in as convincing a manner as possible. That's my goal.
And you somehow think that making fun of a dead person aids in that, or is part of that?
Well, more people are watching me right now as a result of said rhetoric than they were 3 days ago when I wasn't. So, I mean, to some extent, I can argue right now that, well, it actually seems like it demonstrably has paid off in numbers. In other ways, I would look at my performance over the past 6 or 7 months, where I think I've had more penetration into mainstream-ish media than I ever had before. But
my
I'm not
biggest
happy
issue
with
right
those
now is just that,
conversations.
like,
I don't think those were that
I don't
good.
feel like
So when I look at the
pressing
lukewarm
enough on-
conversations or the
on
milk
the
toast
dog
conversations
shit
that I
that
had with Jordan
conservatives
Peterson,
do,
with
but
Ben
the problem
Shapiro,
is that when you really attack,
you know, with these types of figures, and then
it's
I
like, it's
look
all
at
dog
the
shit, you
arguments
just
that
go,
I made,
no.
I would say, well, you know, actually, I
No,
don't know if I
that's not
represented my
the
side too
same
well, because it's just a
thing.
bunch of centrists coming together and going like, wow, what a nice conversation, but not actually seriously considering any of the ideas being presented, just being happy that both sides were calmly speaking to each other.
Okay, but you could think of it this way, but generally, I think with a lot of political rhetoric, the reason why a lot of people engage with you is actually for the drama itself. It's not actually that you're fostering a positive message. I don't believe that is actually occurring. You may think that is occurring. I'm not sure if that is what you think you're doing, but I don't see that that's happening. Right? I actually see the only reason why anyone would engage with you is the same reason that people have engaged with various other people who have attempted to do the same thing, for the purposes of just basically seeing drama, right? Because it's essentially what you've defined for me, when you said, hey, I've made a negative joke about somebody, and that has positively reflected on my reach, then basically that's just the textbook definition of clout chasing.
You can call it clout chasing if you want, but I mean,
That's what it is.
Well, I mean, in a way, every single thing you do as somebody that survives off of the attention from other people is clout chasing. Every single thing Donald Trump does, every single thing every single influencer does is clout chasing to some extent. We're all trying to market ourselves and get more eyes on us.
But there
I mean,
are
the goal-
lines.
the
Some
goal-
are prostitutes.
Yeah, sure. Let me finish real quick. That's great. That's
Yeah,
great.
let him
So,
finish. Let him
yeah, just
finish.
real
Let him
quick.
finish. Okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
like you can argue that I engage with drama to bait some viewers in, and yeah, for sure, I absolutely do. I do a wide type of content on my stream, and some of it is drama related. But once I have people here, I'm more well read in almost any of the issues that I talk about than basically any other pundit right now in media that's talking about these things. So when I have conversations about vaccines, or when I have conversations about Palestine and Israel, or when I have conversations about the Supreme Court cases, I'd rather catch some people with drama and keep them around while we read the entire opinion, rather than have people go watch somebody else for drama and then survive off of Twitter headlines. So you catch more flies with honey, I believe is what they say, right?
Yeah, but I think your main goal here should not be to catch flies, so to speak, in a sense, right? Like there's a problem that I have with that specific aim, right? You can gain an audience through drama like this, and it's amazing, right? It's a huge growth trajectory, but it's just not something that is sustainable, and it's also not something that is positive in any manner, right? So basically, your argument here is that you engage with this that is actually negative in order to gain the attention that is needed to spread what you think at the end of the day is a positive message. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I appreciate your feedback. Well, no, I don't. And that I don't respect it or regard it. I would consider that, if anything, I would say I'm probably a subject matter expert on internet relevancy at this point, probably more so than almost anyone else on the planet, given that I've done this for 15 years. I think I know what works. I think I know what doesn't work. I think I've seen a lot of things that work. I've seen a lot of things that don't work. And random comments about how, well, this is going to be the thing that destroys you and blah, 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 like generally come from people that don't have a good understanding of the space.
No, I'm not going to say that this is the thing that's going to destroy you. I'm not actually saying anything about your destruction. I'm just basically trying to ascertain exactly where your position is at for myself personally, and in doing so, also giving other people that understanding. That is my perspective. That is also kind of my purpose on this platform, right? It's also why I talk to certain people. Like initially, it's not a good idea to actually talk to you, right? But I still make this conversation happen because I want to have this conversation, because I have a specific thing that I want to push, right? An understanding of this specific instance, because a lot of that's the only reason I actually heard about you. Up until about, I think, a month ago, I have not heard about you. Somebody randomly brought you up. I watched a 30-second clip about you, and then I forgot you again. And then this thing came up again. So perhaps, of course, there's a method to your madness in the sense in that you have attained an additional audience. But in a sense, I don't think that's really good, because what you're pushing here is not actually a positive message. I would say it's just about as bad as all the other weird memes, like the plane freak out and the Hawk Chua meme, where basically you're just saying, hey, if you do these kind of weird things as a human being, then you'll be successful because you get the max amount of clout.
Okay,
Well,
what do you
in order
think
to have that
Elon's
conversation,
talking
we would
about?
have to engage on substance, but you said you've wanted to avoid political conversation, so there's not
Yeah,
really much
okay, thank you.
headway that
That
either
is
of us can make
substance.
into that.
No, that is substance. You
Rhetoric
don't even need
is
to use
not
politics for
substance.
this.
Rhetoric is not substance to me. These are things that I engage in, and it draws eyes to my content. And then once you have their eyes on my content, then I engage in substantive conversation or
Hey,
research or
hello?
analysis. But I mean,
Yeah, but the way that you've just worded that is substantive in a way.
no, that's like
Right, it's a
procedural.
concept.
That's not substance. It's procedure, right? These are the things that I do. Now, what we do with those things that we do,
Okay.
how we take apart things using these procedures is the substance, in my opinion.
I'm basically saying, here is a box with the potential for something. It's like Schrodinger's cat, but imagine it's a box for a concept, right? It's like a zero. Nobody can actually grasp the concept of what a zero is because it's truly nothing. And the very existence of nothing is not possible. Thereby, it's nothing. So you have to actually put a box around a nothing for nothing to truly exist within our brain space. So it's actually a thing now. So we're going to talk about rhetoric as if it was a box, right? There is no rhetoric within this box, but it's a box that is always used to deliver rhetoric. Now, where exactly you are going to send this box depends upon you. I just don't think that type of box needs to be sent to someone who has passed away.
That's fine, but to divorce the rhetoric from what's being said is incredibly difficult. The way that I would speak to, like a partner's parent, or the way that is going to be different than the way that I would speak to a child, which is going to be different than the way that I would speak to a police officer who's pulled me over, is going to be different than the way that I would speak to somebody on a social media. Like all of these things can be different. It's impossible really to divorce rhetoric from what's actually being said when rhetoric is just the expression of a thing being said. It's like trying to analyze, phenotype without genotype, or trying to analyze.
What do you think the videos that just say,
Notice
notice anything about this
that
video?
are
What do you
required
think
for
those
each
do?
thing
What do you
to
think that
exist and
is?
express the other thing. I don't know how you can analyze rhetoric and to find out if rhetoric is good or not, or particular rhetoric is good or bad or not, without getting into the substance of what's being said.
More like where it is applied. Okay. So let's say, for instance, we have to, again, these are different types of boxes. So there's something really toxic. There's the box that we don't actually ever want to pull out because it contains something really fucked up, right? Let's say, for instance, the types of rhetoric that you've engaged in when referring to, say, that person, right? You've chosen a very specific type of rhetoric. You've chosen to deliver a very particular box. You've not just like taken the generalized concept of rhetoric itself as a whole box. You've just taken a very specific quality of that box, and you've decided to send it there, even though this thing should not even be sent in the first place. Much like a nuke. You basically chose to nuke a dead guy.
Well, can you give me? Well, I mean, I feel like a
Nuking a
nuke is
dead
a
guy wouldn't
bad
matter.
example because
Congratulations.
have there not been times
That's
historically
actually a
where
good
we
example.
decided that we do need to nuke somebody, or do you think that like the nukes?
It's a decimation. Well, it's a conceptual nuke, so you can keep using it.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying,
You
like,
have
do you
used
think that in the non-conceptual sense, in the very real sense, was like nuking Japan a
It's a
bad
technical
decision?
nuke.
What are we
Yeah,
talking about?
I
He
think
said
so.
A grown
Is that
man
genocide?
protecting his
Okay.
family needed
If
to
we,
die,
um,
and anybody who
lot
supports
of it.
Trump deserves to
Okay,
die.
prodigal.
That's a random
Hold up a
Jesus
second.
guy.
We're gonna
That's
get
what
into
he
this. I want,
cares.
When you say-
hold you cool for a second. Hold you cool for a second. Just a second.
When you say a
Okay.
box that should never be pulled out,
I
what
think
is this box that
genociding
we're
a bunch of
talking
people is
about?
probably not the best thing. Like, say for instance, the case of Japan. Do you think it was good to kill all these innocent people that had nothing to do with any of the conflict and just happened to exist in the wrong place at the wrong time? Because I think, by all intents and purposes, that was the case. And also, even the fact that a lot of their major cities were burnt down with napalm before any of the nukes even landed first. Do you think that was a good thing?
I don't think that there were a bunch of people who had nothing to do with the conflict. I think that all of Japan's population was poised to engage in total war. I think that the entirety of the population was literally ready to fight, hand and tooth over the potential invasion of the American army. I don't think you had an entire population of people who were ready to surrender.
So that's how you
had-
justify that. I think the majority of people tend to want to avoid war because when it actually comes down to it, people are forced to go to war as opposed to doing it willingly. And unless, of course, you
Okay.
brainwash them into that.
Yeah,
Then
what do you
how
think
did the
Japan was
emperor
doing?
maintain his legitimacy despite the fact that Japan had been engaged in war for some 10 years?
Yes.
What do you mean? The people were all there for war. They were ready to fight. They believed in the spirit of their emperor and their people, and they wanted to follow the war through to the end.
Or they didn't want to somehow dethrone the emperor because that is not a good thing to do within the time of war. Or perhaps you don't want to do that in the first place because none of the civilians were actually wanting conflict at all. Because I don't think anyone truly desires conflict within a stable life. I'm pretty sure that the average family that was just trying to get by, who was like an office worker at the time, who then got subsequently nuked, had a desire for conflict.
Do you think
I
everyone
think you
in-
should
in
read
Nagasaki
into
was
the
an
ideas and
office
desires of the people that existed in Japan during World War II and prior
This
to
is
that.
war
for the Sino-Japanese
propaganda
War.
that was brought forth even by the country itself
Then
in
read
order to
writings
kind
from
of
people that came
affirm a
from
certain
Japan.
idea to the enemy, which was the United States at the time. This doesn't mean that it represents the opinions or the feelings of the entire populace. That just means that the war propaganda was very effective at signaling exactly this concept to the enemies, which was then, of course, used as a justification to then eventually nuke them, I believe, within your context of what you're saying.
Okay. I've never
Doesn't mean
heard
it's a
that
good thing, though.
argument ever
It's
in
really
my entire
fucking-
life. I mean, if that was the case, then I would agree with you, but I don't believe anybody's ever
Do you want to go to war?
put forth. Do I want to go to war? I mean, it would depend on the war.
No, just in general. If in any war, if there was any war, and you would just be
Suck my dick.
Hold on.
there,
No, no,
anything,
wait,
it
that would
doesn't
be
matter
like
what the war
asking
is,
me, like-
even if it's a losing war.
That would be
Would
like
you still engage with it?
You can't answer that question without context.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Yeah, the context is a war exists. It doesn't matter what that war is.
It does matter
If
what
you are
that
forced
war
to fight,
is.
will you?
Because the answer that I would give would greatly depend upon the war itself, of course.
No, because that is still the thing. If you're like, say, I'm trying to basically speak from the perspective of a person,
I'm gonna lie to you,
say
I'm not-
in Japan, who's just living their life, and let's imagine that you are that person as well. If you were made
But
to
they're
go
not
to war,
living their
would you
life
do it?
anymore. They're in total
If I
war.
believed at the time that my people were superior and that we needed to, dominate the continent next to us and that we needed to fight to secure our position in the world and be the leaders of the world, maybe, yeah, I would want to go to war, I guess.
Okay, yeah. Well, therein actually kind of highlights your existing position because you are that type of person who's already ready for conflict, kind of wants to engage with that to a certain extent, but only if you say that there is a winning position to make, which is kind of interesting because I think that kind of reflects the arguments chosen, which is also the reflection of politics.
I don't understand what any of that means. It's like asking somebody, like, would you ever want to kill a dog?
It's like- it's-
And
it's-
I'm like, well, I don't
basically
know
what
if I
I'm
would
saying
wanna
is you
kill
don't
a
wanna
dog,
argue
but if
about
a
the
dog
po-
was attacking me, trying to kill me, then I probably would kill the dog. I mean, it depends on the circumstances, of course.
Yeah, cool. No, basically what I'm discovering, no, sorry, what I'm discussing here is basically there is a box, and we're talking about boxes in a certain extent because we are looking at concepts, not just with substance within them. And you're basically saying, I don't want to argue with boxes, I want to argue with the contents, right?
No.
Because that's the only way that you can win.
No,
So
you
basically,
can-
that
and
is like the
that's-
distillation. That is like the distillation of how you would go to war. If you'd said, "Hey, for instance, if I have to dominate a neighboring continent, and I was convinced that we could actually win this war, then I would go to war." But what if that was not the case? Would you then also still go to war?
When you
Like,
ask
what if
me,
it's a
when
hopeless
you
war?
ask me if I
Would you still do that?
It depends on the war. It depends on what you're fighting for.
Yeah, what the hell?
You're fighting for a country, and you'd probably want to get more territory. Let's set that as a precedent. I think that was exactly also what happened. So if you were to take that
If it was
context
just- if I was
specifically,
in the
and
United
you knew it was a
States-
losing war, would you still fight?
If I was in the United States and it was an aggressive war and it was a war,
No. I'm talking about Japan specifically because you're basically making an excuse for why these people are being nuked. Because
Yeah,
that was
it's 'cause
that's
they
what that
wanted
was.
to
was.
invade
I
the
was
rest
saying-
of
kind of
the
implying it.
fucking.
I wasn't saying that the people. I was challenging your idea that the people were just innocent civilians that were idly wandering by, and they happened to be collateral
yeah,
damage
most of those
from
were.
bombs. They weren't just idly wandering
The people
by.
in the army were the ones who were actually fighting, and the people who were living inside of the city were the ones who were living
They
inside of the
didn't
city.
have enough
They're
weapons
innocent
and
civilians.
uniforms for the people that wanted to volunteer to fight. Most of the Japanese citizens were poised and ready to fight the incoming planned
So
American
you need
invasion.
somebody to actually make stuff, but sure.
Yeah. What?
That's fine.
You're
but
looking
I mean,
at this
if
from
you're
a-
ever looking
you're
for
looking
a
at this not
concept
from
of
the
total
perspective.
war, if you want to apply that to a country, Japan was like the best example of a total war country, where every single member of that society was essentially ready to fight to the death against the incoming American invaders. They were poised and ready to fight.
Conceptually, you cannot guarantee that though. These are still innocent civilians. They didn't want to fight.
You can't guarantee
There was still
it, but then
bomb
the
to shit
question
regardless.
is, but then do you run that gamble with 1 million of your own citizens, with 1 million of your own soldiers? Do you run that gamble, that lottery, and hope that, well, maybe once we invade, maybe they'll all back off and just kind of chill?
No, you're still going to use government propaganda, of course. Doesn't mean that reflects reality.
I'm asking.
It is still going to, and then your enemies are going to use that as an
Americans-
excuse to basically bomb the shit out of you,
Should the
which is
Americans,
exactly what happened.
So then should America have done a ground invasion then?
No, of course not. I don't think there should have been any invasion at all. There should have probably been a defense of certain territories, but I think that perhaps the nuking of innocent civilians, which is exactly what that was a bad thing to do, wasn't it? It set a lot of fear into everyone, and also, I think, led to a lot of damages, where, for instance, nuclear technology would probably be would probably still be here in many different ways, where, say, for instance, we're still using like fossil fuels to power our cities in some areas. That's terrible, right? We'd actually want to have more nuclear power as opposed to less of it. And then something like this impact, us using, the understanding of nuclear power as a weapon actually made this specific way of generating power a negative thing. That is bad. It has actually kind of contributed to a very bad impact.
I mean, that is a hypothetical argument that you could make. Unfortunately, we can never study the
I mean,
historical
that's like
counterfactual.
basically what it was used as an argument to basically shut down all
Yeah,
the
you can say
power
that, but
plants
you
at
can
the time.
also make the argument that one of the biggest reasons why nuclear proliferation is something to be avoided around the world is because people saw how destructive nuclear weapons were in World War II. That seeing two cities nuked so immediately and so entirely by singular bombs, of which were still very primitive in making, is one of the things that led the entire world to come around and say, wow, we probably really need to stop countries from gathering nuclear weapons. Maybe we should make NATO, maybe
exactly.
we should have a
That's
nuclear
what-
umbrella. But this wouldn't have happened if people wouldn't have seen the destructive power of those nuclear weapons. Japan didn't even really believe the first one would go off. The Soviets didn't know how strong they would
Actually,
be.
no,
And once they
Japan
saw the
didn't even
first one and they
believe
saw
that
the
the
Soviets,
first
they're
bomb
like,
was-
well,
was
shoot,
the
okay,
Soviets
maybe.
second bomb.
Soviets
They're like,
used
oh,
the
that's
Tsar bomber, which is like
Wait, so
biggest
just
explosion
understand.
ever.
Sure, but nobody had seen these
Japan
bombs.
is
Okay,
Nobody had seen- nobody
hang on a
had
second.
seen-
Before
Nobody had seen these
particle
bombs
starts
tested.
going off.
Sure, nobody had seen these bombs tested on cities before. Nobody knew if these would be as effective in combat as they could have been, right? Even though the Soviets did have their own nuclear
sorry,
program, and the Germans were
nuclear-
pursuing those. I'm just saying that without seeing them in action, without seeing cities destroyed, without seeing 40, 60, 50, whatever, 80,000 people vaporized, the world
What do you think they
might not
tested
have
it on?
had- They didn't. Did you think they tested them on civilians and cities?
It actually, I mean, one of the things that were actually tested on model cities was in fact napalm, which was then also subsequently used as well. And the nukes were just a way to finish it. But besides that,
Hold on,
we're going to get
wait,
to
what was the highest amount of civilians killed in a nuclear bombing besides Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
in a nuclear bombing. Those two are.
Exactly. So the world seeing these two cities, everybody in the world knows
You didn't have to have a massive loss of life in order to understand how dangerous it was. If you didn't
You
have
don't
an
know
understanding of how dangerous it was, then maybe it wouldn't have been dropped in the first place.
You have no
he
idea
literally
if that's
teaches
true.
you.
That's kind of like
that's you
what's
assuming
that?
that. You have no idea if that's true.
No, it's not. If you see the Tsar bomber basically leveling all kinds of shit and you basically say, here, for instance, my pilots over here have a 50% chance of survival because that's how strong the fucking bomb is, I think that's an understanding. Even the same thing with all the tests in Nevada at the time.
How
You think
many
that nobody
people-
understood how powerful these things were?
How many people do you think know what the Tsar bomb is?
A lot of people. I think almost everyone.
God, I
Okay,
hate this guy. He
can't-
just
we're
has
just
unfathomable
factually very
like
far
fucking.
Should I
apart on
put a
this.
vote out? How many people know what it?
Oh my
doesn't matter.
God! Yes,
Anyways,
guys, let's put a
My
vote
guess
on
would
the
be
so I
chat.
kind of want to
United
shift
States
Oh, dude,
to
that
a
definitely
like
won't lie.
10% of people have ever even heard that term before. That'd be my guess.
Tsar bomb. Are you sure? Because everybody's like talking about nuclear this or nuclear
Fuck!
that.
Yep.
Everybody knows what
sure.
Terminator is, and everybody knows what Terminator
Everybody
is.
on the planet knows what
nukes are.
Terminator
And if everybody
is.
knows what
True,
nukes are, then
dude.
everybody knows what
God,
the Tsar
you're so
bomb is,
based.
because that's the biggest baddest of all the
So
nukes.
true, dude.
Okay. I would guess 5 to
Oh
10%
my
of the
God.
population.
Okay,
So wait,
perhaps. Anyways,
The entire world has seen
I want to kind
Terminator,
of shift the
and they
discussion
also,
to something
because of
that's
that, know about
a
the
lot
Tsar
more
bomb.
open. I think
True,
we
dude, so
basically
true.
came to the core of your
Totally is.
reasoning to a certain extent. I think people can basically listen to this conversation again and just piece it all together. I want to kind of tap Prodigal in here. Okay, and now the discussion between the two of you, I want it to basically look like a chess game. Everybody takes turns, and I don't want you to speak over each other. So, Destiny, I want you to say take a certain amount of time. If it is okay with you, can we do 60 seconds? Like 60 seconds, you make your point, 60 seconds, he makes his point. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, you can take as long as you want, as long as there's no rambling, sure.
Okay, cool. Prodigal, go ahead. 60 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if he's taking the position today, it was a joke. Bad jokes happen. I mean, I've seen the clips, I've seen the texts. Doesn't seem like a joke. But I can understand why now, since you've had some blowback and demonetization, you might be saying that. But in the end, this was an innocent man out with his family who died trying to protect his family. To say you wish this on anybody who
Did he say
supports
that?
Trump or might even support him through attending one of his rallies or events deserves to die, I don't know what kind of rhetoric that is to unite. I mean, he went on and on about the right pushing the boundary lines. I mean, I literally saw the United States burn, $2+ billion in property damage, countless murdered. I think it was over 1,500 police officers injured. Law enforcement officers, I'll be more broadly, state, local, and federal. And they didn't care. They had a bail fund. They let him out. When he talks about the right getting above everybody else, I mean, to my knowledge, Donald Trump was the only president who had declassification authority. Biden didn't as a senator or vice president, and Hillary Clinton didn't have it as a secretary of state. We have seen a complete weaponization from the start of the Trump campaign, not even when he entered office. The Russiagate hoax, the Ukraine impeachment hoax, the January 6th sham commission. I mean, you just say platitude after platitude and pivot, and then you end up talking about World War II fucking Japan. You really have nothing to stand on, but I don't expect much because you're in it for shock value and yourself and attention and clicks and money, and everybody else be damned. So listen, if it was a joke, then listen, bad jokes happen. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, so the fact that you say Democrats won't take responsibility for the BLM riots when people like Biden were telling people that violence is unacceptable, and then you refer to the J6 investigation as a sham, I think perfectly illustrates the issue we have. And I think that one sentence perfectly encapsulates why I'm so done trying to, quote unquote, play nice with conservatives. This idea that you're asking for an unlimited amount of accountability on the left when you won't even take responsibility for true things that have been documented and have happened on the right is absurd. There's no reason to play by that rule book when conservatives get to enjoy broad immunity from the dumbest possible arguments that one could ever make. When you talk about me changing my position because of blowback or monetization on X has absolutely nothing to do with me making money, number one. Number two, I don't change my opinions based on blowback. I write extensively about the things that I believe, and I document them extensively on video and social media. You can find all of my opinions. They don't change in response to blowback. If anything, I'm more likely to dig in. And three, when you talk about my attitude towards the person that died and whether or not I think it's a joke or not, I think it's a joke and that there are funny things to joke about. Do I wish people would die? Do I encourage people to go out and engage in acts of violence? No, and I've explicitly said, no, I don't. But do I feel sympathy for people that get killed supporting a dictator, supporting a guy who, tried to lead an insurrection against the United States? Of course not. My well of sympathy for those types of people are completely gone. So if somebody does get killed at a rally like that and people are expecting sympathy instead of jokes about it, nah, absolutely not.
Yeah, see, there's a difference between theory and practice. When you look at January 6th, I mean, you look at the Fisher decision, had to go all the way to the Supreme Court. They are pursuing novel legal theories that should never been brought. Anybody who was violent on January 6th should face prosecution. But the truth is the overwhelming majority of people there were nonviolent. The truth is the federal government and other agencies had assets embedded as high up as the number 2 of the Oath Keepers, multiple in the Proud Boys, and to this day through depositions, it's been released, and in excess of 100 law enforcement assets were embedded that day. If you're going to paint this as the worst thing since Pearl Harbor and the Civil War, we require transparency, not a commission where its materials disappear after it's been disbanded, and the only people defending the president are 2 never-Trumpers. Like, you can speak in platitudes and in theory, but we saw what occurred. It came out later through depositions that were concealed that there were requests for 10,000 National Guard troops. Even now, we see HBO footage of Nancy Pelosi admitting it because she did have the authority, and her and Mayor Bowser refused it. So the reality reality of the matter is you can speak in platitudes, but when we delve into what's actually going on, the depositions, the motions, etc., it's clear that this has been treated in a highly partisan matter. And if it was an insurrection, quote unquote, it shouldn't have been. It should have been public. We should have had all the footage released. We should have known who had the code for the magnetic lock. We should have known how high up and why the federal agents were embedded in these organizations for months and didn't do anything up to the lead up when there was information to the contrary. And both the president and his staff sought National Guard troops. So the reality of the matter is how this was painted is a joke. And for you to still bring it up when the only person who died there was an unarmed veteran who footage showed during that she was trying to calm people down. But now we have dead Trump supporters for 3 years beating the drum. The only person who died on January 6th as a result of it was Ashley Babbitt. Period. There's been people in solitary confinement withheld their due process when terrorists at Gitmo are given better constitutional protections. So to speak about this as if you're holier than thou and can speak about it as a position of authority when clearly this has been weaponized from day one, and you're seeing that as cases get overturned. There is no reason why Enron legislation should have been used to hang over people's heads who were peaceful that you're going to be doing a 20-term bid because it never applied. And that's what the Fisher decision said. But you know this. You're a smart guy.
Yeah, so when we say novel legal theory, it's because we have novel events that are happening in the United States. It's not every day that a president of the United States...
It's called a riot.
It's not every day that the president of the United States directs a riot to the Capitol in order to delay the certification.
Heard.
Yeah, right after he said, fight like hell or you're going to lose your country.
Where's the fucking Elon guy?
I'm
Hello?
just curious. If we were to, excuse me, I thought I had 60 seconds to speak. I think that we can all...
because Congress was already going on for 30
minutes. One after another.
Okay, I'm having my turn to speak. Thank you. I think we can all look at the videos. We can all see what happened. That when we say, oh, well, what did it look like they went to the Capitol to do? Did it look like they were going there to make their voices peacefully heard? Or did it look like they were going there to fight like hell so that the lawful slates of electors were counted? Well, given that we had a riot, given that one tore through the building, and given that the actual vote itself, the certification of the vote, was delayed, it seems like the thing that Donald Trump said, that you need to fight like hell, you're going to lose your country, is exactly what the people went there and did. Maybe not all of them, but enough of them to delay the certification of the vote, which was Donald Trump's goal the entire time. You talk about all these embedded agents and all this embedded intelligence and everything else. Which one of these people forced Donald Trump to have that meet, to have that speech on January 6th, less than a mile away from the Capitol? No, none of those embedded agents forced Donald Trump to pick that time and that day and to tell those people to go marching to the Capitol building afterwards that he wanted to join, by the way. Nobody forced him to do that. He did that all on his own. And what were they going down there to protest as they walked down to the Capitol with 1776 signs in hand after Donald Trump told them that their country was being stolen from them and that they needed to fight like hell or they were going to lose it and that Mike Pence needed to come through for them? What were those people marching for? With a sign called 1776, which is a pretty famous insurrection. I don't know if you remember it or not. With that sign in hand, and they march down to the Capitol building, and what do? They fight against the certification of the vote, and they delay it using violent tactics. Sounds to me kind of like an insurrection. Every single part that you need for it to be an insurrection is there, and thankfully, we don't even have to guess what the intention is because they're literally holding 1776 signs outside, which is a sign that is commemorating one of the most famous insurrections in our history, arguably the most famous insurrection in our history. When we talk about...
or the founding of the country. I mean, it's like you're a joke. Now you love America, before you're a lefty and a communist.
Just using the definition of a word, you
make
fucking
their voices
moron.
Peacefully heard. But the reality of the matter is, before Trump even finished his speech, there was issues at the Capitol, right? The Capitol Police should have been there. This is the most heavily surveyed city in America, if not the world. They cannot still find this pipe bomber. There were a lot of incidents that were there, and you keep skirting the issue. Nobody here is going to defend anybody who engaged on violence that day. The reality of the matter is an overwhelming majority were not engaged in violence. Some of them were waved in. Some of them were MAGA mothers walking between velvet lines. So you can try to paint whatever picture you want from the few clips they show on cable news, but there's a lot of other tapes that show Capitol Police walking them in, waving them in, people peaceful, and they left the building after 6. This was not an insurrection. They wanted their voices to be heard because the reality of the matter is a lot of the election integrity issues they were pissed off about still exist. As you know, in Georgia, CISA fought a release of an Excel report that showed clear issues with vulnerabilities in Dominion software. We've seen that recently in Puerto Rico with the Democratic primaries. In Arizona, we've seen somebody arrested stealing fobs trying to enter the tabulation center. There's been multiple cases in Pennsylvania and other jurisdictions where they have found that what occurred in 2020 was not legally authorized, right? Because the legislatures had the power. In many instances, you had governors and secretaries of state overriding what was a legislative process. And you can say dismiss this as nothing, but we have seen these issues continually pop up, and they have in the last month. So they might be meaningless to you, but at least when I was growing up, I'm a little bit older. I remember 2000, they didn't stop for weeks to count the votes, they did a recount. Here in the middle of the night, everything stopped. Most of the stories didn't apply. You had the TCF Center in Detroit then putting up paper. And Georgia came out later about what was going on at the Dominion voting system. Just because you don't know this doesn't mean it's there. The case law is there. I'm sure you're aware of what happened in Puerto Rico. I'm sure you're already aware of what happened in Arizona. This is an issue that, even though it might mean nothing to you, concerns Americans, especially when the other party is making a concerted effort to enfranchise non-citizens in voting in local elections, and they really don't care about election integrity and other elections. Look no further than Patterson in New Jersey. Look what's going on in Bridgeport in Connecticut. If they're doing this to their own, the Democrats, in primaries, you think all of a sudden when it's the general, they're going to play nice? No, there are clear election integrity issues, and you've seen that with the U.S. Congress now. Almost no Democrats going along with the SAFE Act to ensure that non-citizens aren't voting because they don't care. They're already getting their tax dollars. Everybody knows what's going on. So regardless, when you say Biden's a better option, what does he have to run on, Destiny? What does he have? Gen Z has never been worse. We have record homelessness in the U.S., in New York, in California. Home affordability is at the lowest level it's ever been. Real wages, you've lost 20% of your purchasing power. We're on the precipice of World War III in Europe and the Middle East, and we might end up in China with somebody who's incompetent. We've lost the global south. So you're bringing up all these issues as if Trump's a boogeyman, because that's all they could ever run. They have to paint Trump as a Hitler, as a Nazi, as a psycho, and his supporters. And your rhetoric feeds into that. Because you say you're joking, but I'll be honest with you, it didn't really sound humorous. Usually you have a laugh, a chuckle. That wasn't it. They deserve it. They need it, which I don't think it'd be almost impossible to find anybody on the right to say the same thing. The reality of the matter is,
are we doing 60 seconds still, or because this guy just yapped about like 15 topics?
I think so, yeah. That would be nice if we could have 60 seconds.
Yeah, let's be a little bit more concise in our answers instead of trying to tread over every single
Says
topic.
the guy talking about Japan and World War II, please.
That was in a conversation that I was having with him prior to you coming up here.
I was kind of like gearing it towards that because I was using concepts to argue my point. Trying to somehow stay away from politics, but just arguing with the concept and the box of the concept. So, that's a different thing. So consistency.
When we talk about the overwhelming majority of protesters were peaceful, that's fine. You don't define a riot by how many people are violent and how many people are peaceful. At probably almost any riot, the majority of people there aren't actually destroying stuff. You only need a little bit of the crowd to turn a protest into a riot. You know what else was overwhelmingly peaceful? The BLM protests. Most of them were peaceful. Even most of the riots were peaceful. But it doesn't take that many people to cause a riot to happen, to cause a huge amount of damage in neighborhoods, especially when you have that many people that are protesting. If the overwhelming amount of BLM protesters would have all been rioting, you would have seen, instead of, 2 billion damage or something at the end, you would have seen hundreds of billions of dollars of damage done across the entire country. So saying that the overwhelming majority was peaceful doesn't really speak to the argument that Donald Trump. Excuse me, bro. You just yapped for like 3 minutes. Oh my God! How are you yapping for so long? Let me begin to respond to all of the stupid shit you're saying.
How were they treated? Did they get bailed out by Kamala?
I hate this
one
after
another. One after another. Come on, everybody, calm down.
Yeah, when you say that, the overwhelming majority is peaceful, it doesn't really matter. We're looking at it as a singular event. The singular event was Donald Trump called all of his followers to the Capitol on January 6th, and he sent them to the Capitol in order to protest the lawful certification of the vote. Now, when you talk about, the fact that most people were peaceful, then why was the vote delayed? Why did Ashley Babbitt get shot? Why are there videos of people fighting with cops and breaking into the Capitol building and smashing windows and smashing through the doors? It seems like that wasn't a peaceful protest. It seems like that was a riot. It seems like that was a riot, and it wasn't just any riot. It was a riot aimed at obstructing a lawful process that was ensuring our rights be respected as Americans, to have our voices heard, to vote for a president of the United States. It was a riot that was directed by Donald Trump in order to delay the certification of the vote, in order for him to illegitimately instantiate himself as president, to entrench himself for another 4 years.
I'm glad we're back down to a riot.
That was the goal.
All right. Everybody calm down. Okay, Prodigal, go ahead.
I have to finish. I've got like 10% of what he even said. I need to be able to respond to what he said. If he's going to yap for 3 minutes, I have to be able to speak as well. So it doesn't matter if we say, it doesn't matter. If you want to focus on that in your turn, then go for it. It doesn't matter if the overwhelming majority of people, then you should have made that point instead of yapping about World War III at the end of your answer. Okay, so there was a riot.
I was giving you the Biden platform.
There was a riot.
What does Biden have to run on?
More than Trump does. There was a riot, okay, and that riot was aimed at delaying the certification of the vote, which makes it an insurrection. Okay.
No,
when you say that, excuse me, can I please talk without being interrupted?
Everybody with a brain.
I sat here and listened with no interruption.
Okay. All right. One after another. Let's try not to scream at one another. I mean, do that. We really need a timer feature on X. Okay. So personally, I want the both of you to set timers for yourself so that you can stay within the 60-second limit. Because right now we're discussing something that's obviously a very heated thing that I don't really want to have be discussed. We can also kind of like go to a different topic that I think is a lot better. Every time we have a discussion about January 6, January 6, January 6, January 6, can we perhaps talk about something more recent or something other than that? Because the whole thing has been discussed out in so many different ways that I think we're always kind of going back to the same conclusion. So can we perhaps even do that in a sense? That would be great.
Yeah, that's fine. My only point was about charging. I mean, he keeps deflecting. I've been clear.
Hold on,
Anybody
wait. I
who's
need to
violent-
finish answering his last thing, or else this is.
Sorry, the mute button is terrible. It is a double mute. Yes.
Okay, I have to finish responding to the 2.5 minute thing that he said before we go back to the 1 minute each. You want to do times afterwards, but I remember a lot. Yeah. So he said earlier also, he referenced the fact that they left the building after 6. That's because that's how long it took Donald Trump to call them off. You talk about how Donald Trump actually said that he wanted 10,000 troops there. That wasn't an official request. It was something that he brought up in passing. There's a reason why there was no official order given, and if there was, Donald Trump is the head of the National Guard for the DC Police because that's federally controlled, and Donald Trump is the commander in chief. The chain of command literally goes right up to him. Like, so the idea that there were 10,000 troops on standby, that he wanted troops there, if he wanted them there, he could have literally ordered them there. He was sitting in his dark room with his Diet Coke, watching the events unfold on TV, listening to Ashley Babbitt die, and he did absolutely nothing to intervene because that's what he wanted. He wanted violence there the entire time. Even though he had the power to stop it and he didn't, he wanted it, and him and Giuliani capitalized on it. As the violence raged on, they made phone calls to sitting lawmakers. McCarthy was an important one. McCarthy, no, hold on. No, was longer than a minute, so I'll take longer than a minute to respond to what you said. Donald Trump and Giuliani took advantage of the violence of the insurrection in order to try to accomplish their goal, which was delaying the certification of the vote so that they could illegitimately entrench him for another 4 years. You brought up Dominion voter software. Why didn't Fox News take that fight up? Why did they immediately give up that case and agree to pay the largest settlement in all of defamation history in order to avoid that case going to court? If you're so sure that the Dominion voter software was corrupt, why is it that Tucker Carlson himself had leaked texts where he was irritated taking orders from Sidney Powell and he wasn't even fully on board with this stuff, that this came out in Discovery, that Tucker Carlson ended up leaving Fox News over this? When you talk about also all of these court cases, man, you know what? It's nice that they at least got to go to court and at least have some of these cases put before judges, even if a lot of them were dismissed on standing because they were ridiculous. At least they got to have their day of court, whereas now you have Donald Trump fighting for immunity from all of these cases. Now we've got a case thrown out because of a schizoid rambling that Thomas did in an opinion saying, well, actually, I think that the special counsel is unconstitutional. Now we've got other cases that are potentially thrown out. Now that we've got other, I'm literally responding to the things that you said. I'm literally responding to things that you said.
You're not really responding to anything.
I am. I literally wrote them down. It's in front of me right now. I have a notepad with every single thing you said, and I'm running down the list, and I'm responding to things you said.
I don't need a notepad. I do it straight off my head.
I know. I understand. Trust me. If there's anything I know about conservatives is that you don't write anything down. Trust me. I know.
I don't need it. It's bullshit. So I don't need to. I can answer it clearly.
Yeah, that's great. Well,
when you can switch your conversation. You can switch your conversation up after he's done. After Destiny's done. Yeah. In all fairness, yes, he. in all fairness, Protocol, yes, he have gone on for quite a while, and now he's basically doing the same. It's like a chess game. So if you guys are going to go on for like 5 minutes each, you're going to go on for 5 minutes each, and that's going to be
I'll be polite, and I'll wrap it up with the last thing that he said. There's other things I can ramp. The last thing he said, he mentioned being on the precipice of World War III. What did Donald Trump do to turn the temperature down for that? He didn't do anything to put the brakes on the Russian occupation of Crimea. He recognized the moving of the embassy to Jerusalem, which stoked tensions with the Palestinians. It's what set off the entire 2018-2019 border riots. And he did absolutely nothing when Iran attacked Saudi Arabia for the first time in all of history. He sat by and he watched and he did nothing. He bombed a Syrian airport because he was upset at Assad. He abandoned our Kurdish allies in northern Syria. I'm just going over foreign policy. Okay, Donald Trump's foreign policy was garbage. It probably put us on a path to World War III more than any other president recently. There you go.
And I will continue. Yeah, well, I'll keep it short. My timer's on. Since he addressed foreign policy, this second invasion happened under Biden. Trump provided lethal aid. He was the first.
I just love this idea.
Listen, it might not bother you that the Biden
Donald
family
Trump
made a lot of money in Ukraine. It does to me, especially when it's leading towards a global conflict. The reality matters is Biden has empowered our enemies.
And be like, I'm declaring war on you, and he's sending the pigeon, and by the time the pigeon arrives in the place, like,
made a peace deal with Saudi Arabia.
Like, oh, well,
their proxies have never been
flush
with more money. Same thing happened in Venezuela. He lifted sanctions. They immediately imprisoned their political opposition, so they couldn't run, and they had to name somebody new. He has weakened America on all fronts. The Monroe Doctrine is essentially dead in the Western Hemisphere. You have China throughout it. You look at Peru, what they build, and you look what's going on with Lula in Brazil. We have never been worse. The global South has left. BRICS has been gaining more members and more participants because we weaponize the U.S. dollar and financial system. If you look at central banks' holdings, they don't want to hold dollar assets. Right now, we just have dollar-denominated trade. He has done a lot of firsts that have ended very badly for us and have led to multiple regions. He's allowed, that's my alarm, I'm out here, he's made North Korea a threat to us all. Through his policy in Ukraine and not pursuing peace, we now have Russia basically vetoing any of the UN nuclear legislation against North Korea. We have them engaging in barter trade. Now they've signed the security
What was the
pact.
point of the timer?
Yeah, but it's done. The point of my time is you lied. The Houthis, a ragtag band of rebels, have rerouted global trade, and Egypt's about to collapse. I don't know what you're talking about. Geopolitically, we've never been worse.
Okay, I mean, if you want to bring up any of these geopolitical circumstances, I mean, Donald Trump literally tried to recognize Juan Guaido as the new leader of Venezuela. He basically implicitly supported an attempted coup in that country for absolutely no good reason. You talk about the pullout for Afghanistan. You talk about the deal that was cut there with the Taliban that totally excluded the Afghanistan army, the Afghanistan government from any of those conversations. They didn't even know when the Taliban rolled in that there was certain territory that Trump secretly promised them that they didn't even have any idea of. That was part of the reason why the country collapsed so quickly. The Taliban literally loaded in, and they were like, hey, we actually, we own this. This is part of our agreement that we'd made with the United States that you were excluded from. You talk about all of these foreign affair things. All Donald Trump did was he got photo opportunities with people. He went to North Korea. He got photo ops with Kim. He saluted the North Korean military. First time in presidential history, our president saluted another military. And you know what they did right after that? They went and they continued to test their ICBMs. They continued to test their weapons. You think that South Korea, you think Japan felt any safer that Kim was legitimized as a leader on the world stage? He used to walk around the entire continent with those pictures with the U.S. president as Tillerson and Pence come back to the United States and they say, oh my God, what did we do? Notice that nobody in his old cabinet supports him at all. Why is he running with a new vice president? Why does he have any support from any of his old cabinet members? Why is it that nobody that's ever worked with Donald Trump in his prior administration is willing to vouch for him again? Why is that if he was such a great president, such a great leader?
Yeah, I think you fail to differentiate between Trump and people who support him in the party. We're not fans of Mitch McConnell. We're not fans of George W. Bush. We don't care about Lindsey Graham. We don't like Paul Ryan. The truth of the matter is Trump ran and basically took over the Republican Party, but he didn't have the apparatus or the people to back him up. A lot of these people are traitors. They admitted after they left office that they lied about troop withdrawals in Syria. On top of that, for Afghanistan, Trump had clear parameters that had to be met. Biden removed the Air Force, removed repairs, and he had the Taliban walking in, and he provided absolutely no support to the Afghani government. Like, let's just be honest. I'll keep this short just because it's literally insane. And China literally walked in. You have to actually imagine at this point, with all the Chinese business deals, how come they seem to be ending up on the winning side of every geopolitical issue? They ended up on the winning side of Afghanistan. In the Middle East, they've consolidated their control in the UAE, in Saudi Arabia, and other Gulf Arab states. You look at the same thing in the global south. This has not been a benefit to U.S. policy or strength globally. And anybody who says otherwise is lying. It's not going well. It hasn't been going well. If you think it has, then hopefully Biden wins and you end up in a field in eastern Ukraine come this winter.
Hey, wait, he just did the same.
Yeah, when you say that Trump ran because he didn't have the apparatus to back them up, I mean, you can say that, but I mean, that in and of itself is an immediately disqualifying statement. When you talk about a guy running because he's a good business leader, because he's a good CEO, because he's going to run the country like a business, the last thing that a leader does is blame the people that he chose to run underneath him. If Donald Trump is going to run on the fact that he's a businessman, then he should be held accountable like a businessman. I can't think of something more humiliating.
Work, right?
I can't think of something more humiliating. I can't think of something more humiliating than blaming every single person underneath me for my incompetence. And what do you mean, do I know how appointments work? You mean how Senate confirmations work? Because the appointment can be anybody that Donald Trump chooses. It's up to the Senate. It's up to the Senate. It's up to the Senate to confirm the appointment. It's up to the Senate to confirm the appointment. It's up to the Senate to confirm the appointment. If Donald Trump couldn't appoint the people that he wanted to, then he shouldn't have appointed anyone. He should have said, oh, well, I guess I can't do the job, and then put the ball in McConnell's court. He didn't do that because Donald Trump is an incapable leader. He doesn't know how to do politics. He doesn't know how to choose the people around him. Nobody chose. Nobody said that he had to have Pence as his vice president.
Can we get back to the 60-second format? Jesus Christ.
Well, sure, but he can't. He keeps screaming over me. You can read the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction. You can read the report. You can read why that pullout
I have
failed.
it up there.
It wasn't because of Biden's pullout. It was because of the fact that Donald Trump had cut cut an agreement with the Taliban. He had put that pullout on a timetable, and when he left office, he drew our troop numbers down to the lowest they had ever been, and then he left. So what was Biden supposed to do after that? What, put the troop number back up for the problem that Trump kicked down the road, the can that he kicked down the road then for Biden to deal with?
Maybe use the Air Force, maybe provide support.
Just
use the Air Force, just reinvade
Afghanistan. War against the Taliban, get into another war in the Middle East?
Yeah, if they're overtaking the country and you're trying to withdraw and it ends up killing 13 Marines, and then you go kill a poor aid worker and claim it's ISIS-K, yeah, I don't look at that as a victory. I know you don't care about innocents.
Maybe Trump should have had that in the
agreement.
Fuck! No! Double fuck.
Whether it's an in Afghanistan or some poor fireman trying to attend the rally, I don't think they should be killed. Whether it's by Biden or somebody who hates Trump. I'm sorry, your points don't make any sense. And the report, if you looked at it, they talked about the pervasive corruption.
All right.
What about the Kurds in Syria?
The ones that Trump abandoned for absolutely no reason.
Abandoned for no reason? We should have never been in Syria, right?
You see how you just didn't answer my question? We shouldn't have been in Afghanistan, but you're fine to blame Biden for anything that happened after that.
I'm not aware of a mass genocide of the Kurds.
You're not aware of the Turkish coming in and bombing the people that we'd relied on for support for our positions in Syria for over a year? Oh, okay. Okay, that's convenient. Okay, nice.
I care about America. If you want to fight
very
for
selective. Oh, I thought you were just talking about the Middle East.
It is selective.
I thought you said an innocent person anywhere. I thought you said innocent people in Afghanistan. Is it not an innocent person anywhere now?
You're up here talking about Israel all the time. Now you care about Kurdish statehood? Go fight for it. If you want it, go do it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is not a priority.
You're the one that said innocence everywhere. So my bad. I got confused for a second, I guess.
No, I'm talking about when our president says he kills a terrorist and it was an aid worker that actually assisted U.S. forces in Afghanistan.
Oh, okay.
You know that one.
But when Donald Trump says he wants to kill the families of terrorists, those are just funny memes.
Yeah, if they're terrorists, then it is what it is.
Families of terrorists.
Sleep over Soleimani? I don't know. You're the one who's up here defending Israel every other day.
That's not an answer. When Donald Trump says that he wants to kill the families of terrorists, do you think that was a good message? Do you think that was responsible?
I mean, listen, if you can't hit the target and it's only in a certain position and it's targeted, yeah. I mean, in certain instances,
so you support Donald? Okay, then don't sit here and pretend that
you're drawing an equivalency between that and a psycho killing a fireman at a rally.
I didn't draw an equivalency anywhere. I just asked if you supported Donald Trump stating that he would kill the family members of terrorists. Seems like your answer is yes. So I don't know why.
Well, it's better than Biden killing aid workers.
What a crazy whataboutism there. Jeez, yeah. So I guess you don't like either
crazy
of them.
Whataboutism. You haven't.
I wonder how much you've been critical of Donald Trump over Joe Biden when it comes to talking about targeting innocent people.
Yeah, well, what do you mean target? You have Hillary Clinton on CNN laughing with Christine Yamanpour how they want to throw Trump supporters and fucking re-education camps. You have literally Biden weaponizing.
I'm not going to vote for Hillary next election.
You have Biden weaponizing the DHS
I'm not going to vote for Hillary or
go after Trump. He doesn't like it. He can't take facts. He tries a little bit.
Facts.
Trump,
like the insurrection that Donald Trump
trying to weaponize the DHS. All
right. Calm down. No more screaming.
To try to nationalize Capitol Police into an intelligence service. They're going after fucking Catholics, school board parents. Yeah, you're a real hero there, Destiny. You're the moderate. You want to chop off little kids' penises. You're the moderate in the room.
Nice.
Jesus.
Yeah, Donald Trump, he had 7 different sets of people lie and send in fake electoral votes to Congress. He told his vice president that he wanted him to choose the fake electoral votes. He went by a plot.
I'm a genius!
We've all seen the memo. We've all seen what they tried to do. And when that failed, he tried to use violence to encourage Pence to flip the vote. When that failed, and he reluctantly accepted it, and he tweeted out, okay, guys, you can go home. That's why they left at 6 o'clock, by the way, not because they had to be home for dinner, but because Donald Trump finally begrudgingly got on his Twitter account and made that announcement that they needed to go home. After all of that, Donald Trump's defense for himself wasn't to say, I didn't do this. It wasn't to say that, well, what I was doing wasn't bad. It wasn't to say, well, they got some of the facts wrong. What he did was he went before the Supreme Court and he said, I need criminal immunity from every action that I just did. I need criminal immunity. If I wasn't impeached for it, you can't hold me criminally liable for it. I think that speaks more to the nature of the actions that Donald Trump did than any excuse you can make for him on any platform that you're on.
That's not it. I mean, you realize this same standard basically applies to business executives, like the business judgment. As chief executive, he's allowed to investigate. Yeah, you're allowed to. If you are going to have every decision you make attacked, you cannot govern a government and you cannot run a business. Election integrity issues existed, whether you want to believe they do or not. They're still popping their head, literally, in the last couple of weeks.
I'm sorry,
So
you're-
yes, it did fall under his
I
official
love
duty.
knockback.
Yeah.
Correct.
So you're saying business leaders can't be charged with crimes? They
No,
enjoy
that's not my point.
absolute criminal immunity. So you're saying that
Genius.
maybe
not-
it's good.
It's called.
Maybe
No, you're not listening.
Uh-huh.
It's going over your head. It's pretty sad.
No, it's not.
You give certain deference that can be argued as an executive decision under business, or here as an executive running a government, because you have to give deference to certain
no,
decisions.
we
when
don't.
there's
You
nothing to the
actually,
contrary.
you actually
Yes,
don't
there
need to
is.
give. You
Yes,
don't.
there
You
is.
don't need to
You
give
would have-
criminal
yeah,
deference. You don't need to have criminal deference given. There isn't criminal deference given to business leaders. You don't need to give criminal deference ever. You know why? Because criminal laws exist for a good reason, and the public has an interest in not only other members of the public not committing crimes, but especially in the leader of the public, the president of the United States, not committing crimes. I don't believe that he needs deference because committing
What
crimes
crime did he commit?
is not in
You
the
were talking
purview.
about January 6th.
What
What
crimes
crime did he commit?
Well, we're not allowed to talk about them now, I guess.
Then it's a celebration. Congratulations. Enjoy the
I
moment.
guess,
Relax.
yeah,
You
it
can
is.
have a
No,
good
I'm
time.
good. I actually personally don't like to exist under a man who believes that he's above criminal court. Because you know what? When you take a man and you make him a king, what's the way that you get rid of the king? How do you say that this isn't turning up
Who
the
made him a
violence?
king? You made him a
Himself.
martyr.
When he's
You've
not a martyr. He's
you've
not
had
dead. So,
George
excuse me. You know he's not
Soros
dead, right?
DAs.
You know that he's
You've had
actually
a
not dead,
DA
right? You know Trump's still alive, right?
You could still be a martyr and undergo
No,
a number of
that's-
shit without actually dying. You know,
Okay,
it's possible to have multiple
I don't think that Trump is a martyr, okay? Because he had a bloody ear. I think
No,
I don't
my
think he's a
point is
martyr
that
right
you've
now.
made him.
No, I think the Supreme Court made him. When the
Yes,
Supreme Court said that he's beyond criminal, when
yeah.
he's beyond criminal
The
probing, I think the
polls
Supreme
don't
Court
agree with
made
you.
him
There's
a
been
king.
multiple polls. You can scream. There's been multiple polls.
Polls about
America
the-
agrees with me. You're in the minority. They view this as politically weaponized pursuit of Trump under the judicial system.
That's
so
great
the
because
polls
people
show-
like you lie about
but
it,
you're
and
in the
that's great, and that's
minority.
why I'm here.
you
That's
scream.
fine. That's why
Your
I'm here
message
fighting
isn't
for it.
working.
You think
Your-
being
your
well? Hold on,
message
wait. I
isn't
thought we didn't
working.
agree. I thought we
You're
didn't agree with the
losing.
polls. Now we
You're
agree in the
losing.
polls. That's great. I can be in the minority
beat
and
this
say that
bitch?
I don't actually appreciate an insurrection in the United States. Maybe a majority of Americans do support that now.
You
I'll
called
continue
it a
to speak out
riot
against it.
before. Nobody's
do
been
that?
charged with
I said
insurrection.
that it
Stop
was
using
a.
that.
I said that it was
Are
a.
you
It was
trying
a
to get a
riot.
job on
It was a
MSNBC? How much
riot.
propaganda
It
are
was
you
a
gonna push?
riot that was trying to obstruct the certification of the vote. That makes it an insurrection. Just like a stabbing of somebody with the intent to kill them makes it attempted murder.
Well, then why haven't they charged it, and why hasn't the Supreme Court disagrees with you? I'm confused. Why haven't they charged
I don't believe
it
the Supreme Court has made a ruling on whether or not Donald Trump was guilty of
Well,
any
they
of the
made a
crimes he was
ruling
charged with.
that the
and I don't
most
think that
significant felony charge they said should not apply in this instance.
that's great.
in most
I don't think that
Yeah.
whether or not Donald Trump has engaged in insurrection isn't really material to a lot of the questions relating to the current cases that he's facing. For instance, for the New York one that just got tossed, that wasn't even mainly about the willful retention of national defense secrets. It was mainly about the obstruction, but that's tossed now. The question isn't, did he incite a riot or did he engage in insurrection? I think wisely, I think Jack Smith avoided a lot of those questions because what probably is a lot harder to convict on those things and gets us into really weird First Amendment territory. But the fact that we can't even speak about the conspiracy to defraud the United States, we can't speak about that conspiracy where he made a plan from start to finish to carry out an insurrection, I think is a tragedy to the American people.
Yeah, think tanks and lawyers can give advice. I mean, I'm sure you've read about what Podesta's plan was for 2020, right? He was going to have an alternate slate of electors. He was going to wait for Oregon or California.
Oh,
to
yeah?
secede.
Who carried that
And,
out?
yeah, you've read that.
Who
I mean, you're
carried
well
that
read.
out?
You
Who
do
carried
know
that
this.
out? Who carried that out?
But you
Who
don't,
carried
you don't
that out?
understand.
Prodigal, who
Just
carried
like
that
you
out?
had-
Who carried that
let
out?
me finish. Just like you had a novel legal thing. Those riots stopped that.
Who
Like, the
carried that out?
certification should-
Who
the
carried
certification
out
should
the
have been
Podesta
stopped.
plan? Who carried out the
It should have
Podesta
been
plan?
sent- It should have been sent back to the states to
No,
ensure
it
the
shouldn't have been.
integrity.
No, that's
the
not what that's
riot
for. That's
actually
not what the
ended that. As
certification
soon
is
as the
for.
riot happened, anybody with a brain knew this is over. Nobody's going to touch it. So you're pointing to this as if this was the plan of Trump supporters. I'm telling you right now, I'm a Trump supporter, and anybody who saw violence on the Capitol that day knew as soon as that occurred that any of the concerns they had about election integrity were over. And that's what we saw. We saw a number of reps and other senators
That's
who would
great.
have voted to
Yep.
say, it's the truth, who
Yeah,
would have
no, it's
voted
not the
to say,
truth.
let the states double check this and ensure it's right. They
Yep.
couldn't do it no longer at that point.
Yep,
And
that's
you're well
great.
aware.
Yep.
You're well aware. You can look at the Washington
Who did?
Post.
Who tried to carry out the Podesta plan that you brought up? Can you tell me who?
Multiple.
Why don't you just answer that
Here,
simple
I'll-
question?
I'll-
Can you just
I'll
answer that? You
answer
can
this.
keep rambling. Just answer that question. Who tried to carry out Podesta's plan?
Well, they ended up stopping voting and winning, so they didn't have to. but they had to
Who
plan
ended
that,
up?
right?
Oh, so Nobody? They didn't try. How could they have executed the plan when the votes are being certified if they didn't do it in advance?
So you're saying Trump's plan was to have a riot so that Congress would never hear any of the issues. That's what you're arguing the logic was?
Yes,
that's
it
what
was
it
to
was.
pressure Pence
Then
to make
you're
the right
100%
choice.
wrong.
That's
That was not the
why,
plan.
then
He
what
said,
did Trump
"Raise
mean?
your voice
What
and
did
be
Trump?
easily heard."
What was Trump telling people to encourage Pence to do? What
He
did he
said,
mean by
"Make
that?
your voices
What did he mean?
peacefully heard."
Yes, thank you
What
for
are you talking
repeating
about?
that.
You're
What were they
talking about
trying to pressure
voices.
Pence for?
Yeah.
Hey, Prodigal, what were they trying to pressure Pence to do? Answer that question. What were they trying to
To
pressure Pence
consider
to do?
a valid legal theory, in my opinion. That's
A
what.
valid
And that's
legal
why,
theory?
if it
A
wa- if it
valid
wasn't,
legal theory?
yeah,
One that
Destiny, if it
required
wasn't
that the
valid, they
ECA
wouldn't
was
have to have
unconstitutional.
passed the law. Can I say one thing? If it wasn't valid, they wouldn't have had to pass a fucking law to say you can no longer do this.
That's
So
not
it
how
was a
laws
viable
work
theory.
at all. No.
That's not true. They
Their
didn't pass
theory,
that.
their
What are
theory,
you talking
their
about? You're
theory
lying.
relied on the ECA being
No,
unconstitutional.
I'm talking
and
about
Pence
after
disagreed.
the election.
I know
All
you're
right, let's
talking about them,
let's
but
screaming
that's
more
the ECA.
communication. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Okay.
Did Congress outlaw? Did
Okay.
Congress outlaw this novel legal theory after the election? That is yes.
No.
So if
No,
it
they
wasn't
didn't. No.
viable, should I post it up top? Do I need to? You can
You
use the
can't
Google search.
outlaw something. Eastman's entire plot was
They
contrived.
changed the
Eastman's
certification
entire
process.
plot.
They passed new laws regulating this.
Eastman's entire plot hinged on the idea that they could challenge the constitutionality of established law. Constitutionality exists above
Yeah,
the law.
peacefully,
The fact that
peacefully.
peaceful doesn't matter when you're trying to overturn the election
Doesn't
results.
matter?
But
What are you
anyway,
talking about?
just to be clear, fuck you. Fuck the guy that got shot at the rally. This is why I don't give a
have an
fuck
idea.
about
There
showing
you go. It's
sympathy.
not a joke.
This is why I
Yeah.
don't
Not
a
give a
joke.
fuck. This is why I don't give a fuck about the sympathy for any of you fucking losers, because you won't own up
Listen,
to
don't
anything.
take it out on me, 'cause
your
you
wife
won't
left
own
you,
up to
Fester. You have
anything.
to-
Nobody is talking about
All
my
right,
access
all right,
grid
all
if
right,
you're
all right.
joking.
Everybody
Oh
calm
my
down.
God, and he mutes
Jesus
me. Fuck
Christ.
me.
You got the skin complexion of Uncle Fester. Go worry about
That's
your
great,
ex-wife.
and you've got
Stop
the
acting like
voice
a big
tone of a
man.
guy with an A1C of 15. Okay, good for you.
That's
But
fine.
listen,
I don't even know what that means. God
I'm
bless.
sure you
Sounds
don't.
good.
That's why your
Is that
feet
what
are about
that
to
is?
fall off, dipshit. Oh fuck,
correct?
you muted me again.
Oh my God.
Listen, all I'm
Go
saying
play-
is,
go
all
play
I'm
some
saying
video
is, all I'm
games and
saying
talk about
is-
Israel. You
all
got
I'm
nothing else to
saying-
add
Yeah,
to the
and go talk and
conversation.
go obsess over trans people for another 2 fucking years while you obsess over which light beer you decide not to drink. Okay?
Yeah, when my next generation of my family is having to play against them and having scholarships taken away because they're actually good in ball and sports.
Uh-huh.
I know you might not play that shit.
Yeah.
Then yeah, it affects them. Yeah, I
and
have
when
a
the next
problem with that.
generation of your family can't play sports because they're all fucking inbred. Okay, we can talk about that too. All right. Listen,
No, I doubt
if
that. Yeah,
where did this
if
come from?
conservatives are unwilling to take responsibility, even for January 6th, of which there's more documented evidence than like
I've
any other
said
fucking
multiple
event in
times,
all of fucking
anybody
human
violent
history,
should be
I'm
charged.
good on being held to any standard by these people. That's my entire argument. So thank you for bringing up the political substance of it. Any final
Well,
questions? or
listen,
anything?
I'm happy you want to sexualize prepubescent children.
That's
a really good
really
use of
weird and really
resources
gross. The only
when
one
they
that's
have
talking
record
about-
low testing scores.
What?
That's really weird. All right, do you think about
Pog.
sexualizing
Okay.
prepubescent
So
people?
so
often,
how do
or-
we get into this? Okay, how did we get into this?
I have
Let's
no
not get
idea.
into that.
Yeah, kind of weird. Really strange.
It's your party
Okay, let's not
platform,
talk
I
about
think.
anything child related. How about that?
Yeah, that'd probably be good. Prodigal really wants to go there, though.
What the fuck? I don't really know if anyone wants to go anywhere. Okay, what else do we want to discuss here? Okay, we have a debate with a very contrarian debate with more of a focus on politics. That's something that I actually wanted to ask you a bit early on, but didn't get the chance to because we kind of drifted away from that. Kind of at fault
I made a
of
mistake.
myself.
I'm sorry.
Who would be your ultimate president
Anna,
of
Anna,
the options that
Anna.
currently exist?
Anna, please. Anna.
My ultimate president? I'm not even entirely sure. I would have to do like
Psych.
I've heard of people
Die.
like Newsom. I'm aware of his history as governor of California, and I know that he speaks well. But I would have to see like an explicit platform laid out. Like, what do you think are the good things to do policy-wise for this country? Because that's what I would vote on a candidate for. In terms of
Yeah,
like, the
I'll
options.
say
Oh, sorry.
that's all right. Continue.
I was going to say, in terms of the options available in front of us now, I mean, it seems like you basically have 3 options. It seems like you either have Trump or you have Biden, or if Biden steps down, you have Kamala Harris. I mean, between Biden and Harris, my guess
Why'd
is
you
going
laugh
to be...
there?
Because I don't know if Harris has a chance of winning on a broad platform, maybe. But, I mean, between the two, I imagine their platforms would be relatively similar. I would obviously vote for either of them way before I'd vote for Donald Trump, so...
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, he mentioned Newsom, which this is a guy who California is wanting, what is it now, $70 billion deficit? This is a guy who took San Francisco, which was the goose that laid the golden eggs through big tech, that pushed all this leftist bullshit throughout the country, and he basically bankrupted and destroyed the city. This is who he thinks will be a good president. California has record homelessness. It's in the dumpsters. It's barely built any infrastructure. How long have they been building that bullet train? They haven't barely built any reservoirs since the 70s, and their population has quadrupled. If you care about bullshit platitudes and nothing that actually makes your life better, you should listen to Destiny. Because Newsom is nothing but a snake oil salesman. He screwed his best friend's wife. I mean, maybe Destiny likes that. I don't know. But he's not a good man.
Yeah, so it's interesting. If you bring up infrastructure and balanced budgets, it sounds like you're a Biden supporter. Donald Trump ran, and he spoke a lot about getting an infrastructure bill passed. He couldn't do it, even when he had majorities in both halves of Congress.
Is that why Boeing's flying out of the sky and East Palestine is having train derailments and barges are collapsing bridges?
He couldn't pass the infrastructure bill. And when you talk about budgets, Donald Trump ran the largest budget deficit in all of presidential history.
When
for
the
no
Democrats
reason.
shut the nation,
for
when they shut the
no
nation
reason. He didn't even need to do it. He did tax cuts and he didn't pair it with budget cuts. And Donald Trump ran huge way before COVID. He was running massive budget deficits. So if your concern is the budget and infrastructure, Donald Trump absolutely can't be the guy that you're going with.
No, I mean, you do realize that there's people in both the left and the right who really don't give a shit about this country and care about big pharma, military contractors, etc. There's a reason why none of his platform passed. He asked for a couple billion for the wall. Paul Ryan went on his own tangent. Like, you keep on talking as if Trump has control over the party. It's starting now since Lara, has ascended to the top of the RNC, but this is still an ongoing process. Okay. There's been never Trumpers, and there still are, because they benefit off of the destruction and extraction of wealth and lies from this country. And this isn't limited to the left. This exists on the right. It exists in spades. Right. So I think these arguments about what Trump could viably do and what Newsom is responsible for in California are incomparable. And this is the last point. That major deficit you saw was the last year after the government basically had closed. Most of the blue states had already closed at that point. They shut down. They had no choice. The economy would collapse. Right now, Biden is telling you the economy has never been better. And we're in peacetime and we're running record deficits during peacetime and alleged economic boom. What the hell you think is going to happen eventually? Like, the economy is not as good as you say it is. This is propped up through natural gas, oil, a bunch of illegals being in the country, and arms being shipped overseas. Ordinary Americans are not suffering. GDP is meaningless when you let in 13 million people that consume services and goods. It just adds to the bottom line. When you look at the actual health of Americans from Gen Z onward, right? Even the boomers are seeing record homelessness. Americans are not doing well. Like, you're talking about all these other platitudes that really, in reality, matter. If Biden loses, it's because most people's lives, if they didn't have assets and they didn't get past this inflation,
I fucking dodged that
nightmare that he's created.
Bastard. I dodged that.
They're not doing well, and that's why they're going to vote. You look at the polling. This is
nothing you're saying. Yeah, I know the polling is something, but nothing you're saying is traced to reality. You can complain about the economy shutting down. The first 2 years of Trump's budgets, his deficits were larger than every single budget that Obama proposed for the last 4 years of his administration. I thought Republicans were supposed to be the reduce the tax but reduce the spending. They didn't. All Donald Trump did was deficit spend. That's all he did. The only part of his economy they take credit for, because it was already booming. We were hitting all-time highs in the markets from 2013 onwards, even under Obama. Trump carried on the trend, and all he did was he engaged in even more deficit spending. That thing that conservatives are supposed to hate, except for when their people do it. And that was way before the country closed from COVID.
Except that real wages actually increased, and for women, minorities, they saw record increases in wages, and even blue-collar wages.
What the fuck am I fucking looking at?
Wages
oh my God,
before COVID-19.
Wow, wages were increasing when the government was deficit spending? Wow, that's crazy.
Well, that hasn't happened under Biden. That happened.
Wow. Wages are higher now than they were under Trump. Everything has grown. The economy is at a higher state now than it was under Trump.
I'm not talking about nominal wages. I'm talking about purchasing power.
I'm talking about real wages as well.
Yeah, you've lost 20%. Everybody has lost 20% under Biden. That's a fact. That's his own treasury. That's statistics out of the Bureau of Labor. These are all Biden stats. These are not shit I'm making up. What are you talking right now?
You just said that the only reason Trump ran a high deficit was because of COVID. His deficits were monumental prior to that. You're just making shit up. You're just picking and choosing stats.
I'm not making shit up. I said the last year, that deficit, you see a major deficit. The economy was closed. Look at what Biden's been running with the economy open. That was, if there was ever emergency spending, when they closed us all down for the COVID hoax, that was the time, because everybody was going to go bankrupt. And a lot of people did go bankrupt, right? Biden didn't have that. He didn't need that, right? He's spending this when he's telling you you're never doing better, when you're seeing record increases in the inability to buy home. Home affordability is the lowest it's been in almost 20 years.
What is happening?
Right? You look at other major stats, they're not good. Look at delinquencies in car payments. Look at delinquencies in credit cards. Look at 401k hardship withdrawals. This is all factual data that's not coming out of fucking Breitbart. This is out of the administration and other major corporate press releases. And I could put them up top, but I shouldn't need to because you went on how well educated you are and you understand this.
If you want to break down any particular economic indicator and you want to go over
yeah,
the state of
level
the
up.
economy, we could set that debate up. Absolutely, no problem. I don't have every talking point memorized right now for that, but if you want to dive through any of what
Well,
any of
just
these
write
reserves
it
are
down. I
publishing,
don't write.
that's
I don't
fine.
write anything down.
I know, trust me.
When
I
it's
know.
the truth,
Trust
I
me.
don't need
Yeah,
to
when
write
you
it
lie
down.
about shit all the
When
time,
it's
you don't
the
have to lie
truth,
to
you
things
don't
down.
need
You
to
don't
write
remember
it
the
down.
shit you said. Yeah. Tell me, in the next election, let's say that it comes out that Democrats somehow end up winning. Would you support it if Donald Trump and I guess Vance were to find some way, or if Senate Republicans were to find some way to delay the certification of the vote or resist the certification of the vote? Would you support that?
That's a very fact-intensive pattern. I don't know. I wouldn't like to speculate at this point.
Okay. So if let's say that they launched some court cases and let's say that they all failed up to the certification of the vote, would you support them if they still felt like they had questions about the vote? They feel like they had questions that it wasn't legitimate. Would you support them trying to delay the certification of the
I think
election?
it depends. Yeah, I do. If voting stops in the middle of the night and they tell poll workers to go home and vote dumps start over the next couple of weeks and Biden makes up the deficit, yeah, I'd have an issue with it. And I'd hope, unlike 2020, listen, judges and attorneys are normal people, right? They have their own fears, their own biases, etc. So this is a hot potato case that really nobody wanted to touch in 2020.
And you
right?
think all the judges in 2020 just didn't want to deal with it? Even the Trump appointees, all of them said, "Nah, sorry, too hot for us."
Correct. I do think so because I think there would have been violence on either side. I think as easily if Trump had won on some of these merits, you would have seen Antifa and BLM burning down the country. And we've actually seen some documentation from NGOs that basically said the same.
And you think that the
it wasn't Podesta's plan. You remember that?
Sure. And you think that we couldn't trust Congress to figure out if the vote was certified correctly or not? We couldn't just trust them to just certify the vote?
No, I'm not a big fan of government. I think they do a lot of things poorly. That's why I like Trump and Schedule F. I think we need to cut down the bureaucracy.
And we
I
can't
don't think the EPA should be charging farmers for how much their cows fart or doing other asinine bullshit. Listen, to my knowledge, dropping
Wait,
bombs
hold on real quick.
in Ukraine
Could we
and the
trust?
Middle
We don't need to talk about
East cause
Ukraine.
a lot of pollution.
And you don't trust William Barr.
How come that pollution doesn't count?
You don't trust.
How
You
come
don't
the
trust. You
bombs
don't
in the
trust
Middle East-
William Barr.
All right, one after another. Okay, we've gone to bombs. Let's go to Destiny real quick.
Sure. Just like two more final questions, then I'm done. You don't trust Barr? You don't trust what Bill Barr was saying, that he didn't see evidence of voter fraud based on what the FBI said?
No, because U.S. attorneys come out and said Barr gave a stand down order. Moreover, I never liked Barr. I thought it was weird his father hired Jeffrey Epstein in New York City to be a school teacher at that academy and prep school. I think Bill Barr has a lot of issues. Bill Barr is a W man. Okay. He's an HW man. He's an old Bush neocon, and you know the Bush family. I mean, they're CIA bred. So no, I don't like Bill Barr. You might.
Just curious, what is your? Are you like I'm not asking this. I'm genuinely curious. Are you like a content creator or pundit, or what do you do? Or are you just like
No, I just post news. I'm probably done after this election.
Just posting. Okay.
Either way, listen. I don't even think maybe Trump can improve the economy at this point. The U.S. is a very advanced machine. There's a lot of policies and money invested. They put a lot of money in a lot of green tech and cut corners elsewhere. And this is something that I think is going to be complicated. I think if Trump or Biden wins, I think that next term is really going to be hard for both of them. I think America is not in a great position geopolitically, economically.
Okay, so just as a bow on all of this, I guess. I guess what I want people to understand when they hear people say things with a nice tone of voice and they don't think about the content of what's being said. So you just said that you didn't trust the judiciary to make any decisions about the election. You clearly didn't trust.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
No, you said that you didn't trust them because they thought that the temperature was too high and that all of them rejected the cases for political reasons. That's what you said. And
no, that's not what I said.
At this point, I don't care for clarification. They can rewind if they want to listen to it. But you said that they rejected those cases for political reasons. So you don't trust the judiciary. You don't trust Congress. You said you don't really trust government. So you don't trust Congress to make the right decisions, and you don't even trust the DOJ to make the correct decisions. What you want, what you're asking for, and Adrian, what I had asserted earlier, was that Republicans want to anoint a king. What you're asking for is a king, a dictator. You don't trust any of the two branches of government, and you don't even trust the Department of Justice or the FBI. You want one man at the head of the executive, your king/dictator, who's now been granted criminal immunity from the Supreme Court to make all of the decisions. Not you, I'm talking about Prodigal. I'm saying that that's what you want. You want an emperor, and you just spelled it out perfectly.
No, that's not what I did. I mean, you're a lefty. There's a lot of stuff the left and the right can work on. The too big to fail banks are even bigger. There's been massive consolidation, whether it's from meat packing.
I don't care
meat,
about any of this. I don't care
no,
about
but
any of
that's
this.
what
We have
you
nothing
should
that we
care.
no. I don't. We have nothing to work
when you
together
have
on. I don't work together with people that
so
want
you're
an empire.
pro-war
I don't want
and
a
you're
person who's a
pro-monopoly.
king. I'm
You're
anti-king.
pro-war and
I'm
pro-monopoly.
anti-king.
That's
I'm
good.
pro-democracy. I'm pro-democratic republic.
Anti-king?
I'm pro
You literally
separation
had
of
multiple
powers.
coups. You had multiple
Pro-separation of
coups.
powers.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay, one after another. Come on, man.
It's just weird. I mean, literally, he's like, do you trust the DOJ? I don't know. Should I trust the DOJ, FBI, and CIA that hit John Brennan's handwritten note admitting that Hillary Clinton, the DNC, funded the Steele dossier and the Russiagate hoax? Why did I have to wait? Not when Mueller talked, but basically for fucking Nunes to retire and become DNI to declassify material they had when they let people like you and fucking Rachel Maddow on Corporate Media News for years claim Trump was a Russian spy. He's a Russian asset.
Why do you trust Donald Trump?
I don't necessarily trust him. You know what I trust? I trust his desire to write his name and to deal with these corrupt criminals that
Why?
nobody wants
That's
to
trusting
touch.
him. Why do you trust him? Why do you trust Donald Trump to not be
Because
corrupt?
they tried to throw him in jail and they tried to kill him. So either he cleans this mess, or not only him,
That's
but
not.
his
You didn't
friends and
answer
his
anything.
family
Give me an
and his
answer.
children.
Speak
Actually, I
something
did.
real.
I'm
Speak
giving you
something true.
logic.
No, not because of what somebody did to him.
That
Tell me,
is
why do you
100%
trust Donald
true.
Trump?
Don't get mad. I just told you, I trusted his desire and need to deal with these corrupt elements in government that hamstringed his first presidency, went after him and anybody around him and his sons, and now
He could deal with that in corrupt ways, though. That doesn't make him honest. That doesn't make him a good president. He could just go after them personally. He could order assassinations on them.
So the lawless, extra legal means and the completely politicized bureaucracy and alphabet boys should be allowed to run rampant. Like, this isn't something limited
Lawless
to Trump.
and extra legal?
Yeah,
You mean about like the absolute criminal immunity that Trump was just granted to escape him
No,
from all of his
like
criminal
the
cases?
like the IRS going after conservative groups under Obama, like
Oh, yeah,
Obama
yeah, mhm.
having Fast and Furious and Eric Holder not answering a subpoena, and then weapons, military-grade weapons, being found in El Chapo's residence when he's found. That seems like a scandal to me, even when our northern neighbor has now a narco state where 70 politicians get killed every election season, how many reporters are missing. No, these are issues that affect America more than the Middle East and more than Ukraine. We
If
share a
Donald
border
Trump
with them.
isn't corrupt, why did he pardon every single person that was convicted of a crime that he worked with? Why did he pardon Manafort?
Probably for the same reason that the Podesta brother got away. Podesta was implicated
That's not an
in
answer.
FARA
Why are we talking
violations.
about? Why are we talking
That
about
is
Podesta? Why are we
because
talking
the
about
weaponized
Podesta?
system went after him and used procedural bullshit. I'm sure you've read.
You want a
things
king.
about- Yeah,
You want a
it's-
king. Just admit it. Just say it. I
It's
don't know why
not
you
a
guys would
king.
just be honest. Just say, I want
want
a king.
the law- I want the
He's
law to
above
be
the law,
applied
and his
equally.
friends are above the law. He's above the law, and his friends are above the law. He can pardon everyone.
How is this a lesser root bear? What is a normal root bear?
Servers and hammers to his
That's
BlackBerry. He wasn't a
department.
VP.
You know what? No,
VP.
excuse
Yeah,
me.
he wasn't a
Hillary fully
VP when he
cooperated with
took
all
it.
of those investigations. Donald Trump pled the fifth on everything, and every single person around him
Yeah,
invoked
because he
executive
has
privilege on
ultimate. He
every
doesn't have
single
to put his
thing.
case on.
Yeah,
He
neither did
doesn't
Hillary
have to put his
Clinton.
case on
Neither
till
did
it
Hillary
gets to
Clinton. She could have
trial.
got an attorney.
She did get attorneys. It's actually in their motions when
She
they admitted
literally
it. When
she
they wrote the report.
cooperated with the police the entire time. She had an attorney for correspondence. She didn't
by
take the- she
wiping
didn't take
her
the- she didn't
servers.
take
They
that was
found
department policy.
tens of thousands of
Oh my
emails
God.
later on Anthony Weiner's laptop that she claimed didn't exist. If you
Oh
actually
my
look at the Comey,
Yeah,
if
and
you
what
look at the
came out of
Comey
what
medal,
came out of all those emails? What were the crimes committed in all those emails that she was
nothing,
hiding?
because they were implicated.
Crazy,
Because
because there
the
were no
DOJ 's
crimes. There
corrupt.
was nothing to find. Crazy how that works, huh?
Yeah. Is that how you read the Robert Hur thing? Oh no, Biden has a poor memory. He's a
Now we're
well-meaning
jumping to
old
now
man.
we're jumping to
He'd
her.
never be-
Man,
No,
we gotta
I'm
jump to
talking
so many
about-
Podesta, her, Hillary
it's
Clinton.
called
You know what all
about
these
the
people have in common?
politicization.
None
All
of them
right,
are
all
running
right,
for
all right,
president.
all right. Jesus fucking Christ!
Yeah,
It
it's
feels
called
like
the
the
politicization of
playground.
the lawfare.
How the fuck is he talking?
Anyways,
Still on me, dude.
damn, the mute button is completely cooked. I posted a meme saying, "This is what it feels like to be cooked. This space is cooked." I think we're all cooked. Well done. Now it's like we're entering stew territory right now. Okay, let's put some seasoning on this and bring back the decorum, essentially, right? Because I think a lot of that has evaporated. Is there anything else that we can discuss? Or
Just
are we
as a
kind
real
of
quick thing, because
like,
I have to 9 o'clock is generally my out time, and I got other stuff that I have to do
Sure,
tonight.
sure.
Yeah, I will just say as a quick thing, I think that this gentleman next to me, I think he laid out everything that he wanted in an emperor. He wanted somebody that was above the judiciary because he doesn't trust them because they're too political. He doesn't trust Congress because he doesn't trust the government, and he doesn't trust the DOJ because he thinks that all of the AGs are too politicized
Says
and
the
they're
guy
untrustworthy.
shitting on the
But
Supreme
he
Court.
wants Donald Trump, the president of the United States, who, by the way, has every incentive to lie, cheat, steal, murder, and everything for his own personal gain. He's got the largest financial investment in it, right? He's a billionaire. He hasn't divested from anything. He has the largest personal investment in it because he wants to be the president, the king of the United States. And he's got the largest avoidance of responsibility investment in it. He doesn't want to be held responsible for any of the crimes he's been charged with. So the idea that this guy who has every incentive to lie, cheat, and steal, things that he's essentially been accused of, that he's trying to avoid criminal responsibility for, and things that he's pardoned every single member of his inner circle that has been convicted of crimes, okay, not charged, but convicted of crimes. He's pardoned all of them. I think shows you the type of leader that Republicans are looking for.
Yeah, so for that reason, Destiny thinks that innocent firefighters should die a gruesome death trying to protect their family from a mad gunman. You're a hero, man. I gotta admit, good content. I like that you went for the shock value. None of what you said I agree with. The reality of the matter is it is weaponized. When you have the DOJ altering emails to you know this, right? The FISA court almost never issues public statements. They had to literally admonish the DOJ and the FBI for lying to them to get warrants against basically members of a running presidential campaign and a president. Like this is a curve. You might view these as small things. These were unprecedented. And it came out later, it was all based on lies. And there's been no accountability. Just like COVID, just like the mandates, just like the lockdowns, you want everybody to move on. And the only point is Trump is Hitler, Trump is the worst. Well, I'll tell you this, most Americans look fondly of other than to the COVID days of the Trump presidency. And that's why he's going to win, because nobody's buying what you're selling. But I like the passion.
Okay.
Well, thanks for the space. I'll chat with you later, buddy.
Cool.
USA,
Sure.
USA.
All right. I think this has been super fucking crazy. I think we could have potential.
Oof. Okay. Still not as concise as I want it to be, but relatively concise. I don't know what got updated on my box. I updated to the listing of OBS this morning, and I updated to there was a Windows 11 update. But I am reformatting my computer, so hopefully it all works for tomorrow. I don't know why my shit was freezing so much. Is Boogie's show still live? Does anybody know? Nobody's saying anything. Okay, fuck. Well. Because I would hop in and I'll fight with Boogie and them if his show is live, but I don't know if... Boogie said he lied. Did he? Quick react to Boogie talking shit.
Drama-tuber.
Yeah, Destiny's
just a drama-tuber.
Destiny's a fucking lol cow. I've looked into that guy.
Oh, let me say as a quick thing while I've got people here, because I think I have more people here than I did yesterday who might have heard this. The issue with Boogie is Boogie claimed for 2 years that he had cancer. Boogie made the claim that for 2 years he had a rare blood cancer called polycythemia vera. But the problem is when Boogie spoke about the risk factors that he had, the fact that he was obese, he mentioned specifically that he was on TRT and his doctor told him that it was a risk factor and that after he was diagnosed with this, they wanted to put him on a sleep study. All of those things point to something called secondary polycythemia, which is not a blood cancer. It's when your body produces more red blood cells because it elevates a hormone in your body because you're not getting enough oxygen in your blood. And the lack of oxygen could be caused by TRT or could be caused by just not breathing enough, which is what happens when you have sleep apnea. Now, despite those things that I'm saying now, despite the things that Boogie's saying, Boogie still could have had that cancer. It's possible. All he has to do
is prove it by showing his
it is possible. That's why when I confronted him on the show, that's why the very first question I asked very clearly, I think you can go back and watch it, I think I said, Boogie, did your doctor ever tell you that you had cancer? Did he ever tell you that? That was why I asked, because I wanted to see how he would respond. And the fact that he squirmed and wiggled there meant that his doctor hadn't told him, which means he never got a cancer diagnosis. Now, does Boogie have cancer? Maybe, he might. Does he have polycythemia vera? Based on what he said, almost certainly not. Because if he had polycythemia vera, one of the things that he said in that conversation over and over again, one of the indicators against having it is if you have an elevation of red blood cells, but you have an elevation of the hormone that makes your body produce more red blood cells, and he kept saying my hormone levels were elevated, I have an elevation of this hormone, that means that you don't have polycythemia vera. When they look for that cancer, what they're looking for is a reduction in that hormone, but you still having a bunch of red blood cells, because that would say, wait, why is your body making more, even though your body isn't getting the hormone signal to do it? It's a cancer. If he did have it, I think there are two or three ways, I think, that count as diagnostically relevant, or it would be like the diagnostic elements are meant to diagnose somebody with a disease. One is an elevation of red blood cells, with a reduction or a lower level of that blood cell producing hormone, which is the opposite of what he said. The second way would be with a bone biopsy, which they don't have to do. I don't believe they have to do that. And the third way is if you have an elevation of red blood cells, I think just that, and the JAK2 mutation on a particular gene that they look for. These are the things that would be diagnostically relevant. He didn't bring up any of these things. If it was the case that he had cancer, none of the arguments that he made furthered it. None of the communication from his doctor seemed to confirm it. And the fact that he was so confidently saying he was looking at a sheet saying that he had it, but he didn't want to show anybody, despite the fact that he had no problem scamming his audience for $5,000, he didn't want to confirm a medical diagnosis that he was already public with. None of that made sense. That's why I was so confidently asserting that he was lying about his diagnosis. It wasn't done just on a solo medical foundation. I don't know if I had done the research to make that assertion. It was done on his character, 80%, and the medical stuff that he said, 20%. But that's the reason why I was so confident in saying, you're faking your cancer diagnosis. I think that that's one of the most disgusting things you can do, that you can sit there and say, oh, I've got cancer and blah, blah, blah. When I've known people that have died of cancer, John Bain, Total Biscuit died of cancer. It's pretty gross. My kid's mom had a pretty serious bout with cancer. And the idea that he can sit here and pretend to be fighting it and then use that as an excuse for his abhorrent behavior, I think is probably one of the most disgusting things you can do online from a self-victimizing standpoint. So I think he deserved to be called out on it, and fuck him for that. Okay, now let me listen to this. It's about 4 minutes long. It's really hard for me to show things on stream because this setup is not usually for this, so I'm just going to play this. So 1 second.
Yeah, Destiny's
just a drama tuber.
Destiny's a fucking lolcow. I've looked into that guy over the last couple of days, and whether it's him defending rapists in jail, whether it's him laughing at the murder of a fireman, whether it's him backing Israel, whether it's him saying he's an
is that really laughing at the murder of a fireman, defending a rapist, supporting Israel? Damn, is that really good? Is that in the same category of things? Jesus.
in favor of genocide, and I have all these receipts, by the way. Oh, by the way, hold on. You know, if we're gonna talk,
As 11 people say receipts, my dog, they're probably YouTube videos published on my channel. Like, these aren't receipts. These are purchases that are sitting in my front yard.
Buggy, I'm sorry. I could take you as seriously as I could take a Destiny right now on the lolcow thing.
that's fine.
Oh no, Destiny's take is he backs Israel and not Palestine.
Yeah, you know why? Because his wife left him for I'm thinking an Arab man. And so no, I'm telling you, I've been reading this shit on Twitter all day. By the way, hey, by the way, Destiny. Hey, by the way, Destiny, when you let your wife fuck other men in front of you, turns out she might leave you for one. Who knew? Who knew, Destiny? By the way, I wanted to show you something real quick.
I just think it's... We just ended. We had... Oh, shit. Fuck. Oh, Keemstar says our show's over.
There's a clip I want you to play on here.
Oh God!
I have it on my Twitter feed right now.
Okay.
You remember how Destiny came in to my live stream or to our live stream after Wikipedia clip?
Yeah.
So he gives a fuck if Joe Rogan.
All my DMs and shit are fucking.
What does he have?
What do you think?
Oh, we'll talk about that in a second.
Okay, here we go, guys.
It's so ridiculous. He does a Wikipedia search and then just start going after things like he's an expert. Yeah. It's just.
I can barely hear
it was a fun time. It was a really fun time.
Okay.
Watching people flail.
Yeah, for sure.
So for those of you who don't know, Joe Rogan said
He's playing a clip of Joe Rogan talking about Wikipedia and me.
Destiny reads Wikipedia and then acts like an expert. That's what he said.
That's exactly what he did on our show.
Same thing. He just read the thing. But that's not why he got you. How he got you was
Again, listen.
No, not that guy.
There are limits to what Wikipedia can tell you. But if you want to criticize people for using online sources for research, then you have to be able to criticize the substance of what they're saying. Okay? That's the issue. Boogie, if I'm wrong, just say how. We've spent 2 minutes and 44 seconds in this clip. Maybe in an earlier part, maybe he did elaborate on that and I just happened to miss it. But what am I incorrect about then?
money.
medical records. I'm never going to show my medical records.
Okay.
Oh, I don't believe he was going to give me $5,000 because here's the thing. I restored my Twitter today for one reason and one reason only. Because you can search how many times I've said on Twitter, how many times I've said on the show. You'll never see my medical records. You'll never get them. You'll never get them. And I sent something to Keemstar that night. He was just going to move the goalpost, by the way. You know, Destiny's not a fucking doctor. You know who is a doctor? My fucking doctor. He's the one prescribing me all these fucking medications I'm paying for, most of which are only because I've been suffering from polycythemia for the last 2 years. You know who else is a fucking doctor?
You know who is a doctor? My doctor.
You know who else is a doctor? Not fucking Destiny. My brother. And by the way, my brother has.
Why? So, like, it's interesting. He holds up pill bottles on
You know
stream.
who else is a doctor? Not fucking Destiny. My brother.
What is the, I mean, what's the resolution of their stream? You're willing to hold up a prescription pill bottle that shows you taking prescription medication, but you're not willing to share a part on a diagnosis?
On a document?
To get $80,000, was it $80,000 at the end is what he was offered for confirmation of that diagnosis? Why not?
Brother. And by the way, my brother has seen my medical records. He's been here since the diagnosis.
Why don't you
My brother-
show
no.
him?
Why did I show him? Because I've shown him my whole fucking life. He's my brother. He's a healthcare professional. So
Yeah,
I got
he's not
diagnosed.
an MD.
Was his brother a healthcare professional? I thought his brother was just like a biologist or something. He's a PhD, but I don't think he's definitely not an MD, right? I didn't see MD on there. I thought he was just like a researcher or something.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's an
It
MD.
does. It doesn't matter.
In public.
Your brother loves you and is a biased. Your brother loves you and is a biased narrator. And I absolutely agree with
Like the fact that he's citing his brother as a doctor. Do you know what doctor means in the case when you're talking about like a medical doctor, an MD, like a physician that's actually gone to bed school? Like,
you. He loves you. He loves you. By the way, go disrespect your brother. I would lie for my brother too.
My brother wouldn't. Just to be very clear. My brother wouldn't.
What kind of?
He's not gonna ruin his goddamn career.
Hold on. What kind of doctor is your brother?
oh, fuck, it cuts off there. All right, and then one final thing. Apparently, Boogie tweeted out a whole twit longer. According to the internet, I lied about cancer. However, for the last 2 years, I've been treating the symptoms of that cancer, blood tests, medications, and so much more. As a quick thing, because a lot of people on the comments were laughing about Boogie bringing up bloodletting, draining somebody of blood is actually a treatment for both primary and secondary polycythemia. If somebody has an excess of blood creation, you can drain blood in order for that to be part of the treatment. I think that the treatment for primary and secondary polycythemia, I think does have a lot of overlap just from this, but I didn't read all of the different treatment regimens. There might be other things that are involved too, but I think there is a decent amount of overlap there. Just as a
I feel like I'm on
heads up
crack.
for that.
Where the fuck's my shit?
However, for the last 2 years, I've been treating the symptoms of that cancer, blood tests, medications, and so much more. We still have one test left to do to verify which cancer it is. For now, we have been treating the polycythemia vera, which is the cancer they told me that I have. What do you mean verify which cancer is causing an elevation of red blood cells and everything that's consistent with polycythemia vera? Are there other cancers that cause that same condition? If that's true, I didn't come across any of it, but I'm also not a medical doctor, so maybe there are. But I'm not aware of that. However, if you don't even know which cancer it is, if you don't know anything about it, then one, how do you know that you are treating it correctly? How would they be able to give you treatment for it? They don't even know if that's the cancer you have, number one. And number two, why would you then tweet out that you have verified that you do have a cancer and then you name it? Why not just tweet out and say, I was diagnosed with cancer, I'm not really sure what it is yet. Why would you name a particular cancer? Like, imagine somebody tweets out like, guys, I found out today I have leukemia. Like, yeah, man, it's rough. It's you know, and then 2 years later, you're like, well, we're not sure if it's like leukemia or like a really aggressive small cell, whatever the fuck cancer. I don't know all the fucking, I'm not an oncologist, right? Why would you change it later? Also, why would you only change it and publicly talk about it the very same day that you've been confronted by somebody else about lying about it? Kind of seems like you're completely and totally full of shit.
Well,
my brother has seen it in my medical charts. My girlfriend and best friend have been present when the doctor spoke of it. We are now doing more tests to confirm the polycythemia vera or determine if there is a second cancer present. We are starting with a colonoscopy to see if there is a cancer present there, as I've shown signs that prostate cancer is present. I don't think that the treatment for prostate cancer is bloodletting, but okay. Is he treating for prostate cancer as well? I feel like that's something that you probably would want to be on chemotherapy or get radiation treatment or something for, but hey, you know, what the fuck do I know? Or surgery. Oh, actually, wait, maybe I do know. I think my dad had prostate cancer, actually, and I think he had part of his prostate removed, but yeah, you know, who knows, whatever. I was panicked when my doctor told me I had cancer 2 years ago, and when I was in a vulnerable state, I shared that long before I should have. It was a stupid thing to do. I should have never jumped the gun like that. So his doctor told him that he had cancer, but he didn't say what kind of cancer, and he said, well, wait 2 years to test for which one?
Or 80, 60.
Interesting. I have never done a GoFundMe. I have never asked my audience for money to treat this cancer. I have never and never will, except he used his cancer as an excuse to scam his audience. In fact, in my years as a YouTuber, I've donated and helped raise tens of thousands of dollars to St. Jude's Cancer Research Hospital to help people suffering with cancer. My father died of cancer. My best friend from childhood died of cancer. My friend John, Total Biscuit, died of cancer. Don't care about any of this. Cancer is not something I would ever lie about. Don't care. Cope. I'm sorry that I ever spoke of it. Moving forward, no matter what happens, I will not speak of it publicly, no matter what happens.
Do I need any
Oof. So even if he does get the test and verify it, no matter what happens. Huh. So he used it publicly for 2 years in multiple conversations, and he spoke about it multiple times on his Twitter to garner sympathy, to get more money, super chats, donations, whatever. Maybe he didn't do a GoFundMe specifically for cancer, but he did that. He did that.
12 strength, 18
And now that he's been called out on it, even though supposedly he's doing one final test to
All I need to
confirm,
care about is
now he
12
won't
strength.
talk about it at all, ever publicly anymore. Now he's stopped talking about it.
That's all.
Huh. Crazy how all of that works out so conveniently for him in like the perfect way if he was lying. Huh. Somebody linked a 24-second thing of him talking about the diagnosis.
Why did I max this?
So high. We can probably get him the fucking
So
code.
Vera's not
where
on
they
there.
put it in-
Vera's not on the portal.
I don't know, man.
It's not.
I can send you
You
a bunch
do
of stuff.
know
That,
it's
I
not.
got
4 days ago you were looking at
Yeah,
it. but you
4
weren't gonna
days ago you said
screenshot
you were
it.
looking at it. So it's
Oh, another lie. Now he's saying Vera is not written on the patient portal. But before he said he was looking at it. What was he looking at? That he was so sure that he said, I'm 100% looking at it, and I 100% says it, I'm not going to show it to you. What was he looking at then? What did it say? Maybe he'll say it in this 24-second clip.
it's not.
I can send you,
You
a bunch
do
of stuff.
know
That,
it's
You
I
said
not.
4 days ago you were looking at
Yeah,
it. but you
4
weren't gonna
days ago you said
screenshot
you were
it.
looking at it.
like
So
I
it's
told you,
it's
I
not
spent
on
the
there.
last. Like I told you, I spent the last 2 years getting treated for it. I've been told by
The treatment for primary and secondary is probably the same in this case, so that doesn't matter. That doesn't mean anything that he's saying he was treated for it.
my doctor for the last
It's
2 years.
fine,
This is
Boogie.
the case.
Just admit it's not on the portal.
It's not on there. I told you this.
Okay,
I told
thank
you I have
you.
to do the so high. We can probably get him the fucking.
Boogie actually read it and said the word Vera. Oh, maybe he did before. I don't remember exactly, but anyway, yeah, fuck Boogie. He's a disgusting, degenerate piece of shit. Yeah. I love you guys. It's been fun. Time to go upstairs and reinstall everything on my computer because fuck me, I guess. And hopefully we don't have any issues tomorrow. I'll probably also be... Oh, fuck. Am I even streaming tomorrow, actually? I think I am. I have to do a dentist appointment at 1:30, and then I have a Piers Morgan show, I think, at 4 or 5. So if I do stream, it's going to be late. Or maybe the dental appointment will be quick, and I can stream after that. We'll see. That Piers Morgan show is going to be fiery. We'll see. All right. Hopefully, yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Be careful. We're going to cappuccino, cappuccino, cappuccino.
We are so back.
You guys next.
The bleed is so back.
Straight right now. Wait, real quick. Is
It's
Boner
bleeding
Box
time.
streaming? No, it's fucking late for him. Is anybody streaming that I can host or no?
Host me. Host me.
XQC. No, I mean on my fucking YouTube stream.
This I don't even know if this goes into a stage. Oh.
Okay, fuck it. No. IRI is streaming? On YouTube? Oh, he is. Okay. Go talk to that dude. Rip on. Bye.
Isn't there one that does blood? Hold on. Blood loss in vicinity increases attack power. Hello? Oh, I attached the river blood back to my... Okay, Ladokile. Let's beat the shit out of this boss and then Oh yeah, I want to watch this video. Lauren Southern. I want to beat the shit out of this bot. In tranquility. Fine. Wait. I'm throwing. Oh no, wait, I don't actually care about the other weapon. Well, it's sometimes fun to dual wield. Time to do it. I do like that weapon. I just don't like the Art of War on River Blood is. Well, assuming it's still. But yeah, what I like doing is this actually. I don't know if I have another shield that I usually use. Don't care. I don't use this one. Sick as fuck.
Depths of your foolishness.
Okay, I'm stupid. That was literally mid-roll, but it's okay. It's fine. I'm a little dumb. It's, you know. Oh! He's so fucked. He's so fucked if I'm not an idiot. He's so fucked if I'm not an idiot. Okay, don't be idiot. Cast challenge impossible.
Depths of your foolishness.
What am I doing? What the fuck? I'm gonna leave that up to really bad luck. I feel like I dodged the same way twice, and then he hit me with a brand new attack that I've actually never seen him use before on the second go. Well, that attack's not new. I've known him use it, but usually he just tries to, you know, run up and spam me, and I just have to roll away until he. Let's. Hello? Oh no. I feel weird. I really thought I was out of range. I'm not entirely sure why I thought that, but I really thought I was out of range. That was less than ideal. Okay, I feel like I'm medium load. Huh. I don't know what's causing me to feel the way I do, but
Depths of your foolishness.
I don't know how you're hitting me, but it's Nah. My bad. Blood, 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 blood. Rumors of the Lord of Frenzied Flame. Sick, boss. I got him. I literally got him. Got him dead to fucking right. Dead to right. Nothing on me. Absolutely nothing. Anyways, let's go see what his remembrance is all about. I'm certain it's just going to be his sword. His sword thing. Sword staff thing. And the spell. Faith. Faith sword is nice. What is it? Any sort of examination. Yeah, it actually scales predominantly with strength. So it's a faith strength build, but the problem is that I'm not going faith and strength. I'm going faith and dex. I can cast things faster. Summon a Lord of Frenzied Flame's head to spew Frenzied Flame. Let's do that. Okay, so let's respec back into faith because I'm let me grab my just so that I don't have to fuck around with.
In your world, an interesting conversation is where me and Jordan Peterson see how lightly we can touch our together, okay, for 2 hours, okay, without making the other person come or cry. That's, in your mind, that's an interesting conversation. I don't consider those to be successful conversations. I don't like any conversation I've had this year with any conservative figure. I don't like any of them. All of them have been garbage conversations. I've enjoyed conversations I had in the blood sports era.
Oh, Jesus.
Hey, babes.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hold on, let me fix my shit real quick. So, holy shit, are you calling me?
No.
What the fuck? My bad, being a boomer.
Oh.
So, if
you heard the
all
stream
what
in
you
the background.
Say that again?
You heard the stream calling in the background.
Yeah, my bad. So what I wanted to ask was if Trump is an insurrectionist, like threatening to end democracy if he wins again, and it looks like he's going to win, right? Like, let's pretend it looks like he's going to win. We don't know, obviously.
Yeah, I feel like
do you think the next logical step is to shoot him?
The next logical step? Probably not.
What would that be then?
I don't know. Probably protests. You should probably exhaust every single legal mean you have available to you before you move to forms of nonviolent demonstrations, and you should exhaust every single nonviolent option available to you before you move on to targeted violent demonstrations. Like, there's like a escalatory path that you would take. It would probably look pretty similar to what MLK did for the civil rights stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So why do you think, like, when you're arguing all these like points about the, the electorates or whatever not being like being false electorates, and that going through like all the courts and being like proven that he put up false electorates, and even that one guy that was against you, Rob, acknowledged that. Why do you think none of the conservative people like know about it or talk about it?
Because conservatives have been allowed to play by a different rule book, and because liberals have been eternally liberals have been eternally cucked on their media talking points ever since Trump has been in office. I don't know how, but conservatives have this magical ability to dictate the standards that we're allowed to hold our candidates to and the things that we're allowed to talk about. I don't know how it's happened. Maybe it's because they're constantly on the attack, or maybe it's because they have no moral standards for what they expect their representatives to have. But yeah, so we only have to talk over and over and over again about things relating to the Democrats or things relating to Biden or whatever, and there's absolutely no responsibility. It's like, imagine that you... Imagine that you're a board of college professors and two people are before you who are trying to defend their PhD, their thesis, and you've got like a grad student and you've got like a 4-year-old, and the grad student defends his thesis and there are issues with it, and so you critique him, and then the 4-year-old goes to defend it, and every time you try to critique the 4-year-old, people are like, bro, he's just 4 years old. Somehow conservatives have gotten away with setting the media like that. That's the standard. Like, when you look at the debates, for instance, and you see that like Biden has issues like speaking, and he's either losing his mind or going to sit or whatever the I don't know what it is. Clearly there's some issue there, right? Like, everybody talks about it. Nobody talks about the fact that Donald Trump doesn't say anything. Here's a question. Do you know what policy platform the conservatives are even running on right now?
No.
Do you have any idea what Trump's plans are for the economy, for immigration, for foreign policy, for healthcare? For literally anything? The Republicans they don't even run on policy.
For Republicans, if you're looking for that.
I'm just saying,
I don't know.
Yeah, but if you'd ask any Republicans, they would have no idea, because Donald Trump doesn't have any idea. There is no platform. They don't even have a policy platform right now. They just run on vibes and Down syndrome. That's literally it. It's anti-woke. That's their platform. That's it.
Sorry. Yeah. I mean, no, you're good, dude. It's a lot to take in, because obviously I don't really know anything about this, and there's not really easily consumable videos like going over and highlighting.
I agree, but the issue why you can't do it is because as soon as you start to talk negatively about Donald, here's the issue. Donald Trump came in and he was a uniquely substandard human being. Okay, he was disgusting in a variety of ways. He cheated on multiple wives. He a porn star and then paid her off to lie about it. Well, he cheated on his own wife. That's why his current wife is fucking leaving him. That's why you don't see her with him anywhere. Okay, he's been engaged in all sorts of like debaucherous, horrible, disgusting behavior. He's on recording saying he can grab women by the pussy because he's famous, right? Because he's done so many horrible things.
I mean, people don't really care about that shit, right?
Yeah, but
this is obviously a whole nother level of
that's
shit.
Fine, but the problem is that when he says so many unhinged things, if you say anything about it, they can just say, oh, Trump derangement syndrome. Oh, Trump derangement syndrome. Oh, because he's done so much crazy shit. If you say anything about it, you're deranged, apparently. So you just have to accept, like, well, okay, I guess Donald Trump just gets to act this way. That's why you haven't heard of any of the things that he said. That's why in every single one of these rooms, no conservative, and I've talked to a lot of big, decently sized conservatives in real life, like, wait, electorate scheme? Wait, what's that again? Who don't even have any idea. But that's the reason why. You can't talk about the bad things that Donald Trump does. You can only talk about the bad things liberals do. That's it. You just expect that conservatives are immoral, subhuman. That's the expectation. Yeah.
As a fucking normie, right? As like a super normie, I don't know fucking day. Like, me hearing a lot of this is for the first time, like today, right?
Yeah.
It's shocking to me that I could go and watch like all these I don't know what I mean. I guess I'm on your stream, right? Retarded ass documentaries about like 9/11 conspiracies, going into like the nitty gritty of one guy seeing something on the street one day at like the bottom of an elevator in the towers or some shit, and then I can't get a full thing, like a full doc or some shit video essay going over like the court documents of this thing. Does that make sense? Like, how is there not like an A to B? Like, the best was your video that I watched the other day.
Did I even? Yeah, I read every single indictment and every single criminal statute related to him. Did I have?
But obviously, that's like over the course of a month's worth of streams or whatever.
No, yeah, I'm trying to think of something I've been trying to do afterwards. I did it with the immunity case. I'm trying to have like a concise 15-minute video. Afterwards, yeah, to summarize it. Yeah, I mean, I guess I have to be like the sole person in the media to carry this on my back, because apparently nobody else does any substantive coverage.
That's what I'm saying, dude. It's like, how is it not anywhere? Like, do you know the Andrew Tate shit, right? Like, you were actually ahead of the ball on that like months and months before. But then when I made my videos, making that like a consumable 15-minute video,
you're right.
Obviously got a lot farther with people, because it's like, here's the logic, here's the steps, there's the receipts. It's hard to deny that when it's all laid out like that, dummy proof.
Sure, you're right. You know what? Yeah.
Okay, that'll be my next.
Because I
That'll be my
want
next.
to fucking make a video on it because it's crazy, obviously, but it's like I'm fucking legally illiterate on a lot of that this shit. You know, it's like
Okay.
way out of my
I will do it. I'll do it. Just because you asked me, and I should. You're right. I should. I will do it. Okay. I will do it. Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
I sound just. I'm not. I don't mean to sound. I will. I will. Okay.
No, I think you've been No, I mean this dude. Obviously, this is crazy. When you first started tweeting about it, I was like, holy shit, this guy's like fully unhinged. And then when I hear you, I'm like, holy shit, is this elector stuff like true?
I know
Like,
nobody knows about this, but it's none of it. Like for instance, okay, like, and you can look up Trump transcript where Trump's speech, a key part of impeachment. Okay, this NPR article, right? If you look up a transcript of the speech that he gave on that day, everybody likes to bring up that peacefully and patriotically. I know that everyone here will soon be
that's what I
marching,
would cite.
yeah, over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. Right before that, the thing that he says is, because you'll never take back our country with weakness, you have to show strength and you have to be strong. We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. Those electors that he's talking about there, those are the fake ones that he sent to Pence. That's what he's talking about right there. When he talks about Mike Pence, and Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us, and if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country because you're sworn to uphold. What he's talking about is he's telling Mike Pence, you have to throw out the legitimate votes and choose the fake ones that we send in. That's what he's talking about here. That's what all of this is about. But I'll put it.
I had no clue what he was referring to.
That's fine.
obviously.
Okay. Yeah, I will put it together video.
Dude, when I watched the video for like a week ago of like August put together, whoever your editor is for that thing, that's like so far into your stream. And when that one clip played, I was like, whoa, holy shit, is that what that's referring to? Like you know what I'm saying? Like, there's not a whole lot of like people talking about that shit. Or I should say you're talking about it, or maybe like you see like a fucking tweet about it, but it's like I didn't know it was that like blatantly put together.
Okay. Yeah, I'll put something together on it, sure.
Cool. I think that's it, man. I mean, is there anything else you want to
Well, now my moment of glory, okay, got completely fucking glossed over.
What do you mean?
See what I mean? And then I'm going to say it and you're going to feel bad.
No, don't do it then.
It was exposing Boogie.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Dude, you're a commentary hero for like a day when you did that. It's gone, bro.
Yeah, Jesus. Now we're on the new arc. This fucking shooter needed to wait like 2 more weeks so I could bask in the destruction of his fucking career.
I know, bro. You fucking dropped the ball on that one. The fucking commentary space. You're going to have half of them at your throat, dude.
I know. Well,
cool, man. All right. Well, good luck with everything. I'm glad you talked to me.
Yeah, no problem. I love you. Be careful, buddy.
I'll be perfectly sidelined with no opinion until I learn more. So good luck, bro.
Yeah, you're good. Have fun. Be careful.
Deuces.
As a quick thing for like the 7 people that even give a fuck anymore, people in the subreddit were talking about how it was unfair for me to like medically diagnose Boogie, or that like I didn't have enough information to medically diagnose him because I don't have the background. That is true, but I wasn't working on strictly medical information. I was working on Boogie's character for a large part of that. Every single thing that Boogie had said pointed towards that secondary polycythemia. It all pointed towards that. However, even after every single thing he said, it is possible that he actually had the cancer. He did have polycythemia vera. That was possible. I couldn't know 100%. The only reason why I pushed as hard as I did is because I caught myself, or I didn't catch myself, but I prepared at the start of that conversation. I asked him explicitly, I said, did your doctor tell you that you had cancer? And he waffled on it. I think he said like something like, well, he said polycythemia. I think he waffled on it, okay? And then after he waffled, that's why I leaned in really hard, is because, okay, no doctor, in my limited opinion, all right, no doctor is going to give a cancer diagnosis in vague terms to a patient and then send them home afterwards without going over it a lot. Nobody's going to say like, oh yeah, so it looks like you've got like a leukemia or whatever, like good luck, go home. And then like somebody goes home like leukemia, wait, cancer? Wait, what? Like no doctor is going to do that. That's insane. That's unhinged. So yeah, after he said that, then I was able to lean in more and then ask him questions about it. And there was also, I regret this because I should have,
I had this in my mind. I even read this before and I didn't bring it up. I don't know why. And I missed one thing. Where is KKMD? It's possible that Boogie said something that was dispositive, but I would have to push him on exactly what he meant. Also, I need to go back and I had to read all the hormone markers. Could be wrong. There is a hormone that can be present in your blood that when this hormone is produced, it causes you to produce more red blood cells. Is it EOP? Hormone for RBC production. EPO. One of the things that Boogie said over and over and over again was, I have this hormone marker. I think he said, I have this elevated hormone. If you have the elevated hormone, I think that means almost certainly you don't have polycythemia vera, because the indication for polycythemia vera, because when you have this hormone, it means that your body is producing more red blood cells. If one of the diagnostic ways to diagnose polycythemia vera is to have a decrease in that hormone, but still have an elevated RBC, and I think there are two other things where I don't know the terms for it, but you can have an elevated shit. Because if the hormone is low, and you still have lots of red blood cells and two other things, then that means that I think that's enough to diagnose the cancer. However, if instead of saying hormone, what he should have said and what I should have asked for, I should have just screamed this the whole time. What you're really looking for is a genetic test for the JAK2 mutation. JAK2 is a mutation in a gene that if you have this mutation and you have an elevated red blood cell count with a low EPO hormone marker, that's enough, I believe, to diagnose polycythemia vera. You don't need the bone marrow biopsy for that. I should have focused on the JAK2 mutation. That's what I should have focused on asking. But regardless, that's your that was the meme on all of that. But irrespective of me bringing up those 2 points, the way that he navigated that conversation, it was painfully obvious. It was painfully obvious that he was lying and scamming about the JAK2 is probably the test he wanted to get now. No, I don't think he is getting a JAK2 test because it sounds like his hormone is elevated because it is secondary polycythemia, which I don't even think is what is technically call it. You call it like, there was another word for it, I don't remember. But anyway, that was the Boogie shit. Not that we give a fuck about the Boogie shit anymore, but he was lying about cancer for 2 years. Fuck him, okay? What do you want?
You have the worst fucking audience.
Yeah, I have the worst audience of all the. Yeah, okay, that's cool. I'm glad you're new to the internet. You haven't been engaged with a lot of audiences, but go ahead, tell me what else.
I've spent years being questioned on your stream thousands of times for being a fucking stochastic terrorist over and over again. What are you implying by that, Lauren? What are you going to push your audience to do if you say that the situation is X amount of hopeless? Constantly on your stream, by Pisco, by Lycan, by everyone. The one time I do the same thing to you and I say, hey, what did you mean by that? Do you think that your rhetoric might lead people to think a violent insurrection against, I don't know, Trump if he's elected next election might lead to something like that? Might make it sound like it's okay? Your audience are literally on Reddit saying blacklist me forever because I'm trying to get you banned, as if I would ever support that.
This is the difference, okay? I'm not out here like denying the implications of things that I'm saying. It's pretty obvious. I'm not trying to walk in the back. I'm just not like going to go to the max extent of like Fed posting on a fucking Twitter space where everybody's max fucking reporting me. However, one thing I will say, I'm going to reiterate this, and I said this over and over and over again in the past. You can go back and watch every single Jan 6 video I did, okay? I said over and over and over again, I said, listen, if you think that the election was legitimately fucking stolen, you should be doing an insurrection. You're literally having your country stolen from you. I would understand why people would engage in violent protest there. I've said that over and over and over again. People seem to have this idea that because I've said, oh, these people shouldn't be violently protesting, that means that there's like never a case where that is like what should happen. The issue I've had in the past is that usually the people are saying it for retarded reasons. So for instance, the biggest issue that I have with people on the left is when they say things like, oh, voting, we shouldn't do that. We just need to violently protest. Why the fuck would you say fuck voting and go right to violence. That doesn't make any sense, right? That doesn't mean that in every single case, I think it's necessarily a bad thing to do. I'm just saying that in the circumstances people advocated for, it's generally retarded because the factual foundation is not there. That's what I've said. You can go back and find it over and over again, where I've said over and over again, but.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You're consistent. But would you agree with your audience in blacklisting me for my line of questioning?
Well, I mean, I haven't blacklisted you, have I? But everybody, it sounded like you were hardcore Fed posting. I determine my blacklist, not my audience.
I'm really trying to figure out the level of unhinged we are dealing with right now. Like,
the level of unhinged, I was pretty clear in what I say. I can say it again. The level of unhinged is if people get blown away at fucking rallies or whatever the where they're championing like an insurrectionist, I have no sympathy for it. That's like if you want, we can have an off-stream conversation about the full implications. I wouldn't advocate for violence. I don't think anybody should go out and be killing anybody for a variety of reasons, of which I detailed in that space. I think that the first step should always be legal processes. The next step should always be committed forms of nonviolent protest. And then if it escalates, then you start going through, I guess, violent change if you really feel like you have to. But those are like your pathways. You have to exhaust every stage before you move to the next.
So if the legal processes don't work, but you disagree with them, because I keep hearing you say, like, oh, Trump keeps getting away with it anyways. Like, he's just getting away with it. They're letting him, pardon all of his friends, all of this. Isn't this kind of similar to the opinions that right-wingers have towards the election? Oh, the processes aren't working properly, therefore I get to rise up.
Let's say that in a country, somebody passed a law saying that we were allowed to f children as young as 2 years old. And let's say that in another country, somebody passed a law that lowered the tax bracket for billionaires from 39% to 35%. Do you think that both people have equal justification for protesting those laws?
Sorry, repeat that?
If a country passes a pro-child rape law and another country changes their tax brackets, do you think that both people in both countries have equal justification for protesting the laws?
Okay, well, I think in both cases, it's just a matter of, I don't think that Trump not being charged is equivalent to.
I never said it was equivalent.
Child rape.
I didn't say it was equivalent.
I think it was.
I'm asking you for I'm asking you.
Yeah, no, of course it's not.
Okay, there you go. Okay, but the reason why is because you're doing in your mind a factual analysis of what the people are protesting. So when you say, Destiny, when you say that you could protest this or you wouldn't have sympathy with this, isn't this kind of like what right-wingers said? Well, I mean, in terms of like the actions, maybe, but the underlying factual analysis is entirely fucking different. When conservatives say things like, oh no, progressives are stealing the government, they don't have a factual foundation generally to say things like that. When people say, oh no, Donald Trump is fundamentally altering like the power of like how the branches are operating in order to serve his own interests, there is a factual foundation for that, I would argue. So I would say there's a difference in both scenarios.
Do you think that if you've got that factual foundation, which don't get me wrong, I am interested in, when you were talking about the actually reading the indictments, and clearly when you do your debates, most of the people who do them against you haven't read them. I haven't read them. I'll be honest with that. I'm very interested in reading them. In fact, listening to some of your content has made me interested in actually delving into that content and made me think twice about, the people I follow on Twitter don't usually share that stuff. It is kind of annoying that a lot of the politics is over memes and this and that. And it's kind of cool to hear when you talk about, oh, here's some things you should check out, Lauren. Do you think you might be hurting your chances of doing that more by telling every conservative that follows you to fuck off and never subscribe to your channel again and that you hate them all?
I would never, I didn't say that to conservatives. I just said to people that support Donald Trump. There's a few conservatives out there who don't.
I'm like 90% sure you said conservative. You're like, I'm sure we've got 1,000 conservatives left here. You can all fuck off.
I think I said over and over again conservatives support Trump. But you know what? If I misspoke, then if you're a conservative and you don't support Trump, you're welcome here. You're our favorite type of conservative because the Republican Party sure as fuck doesn't want you. Not you personally.
Aren't the conservatives that support Trump the exact people you want to be listening to what you're saying? Like you've got.
I don't know if those people are. I don't know if I can reach those.
Pretty
people.
sure he supports Trump. Would you, if you could take it back, would you not do that drinking game with Michael Knowles?
Well, at this point, absolutely, I would take it back. Yeah,
you would. Okay.
Absolutely. Well, I wouldn't take it back, but the start of it would be me grilling him on the. I would read the first question and then I would ask him about the insurrection, and then I would do that for probably about 25 minutes till he kicks me off the show. That's probably what we would do.
I think your most interesting arc has been all of these debates you've been doing lately with people that you haven't been able to access in the past. You've been able to have fascinating conversations.
I understand.
That just weren't going on before because you had
listen?
like a level of
I
being
understand.
able to
That's
be a
great.
little reasonable.
That's great. When you say that, okay, it's like somebody saying, like, one of my favorite things about you is the fact that your dad is from Kentucky, okay? That's not what I want to be known for. That's not what I want to be remembered for, whatever question it is. That's not what I want to be famous for, okay? My strengths are in debate, and I think they're in research, information acquisition, and hopefully some kind of rhetoric, okay? It's not
How are you going to debate anybody
my
if you have personally attacked them all into oblivion? Every single right-winger on Twitter right now, you've just like...
How am I going to debate anyone when I go on their shows and the only way to talk to them is if I treat them like a Down syndrome-ridden 2-year-old? None of the things I've had were debates. My conversation with Ben Shapiro wasn't a debate. Jordan Peterson wasn't a debate. Candace Owens wasn't a debate. None of these were debates. Seb Gorka wasn't a debate. None of these things have been debates. It's been me going there and then giving them the privilege of surviving a conversation with me saying, wow, I talked to Destiny, it wasn't that bad, because I have to treat them like children. Otherwise, they'll be like Constantine, where they shit themselves online because I've dared to challenge the status quo that these centrist, spineless hacks who only carry water for Trump exclusively have managed to do for year after year after year because nobody calls them out on it.
So who is good enough to debate Destiny? Who is good enough?
Somebody that is like actually adheres to their principles, can have a challenging and critical conversation without running and screaming, and who's not a sellout. Unfortunately, it's all a bunch of small. That guy that you saw in that last thing that was screaming at me, Rob Noor, that's one of them. That's a guy who can have a conversation. We can scream at each other back and forth. Who actually reads shit and goes through stuff. There are people in my community that I have conversations with. It's unfortunately just going to be smaller content creators. People like Tim Pool have too much of a vested interest in keeping themselves stupid and keeping their audiences stupid to have critical conversations. That's why they bring people on and they don't prep them on the topics, and they just bring up like fake news on their monitor to read off so that they can have their debates and do their mutual sucking contests. And then same thing with every other quote unquote centrist channel, right? How do you call yourself, Lauren? How do you call your program Triggernometry? And then you get triggered because I have a little joke at some dude getting blown away at some fat at some pro-Putin loser at a Trump rally. That's the thing that triggers you. Like, oh, I can't have this guy on my show anymore. Bullshit. Eat shit, motherfucker. How many jokes do you think this guy has made at BLM people dying? Or do you think he's made Pelosi husband jokes? Get the fuck out of here. Okay, these people are not edgy. They're not centrist. They're not triggering anybody. They're just fucking conservative sucks. That's all they are.
Listen, if Constantine has made a joke about a BLM rider that wasn't actively attacking or trying to kill someone getting, murdered, yeah, I think that was pretty hypocritical. I don't think he has, though. Don't think he has.
Okay, well, I'll go looking for it later on and we'll find out.
Okay, and I'm going to read those indictments. Anyways, I think you'll have a lot more interesting conversations in the future if you just
hold on. You're not understanding me. You're not understanding me. You're misunderstanding me, okay? In your world, an interesting conversation is where me and Jordan Peterson see how lightly we can touch our dicks together, okay, for 2 hours, okay, without making the other person come or cry. That's, in your mind, that's an interesting conversation. I don't consider those to be successful conversations. I don't like any conversation I've had this year with any conservative figure. I don't like any of them. All of them have been garbage conversations. I've enjoyed conversations I had in the blood sports era more than any of the conversations that any of these fucking hacks, okay? So I understand what you're saying in terms of like, oh, well, I think that these conversations are good, but they aren't good. They're not good. They were a waste of time. And now I regret that I've let some people slide by thinking that I think the conduct that's acceptable is acceptable when I don't think that it is. That's my issue. So, we'll find out.
So if I read these indictments, will we have a conversation about it later, or because I'm, thinking about maybe supporting Trump, or are we just going to blacklist me from the stream?
I haven't blacklisted anybody. We can have a conversation about the indictments if you want, but I'm not going to blacklist you from my stream. I'm just saying that. Never mind, I won't say that. Listen, if you want to read them and then have a chat with me, then we can have a chat with them. Sure.
Wait, will you fucking hate that conversation? Never want to have it?
If I can have I don't hate
said.
I don't hate conversation. I can have a critical conversation. I haven't had that conversation. I haven't had that critical conversation with any other conservative person. They can't have critical conversations. They break down and they cry and they shit themselves and then they piss themselves and they come all over themselves in the corner, okay, whenever they are challenged even remotely by any of these things.
All right, send me all of the documents you think are relevant to the conversation we're going to have. I will read them. Might take me a little while, but I will read them and we can have that conversation, all right?
Okay. Be careful. Stay safe.
Pog.
Right, bye.
I feel like that her reading is going to end with her saying, I don't see a part in here where Donald Trump says, I want to insurrect the United States of America
Yeah,
government.
true. Exactly.
And it's
Yeah.
going to be,
I didn't
I'm
see
just
this
kidding.
direct part where he. Yeah, exactly. Every single conversation with a fucking conservative ends that way.
Just so you know,
Like,
the
I didn't see
reason
him
why I'm
directly
so
call for
anxious
violence
is
against
before
people.
I came on, I specially prepared. And I watched a YouTube video called
Suck my balls. 5.
Abandoned Plot Lines in Game of Thrones.
True.
I watched this whole video from start to finish, and I was like, okay, you know what? Now I'm ready. Now I'm ready to go and have these debates, all right?
Super Omega triggered.
Why is he... What are you talking about? I remember meeting this kid and thinking, I've never met such a little bitch boy. Seriously, opposite of a man. Bro, when I met these guys at the table, when we met for breakfast, these guys were crying, where they're like, you're not recording anything, right? Because when progressives, sometimes when they come out and they shoot with us, sometimes they make secret recordings. This New York Times guy made a hit piece on us once, and blah, 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 blah. Like, bro, what is this guy talking about? There were like 10 people at this table. What the f are you talking about? This guy is like 100 pounds heavier than me and like 6 inches taller than me. You had this hugely negative opinion of me. You sat next to me like a little baby bitch and kept your mouth shut. Get the f out of here. I talked to your kid like the entire fucking time we were eating, and you just sat there like not saying anything. Rewrite history. Holy
God, it's so
shit.
bad.
You're whiffing up too much of that fucking gunpowder on the range, my dude. Jesus.
I hate these people.
Time to be boring. That's where my career is going. I just want to read shit until Factorio comes out. Biden, though? What? It's going to be... I don't care. When is it? Oh, it's just going to be... violence is never acceptable. We can never have violence in this country. We have to turn down the temperature.
And then every
no
single
violence.
conservative going, you go for
He's
every
gonna
single
cuck out
piece of
hard, and
violence
he's not
ever.
going to blame Trump whatsoever for his violent rhetoric. That's the big prediction that I'm going to make right here. Biden will not place any blame at the feet of the Conservative Party right now for engaging in self-destructive rhetoric. Not a single time. He won't do it. He won't do it. He won't do it. I think he will. We'll see.
Did he? I don't even know. Fake? Okay, second area. This is the second area, quote unquote, right?
I bet he's not even going to make fun of the guy.
We gotta find the
I'm
broken
just
banister.
That Biden, all I see is Biden up +1 in Pennsylvania. God, what a banger. What a banger tweet. What is this guy talking about?
Upstairs with the broken banister to the left.
Why would he make this? He makes so much weird shit up. Hell, the girl you were with showed more attention to my friends and I than you. What a weird thing to say. When it's for so many reasons. This is such a bizarre thing to say. Isn't this guy married? Like, how is that weird to say? Well, it's weird, one, because it's incorrect. Like, I literally picked her up and she was my friend that I was hanging out with for the weekend there. So nothing that he said is even remotely true, which already makes it weird. And then secondly, it's kind of weird because he's treating like the friend that I'm with as like a sex object to be competed for around a group of people that just showed up to go shooting with each other. Like he's fulfilling every negative stereotype of like a subhuman, worthless, disgusting, conservative fucking loser. All while being like a married guy. It seems kind of fucking weird to me. But maybe that's the example, I guess, that he wants to set for his kid or his family. But
I don't understand what it means. Broken banister to the left.
My fellow Americans, want to speak?
Holy shit. They oranged him up. They gave him the Trump treatment.
Tonight about the need for us to lower the temperature in our politics. And to remember, while we may disagree, we are not enemies. We're neighbors. We're friends, co-workers, citizens, and most importantly, we're fellow Americans. We must stand together. Yesterday's shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania calls on all of us to take a step back. Take stock of where we are, how we go forward from here.
Machine gun.
Thankfully, former Trump is not seriously injured. I spoke with him last night. I'm grateful. He's doing well, and Jill and I keep him and his family in our prayers. We also extend our deepest condolences to the family of the victims who was killed. Corey was a husband, a father, a volunteer firefighter, a hero, sheltering his family from those bullets. We should all hold his family and all those injured in our prayers. Earlier today, I spoke about an ongoing investigation.
That actually looks like shit.
We do not know the motive of the shooter yet. We don't know his opinions or affiliations. We don't know whether he had help or support or if he communicated with anyone else. Law enforcement professionals, as I speak, are investigating those questions. Tonight, I want to speak to what we do know. A former president was shot, an American citizen killed, while simply exercising his freedom to support the candidate of his choosing. We cannot, we must not go down this road in America. We've traveled before throughout history. Violence has never been the answer. Whether it's with members of Congress of both parties being targeted and shot, or a violent mob attacking the Capitol on January 6th, or a brutal attack on the spouse of former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, or information and intimidation on election officials, or the kidnapping plot against the sitting governor, or an attempted assassination on Donald Trump. There's no place in America for this kind of violence, for any violence ever. Period. No exceptions. We can't allow this violence to be normalized. You know, the political record of this country has gotten very heated. It's time to cool it down. We all have a responsibility to do that. Yes, we have deeply felt strong disagreements. The stakes in this election are enormously high. I've said it many times, that the choice in this election we make in this election is going to shape the future of America and the world for decades to come. I believe that with all my soul. I know that millions of my fellow Americans believe it as well. And some have a different view as to the direction our country should take. Disagreement is inevitable in American democracy. It's part of human nature. But politics must never be a literal battlefield, and God forbid, a killing field. I believe politics ought to be an arena for peaceful debate, to pursue justice, to make decisions guided by the Declaration of Independence and our Constitution. We stand for an America, not of extremism and fury, but of decency and grace. All of us now face the pound of testing as the election approaches. The higher the stakes, the more fervent the passions become. This places an added burden on each of us to ensure that no matter how strong our convictions, we must never descend into violence. The Republican convention will start tomorrow. I have no doubt they'll criticize my record and offer their own vision for this country. I'll be traveling this week making the case for our record and the vision, my vision of the country, our vision. I'll continue to speak out strongly for our democracy, stand up for our Constitution, and the rule of law, to call for action at the ballot box, no violence on our streets. That's how democracy should work. We debate and disagree. We compare and contrast the character of the candidates, the records, the issues, the agenda, the vision for America. But in America, we resolve our differences at the battle box. You know, that's how we do it, at the battle box, not with bullets. The power to change America should always rest in the hands of the people, not in the hands of a would-be assassin. You know, the path forward through competing visions of the campaign should always be resolved peacefully, not through acts of violence. You know, we're blessed to live in the greatest country on earth, and I believe that with every soul, every power of my being. So tonight, I'm asking every American to recommit, to make America, think about it. What's made America so special? Here in America, everyone must be treated with dignity and respect, and hate must have no safe harbor. Here in America, we need to get out of our silos, where we only listen to those with whom we agree, where misinformation is rampant, where foreign actors fan the flames of our division to shape the outcomes consistent with their interests, not ours. Let's remember, here in America, while unity is the most elusive of all goals right now, nothing is more important for us now than standing together. We can do this.
Pragmatically, I think Biden has to say this. Yeah, obviously, he should. He's the president. If you're an elected official, your rhetoric should obviously be dedicated to turning down the temperature. I'm half joking. No, I'm fully joking. I'm sorry. I should have made myself more clear. Biden shouldn't be coming on and saying, like, hell yeah, if you get shot, round find out. As the president, he should be telling people to chill the fuck out. That's his job, of course. Now, Trump sure as fuck wouldn't do it, but Biden should be, yes.
You know, from the beginning, our founders understood the power of passion.
Hours later.
So they created democracy. It gave reason and balance a chance to prevail over
Moments
brute
after
force.
sipping his
That's the
final
American
sip,
must be.
his
American democracy, where
Diet
arguments are
Coke.
made in good faith. American democracy, where the rule of law is respected. American democracy, where decency, dignity, fair play aren't just quaint notions, but living, breathing realities. We owe that to those who come before us, to those who gave their lives for this country. We owe that to ourselves. We owe it to our children and our grandchildren. Look, let's never lose sight of who we are. Let's remember we are the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. God bless you all. May God protect our troops.
Hey, man.
Oh, hey, what's up, buddy?
How are you doing?
Doing great, just hanging out.
How do you feel?
It feels ridiculous. I feel like I'm living in an actual clown world, but too much a clown world.
Now that looks sick. What can I wear that?
Do you feel like angry?
Yeah, a little bit.
Can you tell me a little bit why?
I feel upset that conservatives have, it feels like so little moral character that it feels like basically everything is on the table, or nothing's off the table. Yeah, everything's on the table, I guess, conversely, yeah. In terms of like the tools that are available to them to operate in this country, I know for a fact that there are, we could probably think of 5 things off the top of our head that if it was the other way around, they would be losing their fucking minds. That if Donald Trump Jr. was charged with a federal crime for doing drugs on a video and then having owned a gun, that if he was convicted for that, that they'd lose their minds. If Biden was telling Kamala Harris to flip electorate votes, they would lose their mind. That if Biden was seeking criminal immunity before a court, that conservatives would lose their fucking mind. That that's irritating to me. I feel like playing nice with any of these centrist fucks has been irritating to me. The guys that are all the staunchest like Trump defenders that all pretend to be centrists, like all the Tim Pools and the trigonometries and like all these fucking losers, is irritating. And I'm upset that I feel like this is something I said, this is what I'm going to do going forward, is every single conversation that every single person in the media has between now and the election, every single conversation needs to start with the insurrection plot.
and there has to be agreement from start to finish on that. And if that conversation doesn't happen, then it doesn't go anywhere but from there. I think that part of what triggered me was, I think reading the immunity case and then having that settle in more, and then looking back on the accountability that Democrats have to have at every option, and then thinking of all of the accountability that Trump has dodged, right? That he can't be impeached because he's out of office. He can run for office because Section 3 actually doesn't count. We're just going to get rid of that. That he can't be criminally charged with anything. That all of his friends that have been charged have been pardoned by him. Like, the accountability dodging is insane.
Yeah.
I think I think you would agree. We can't say for sure because we don't know, but there's like a high possibility that all of the cases get tossed either because of some of the presumptive immunity that the state can't overcome, because some of the absolute immunity was needed to prove a wider conspiracy, or because by the time these cases get anywhere, he's going to be the president and he'll just pick a DOJ head that kills the investigations.
Yeah, I think that's in terms of what you're saying about the specific indictments. That's true that the immunity decision has put a lot of holes in a lot of these cases. Even the New York case, I think might be. The conviction might be overturned because some of the evidence, not all of it, maybe not even the best part of it, related to conversations that he had with members who were government employees, right?
Although also remember, keep in mind too, you know this, I'm saying more for the audience, but for a criminal conviction, the standard of proof, you have to present before the jury has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. So when people look at a case and they see 4 pieces of evidence and 2 are key and 2 are okay-ish, just because you're removing a piece of evidence, like a key piece, you only have to bump it down from that beyond a reasonable doubt, and then the case fails, right? So you don't even have to kill the main parts of the case to potentially destroy it in front of a jury.
Yeah, you know me, right? And I think your audience knows that I very much am on the train of I do not like Donald Trump. I think he's a threat to our democracy, and so if anyone, I think, has purchased with you and your audience about how much I agree with you on the fundamentals of the insurrection stuff and trying to steal the election, it's me. I don't know if you remember, and this one might be interesting to you.
I don't know why I like it.
And at some point, I'll bring this up to you. Back in, I think, 2021 or 2022, you had a call with some guy who essentially said that January 6th was just of some frat boys.
Okay.
And I called into your stream afterwards and said, I'm so offended. How can it be? This was a procedural coup and a violent coup. And we started talking about that. And your reaction was, come on, get the fuck out of here. This is just, this wasn't that. I think if there was a plan, I think we would have known more about it. I think other things would have happened.
Yeah.
And I don't blame you, right? Because you didn't have the full factual analysis of what's going on, right? You didn't have access to the indictments. You didn't have access. You maybe weren't up to date on the latest rumors about what investigations were happening. So I don't blame you in that moment, cosmically, for how you came about to that belief. But I want to, and I do want to address your comments at some point, but I want to just give you the insight that this used to be your belief, right? Because you didn't have the facts. I wasn't able to watch all of your conversations today because I was a little busy, but I saw the very first one you had with a woman who really didn't know about this. And if you don't know about this, right, not only do your comments seem, you're not going to take your comments well, it's going to be worse. You're going to look like a radical. And I would like to get your response that even you yourself, as smart as you are, as researched as you are, had the opinion that this was no big deal until you looked into the fundamental facts there. And so I would, I want to know your reaction to that. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't think I did, but I don't know if I offered a super strong opinion about it. I think that generally, if I don't have a lot of the facts on a particular thing, I just tend to not offer super strong opinions about it.
Yeah,
you wouldn't find me running around screaming on the internet oh no, it was just a peaceful thing, it was blah blah blah. I think it was just oh, I don't know, I don't think there's enough here. I think what I'm even in that tone, I think it was about oh, I don't know, there's enough here to consider it an insurrection or a coup. Whether it's because the whole J6 report, the commission stuff, it wasn't out yet, or the indictment wasn't out, but I didn't have that strong of an opinion on it.
Yeah, listen. I think it was a little bit more heated than that, and at one point I'll show it to you. I think it's
we can go over it, but the reason why it got super heated wasn't because
me, yeah.
well, I'm just saying it wasn't because of our positions. It was because you were
On the
asserting
other
something.
side.
I felt like you weren't
Yeah,
sourcing it properly. The heated
I ain't
part
going
wasn't
to the
already
zone or
opinionated.
else I'll
Oh,
be
no, no,
serious.
no. This is before. So I'm not even referencing. Yeah, I understand our long conversation before that. That's not what I'm referencing. I'm referencing years ago. So years ago, before we were talking about the Jan 6 report, before the Jan 6 report even came out, this is pre-hearings. You're
Well, sure, because I don't think at that
reaction,
time, I don't
yeah.
think there was, in my opinion, I don't think there was any strong evidence at all to support that at the time. No, it seemed like just a deranged protest that turned riot for some of it.
Well, I actually disagree. The election conspiracy stuff, the false elector scheme, was known even in the course of the election. We knew that they were doing it and they were trying that, and we knew, for example, the Eastman stuff at the time, and that was all coming out live as it was happening. And now it did not reach like a public. A widespread public.
I think it didn't reach like
right?
it didn't reach that widespread public audit. But I think it also helped that well, I say it helped, but nobody really read them, I guess. When the Jack Smith indictment came out, that the federal case in the Jack Smith indictment laid like all of it out like very clearly. I think until then it was
how the
pretty
fuck did I do
scattershot in terms of like the
that?
pieces that were.
How the fuck did I literally left? I remember watching the stream live, and I guess I literally left when North Southern joined, and then came back later because I remember seeing this. And then I don't know, whatever. Anyways, I'm taking off now. What? Hey homie, I checked your videos. Seems like you're new to Kick and streaming and a lot and still not affiliate and partnered yet. I got a proposal for you. I will share your stream to a Kick community for you to hit 1,000 followers and earn nothing less than $1,000 per streaming and enable your sub button. $1,000? That's incredibly. I ban this guy. Yeah. Thoughts. Oh no way. Oh, I had my title. I had a title preset. Okay, that's my bad. Anyways,